ladies and gentlemen, we're going to do our best to make this meeting slide along with some sort of semblance of rapid. I'm going to call this meeting to order. Today is September 12th, 2024, 6 p.m. in the Rockdale County Assembly Hall. If everybody can keep your talking to a minimum, would be appreciated so we can be heard. We will start with the invocation. Everybody bow their heads. Our Heavenly Father, we come before you today with grateful hearts, seeking your guidance and wisdom as we gather for this meeting. We ask for your presence to be among us, to lead our thoughts, words, and actions. Grant us clarity and understanding so that we may make decisions that honor you and benefit all those involved. Let us listen with open hearts and minds, to speak with kindness and respect, and to work together in unity and purpose. May your peace fill our discussions, and may we leave this meeting with a sense of accomplishment and a plan that reflects your will. In your holy name we pray, amen. Amen. If we will stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, determination of a quorum. When I call a member's name, if you would just say here. Timmy White.
Here.
I am here. Al Ford. Here. Mark Jacobs.
Here.
Ernestine Stovall. Goolsby is going to be late if she makes it this evening, I'm told. Phyllis Hatcher.
Here.
And Angelina Ingram.
Here.
Alrighty, we have a quorum. All right, I'll ask now for a vote to approve the agenda that's been revised. Commissioners and those of you who may have gotten a revision out there, we're flipping some things on the county to accommodate some time constraints and some situations regarding a particular project. So I will ask for a vote for the approval of the agenda as revised.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the agenda, the revised agenda.
Do I hear a second?
Phyllis Hatcher, second.
Well, that's a unanimous second, so all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Already.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
Can we kind of point out the difference in the agenda and then
Sure.
the ones that's posted?
The city one had no changes, but on the item B for the Rockdale County items, R1 is still R1. R2 is being moved. I mean, R6 is taking the place of R2. With R2 moving down. R4 is taking no change. And R5, there's no change. And R3 becomes the replacement for R6, which moved up.
So for clarifications, just for folks to understand, so R1 is going to be a preliminary plat. The first zoning public hearing is going to be RZ 2024-16 and RZ 2024-24. The third case this evening will be RZ 2024-21. The fourth item on the agenda is going to be RZ 2024-15. The fifth item on the agenda was going to be SUP 2024-05. And the last item to be heard is going to be RZ 2024-17. Oh, I apologize. I'm sorry. Yep.
That's all right.
Yep.
We should have all received the minutes from the county for our last meeting. And so I'll look for a motion to approve the minutes from the last meeting.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair, I think there are a couple corrections that are needed on the minutes.
All right.
So if we go to page 3 of the minutes, this one is in reference, let's see, it's SUP 2024-03. No, I take that back. It is the data center, so it is FLU 2024-02, REZ 2024-07, SUP 2024-02. If you go to page 4, it says that we unanimously approved that one, and I think we had 2 votes for no on that one.
Yes,
Okay.
that's correct.
Does everybody follow that?
Yes.
All righty.
Okay, I'll repeat it. Sorry about that. Is that better? Yes. Thank you. Okay, so this is in reference to item R1, FLU 2024-02.
These are minute changes only from last month's meeting.
REZ 2024-07, SUP 2024-02. That's on page 3, but then if you go over to page 4, where we have the board vote and recommendation, it says it passed unanimously, but we had 2 votes for no. Commissioner Hatcher and Commissioner Stovall Goolsby voted no.
That's
Okay.
correct.
2 noes. All right. That has been noted. All right, so,
One more.
oh, got one more?
Right. So we have one more change. This is for REZ 2024-12 on page 5 of the minutes. This is for the development of 3 single-family residents. It says we voted to deny that request. If I remember correctly and recorded my notes, we voted to approve it with conditions.
Do you have that same notation, Christopher?
Where are we looking? I have that one.
Yes, sir. For some
Approval
reason,
with conditions instead of,
yeah, we made those corrections. For some reason, we don't know why that was in
Okay,
your packet.
all right,
So
that's fine.
Yeah, so we're still making those notes with everything that you pointed out. We made those corrections. So again, in your packet, not sure how that got happened. So we apologize for that.
no problem.
Thank you.
Anything else?
I think
No.
that's-
All right. Okay, with the 2 changes that were mentioned, I'll look for a movement to approve the minutes with the changes. Do I hear a motion?
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the minutes with the notated changes.
Do I hear a second?
I second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, minutes are approved.
Okay.
Rules and procedures. Whoever's got the video.
Sign their name.
Can you increase the volume a little bit?
Each speaker must sign their name to the appropriate zoning case sheet and fill out a public comment card to register their intent to speak prior to the start of this meeting. Each item of business shall be handled in the order that it appears on the agenda unless upon motion of the Planning Commission the order is changed. A member of the city or county planning staff will present each item to the Conyers-Rockdale Planning Commission and will further provide a recommendation upon each item of business. The zoning applicant or the agent will state their name and address at the podium and will have 10 minutes in which to make his or her presentation. Any portion of their 10 minutes may be reserved for rebuttal following the opposition to the application. After the applicant's presentation, all registered speakers who wish to speak in favor of the application will then be heard. Prior to speaking upon the item, each registered speaker will state their name and address at the podium. They will also be limited to a total of 10 minutes. Once the applicant has made his or her presentation and the speakers in favor of the application have been heard, the secretary will then call upon the registered speakers in opposition to the application. The opposition shall likewise be limited to a total of 10 minutes. Once the public hearing portion is closed, no other speakers will be heard. As a reminder, speakers are to address the Planning Commission, not the applicant or the audience, and are expected to conduct themselves in an appropriate manner. The use of abusive or profane language shall not be allowed. No debate or argument between speakers shall be permitted. After all public comments have been heard, the Planning Commission may elect to hold general discussion. The Planning Commission will vote upon a recommendation that will continue forward to the City of Conyers City Council or the Rockdale County Board of Commissioners public hearings.
Everybody okay? Thank you very much for those rules. Next item, old business, there is none. New business, starting with the City of Conyers. Item C1, case 10-1024, ordinance 1380. Scott? Up. Delegating.
All right. Good evening, Mr. Chairman and Planning Commission members. The request is 10/2024, ordinance 1380, and it's a request for a special use permit to establish a personal care home registered up to 3 persons in the RS-14 zoning district. The address of the request is 1533 Reagan Circle. The applicant is Wendy Miller. All right, so the request, the home is located in the North Park subdivision. It sits on just under an acre. It's developed with a 7,100 square foot single family home constructed in or around 1989. As you can see on the screen, this is a photo from Google Street View to show the location. The current zoning is RS-14. The adjacent zoning districts that surround the property are also single-family residential. So the applicant is requesting to establish a personal care home. Personal care home is defined as a building in which housing, meals, and 24-hour continuous watchful oversight over one or more ambulatory adults that is licensed as a personal care home by the Office of Regulatory Services of the State Department of Human Resources, including, and there's multiple options for personal care homes. The one that is potentially permitted in the RS-14 zoning district is one that allows for 1 to 3 persons. As a reminder, special use permits are to provide for uses that are generally compatible, but may need to additional review to make sure that the proposed use is compatible with the surrounding properties and it doesn't impact adjacent facilities or roads. Hang on just a second. And for personal care homes, we do have supplemental use standards. I'm going to briefly do a quick overview on them, not read it word for word. So the first item for a personal care home is that all personal care homes must meet current state requirements and shall display its state-issued license and permits in plain view. Personal care homes shall be operated in a manner that's compatible with the neighborhood and shall not be detrimental to adjacent lots. Personal care homes shall maintain the aesthetic appearance that is compatible with the neighborhood. If there is a need to have ramping for individuals who may be in a wheelchair or need assistance to go up and down stairs, those ramps do need to be on the side of the structure so that it's not in the front yard. Each bedroom shall have at least 100 square feet of heated floor space per resident. There shall not be more than 2 residents per bedroom. To prevent the institutional atmosphere created by the concentration of multiple personal care homes, there is a requirement that any personal care home located in a single-family detached zoning district has to be 1,500 feet away from another one. To ensure that it complies with that, the applicant is required to provide a survey showing the distance. The applicant does meet that requirement. The closest personal care home is 9,400 feet away from this location. All signs for personal care homes shall conform to the sign ordinance. No other businesses may obtain an occupational tax license to operate a personal care home. And for registered personal care homes, if it's operated by a corporation, partnership, limited liability company, or any other entity than the administrator or operator identified in the state license shall permanently reside in the registered personal care home. If operated by an individual, then the individual shall permanently reside in the registered personal care home. In this case, it is an individual. She does currently reside at this location. So I did provide the survey on there. It's kind of small, but it is in your packet. At the bottom, there's that note that shows where it complies with the distance. And so for personal care homes, the only option is to have a personal care home for up to 1 to 3 persons. There's not an option for any more additional residents. And then the applicant would have to comply with all of the supplemental use standards that I just stated. So obtaining her state license and then any other requirements that I stated up here. And then for special use permits, the applicant is required to obtain any of the approvals within 12 months. And then if the use ever ceases for a period of 12 months, then the applicant would have to reapply for the special use permit. So with that being said, staff does recommend approval for the personal care home registered 1 to 3 persons in the RS-14 zoning district at 1533 Reagan Circle.
Is there somebody, the applicant here?
The applicant is here. I don't know if she's in the room right now. I think she may be out there. She filled out a card. Obviously, she's presenting her as the applicant, so I don't know if...
Can you ask if there's, what's the woman's name?
Wendy Miller.
Can you ask if there's Wendy Miller out there? Thank you. She may have gone over to the overflow. She may have gone into the overflow. I don't know.
She may have. I'm not sure.
While we're waiting, Raina, the size is 0.65 on one and 0.91 on the other. Does it make a difference?
So I think the agenda says 0.65. That's what's on the tax assessor. But as you can see, that they did do a survey within the last month, and the survey it's 0.91. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Ms. Miller,
Hey.
you come forward. It's your turn.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Okay, I'm going to keep this real short. My name is Wendy Miller. I've applied for a special use permit for a personal care home to take care of at least, 3 persons in my home. I believe it would offer a valuable service to the community. I've been in the hospital business. I work as a personal care technician, medical assistant. I work in group homes. And I think I've learned enough to know what I don't want in mine. So I believe I want to offer a service to the elderly or special needs, because I've seen a lot of things and I want to kind of give back. I'm passionate about it. And somehow the city says I need to come here and have everybody say yes. Say yes.
Just us.
Just
They don't
you.
care.
Oh, they do, but thank you, sir. So pretty much that's what I'm asking for today.
Thank you very much, Ms. Miller. Is there anybody here to speak? Okay. In favor or opposed?
I have 2 of them that aren't marked at all as far as support or opposition. I have 1 that is signed up to speak in opposition.
Is one opposition?
1 opposition that's marked on the paper. The other 2 do not state.
Can you identify those 2 that are not marked so we can make sure we get the right order?
Cynthia Hobbs and Carolyn Holiday. I'm not sure.
Are either one of those people in the room?
Yes.
Are you opposed or approval?
Opposed.
Both of you?
And I have questions that I
We'll,
Okay.
Okay,
So-
all three are in opposition.
alrighty.
Yes, that are signed to speak.
You want to, you can call them or I can call them, doesn't matter. Alrighty, the first one is Cynthia Keisel. Come forward, please, ma'am.
Hi, I've lived in the subdivision about a little over 30 years, and my husband, who has since passed away, when we moved to a subdivision, it was with the intent, we knew the county was growing. We didn't want to be close to a business of any type. And, we thought a subdivision would be the safest way. And I still believe and hope that it is. And I live about 3 houses down. And I'm also opposed to people having boarding houses, to come into a subdivision with the intent to rent rooms. I realize sometimes people's circumstances change and they have to rent out rooms. But when you buy a house and your intent is to rent rooms and to make it a personal care home, I'm just opposed to that because I think it'll increase traffic and change the makeup of the subdivision and also lower my property value and other people. My son and his wife also live in the subdivision. He couldn't leave work in time to be here, nor could she, but they're both opposed also to it. We live down the cul-de-sac. I don't even know if everyone was able to see the sign since, there's cul-de-sacs in the subdivision, but basically that's all I have to say is I'm definitely opposed and hate to see it change.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
The next one, Ms. Holliday.
Hi, I'm Carolyn Halliday. I live in North Park subdivision as well, which is a single-family subdivision. And I think it should remain a family subdivision without any businesses being operated out of it. I mean, you worry about traffic, you worry about property values especially. I don't think that's going to do anything to improve the values of our homes in that subdivision, and I oppose.
Thank you, ma'am. The last one is Cynthia Hobbs.
Hi, my name is Cynthia Hobbs, and I live in the subdivision as well, and I'm 2 doors up from Mrs. Miller's home. I'm 2 doors up from her. And what I would like to find out, I'm paying around $5,000 for my taxes every year. Is this going to decrease or is this going to improve my property value? And so when I'm paying $5,000, I didn't move there to have a health home care right next to me. It's a single family home. And so those are the things that bothers me. Will my taxes go up? Will my taxes decrease? Will the value of my house go down? Will it go up? So that's something that we haven't had a chance to talk about or discuss. And yet instead we're here and it may be approved and we had no idea about it.
I understand. I think that might be a question for the tax assessor, though. That really would have no guidance on anything that we do this evening.
So will there be another meeting about this or not?
We are a recommending body, and we would look at the items, and if there was any further things that you wanted to know about the decisions, we would be only to recommend to the city council. So your next meeting might be to meet with the city council to see if there's further information you might find out in that regard.
So will it change the zoning in the area?
This is for a special use permit, is it not?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. No, it would not affect the zoning. Is that correct?
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. So we have no cards for approval?
No,
Mariana, want to finish up? Does anybody have any further questions of the city?
I have questions for the applicant.
The applicant, okay? I had 3 public comment cards. I had, there was one for you, but it had your name on it.
Yeah, but the other persons were there because they were told they were speaking. They were supposed to go there. I kept running back and forth trying to get in here because there's nobody over there except the officer.
Okay. So, Mr. Chairman, there's individuals over in the overflow room that are, have signed up to speak in favor of the request.
Okay, I'm speaking out into the sky, I guess. Anybody in the overflow room that can hear me, if you wanted to speak in favor of this first item on the agenda, please make your way as soon as possible back over to the Assembly Hall so we can hear your comments. In the meantime, is there any further questions of the city?
Not from the city.
You had it for the applicant? Okay. Mr. Chairman, would you allow the
We
applicant
can
to?
go ahead and let
Okay,
the
all
applicant
right.
come forward for her questions, and then the other person who wants to speak in favor of can do that afterwards.
Hi. How
I
are
just-
you?
She had a question.
I had a question for you regarding, well, actually 2 questions.
Go ahead, please.
You actually were very proactive in sending out to 3 of your neighbors.
Yes.
Looks like they're adjacent. Did they make any comments?
Oh, they actually were on board. They actually supported me. There's Dr. Kazam and his wife. So my house is here. I was told to go to the immediate neighbors. So I went left and right and across the street and pretty much told them even before I applied, my neighbors and nurse, Mr. Davies, walk every day, and we talked. I didn't know I needed to go to the extent the entire neighborhood because the sign is also on the curb right at my house. And
Are those the people that are in the Assembly Hall, the ones
Yes.
you mentioned?
yes,
Okay.
And as far as the traffic, what kind of traffic are you
there's
looking
no
for?
traffic. The number of cars are parked, so there are about 4 or so houses to my right, which end of the cul-de-sac. So pretty much you can come around and go down, so the same amount of vehicle travels each day. In terms of parking or any congestion, that will not happen. My house, that subdivision, we have 2 driveways. The driveway that I'm going to be using for the personal care home part of the home, it has a separate driveway with 3 parking spaces. I have 5 parking spaces. There's about 8 parking spaces on the property. No need to park on the street. It doesn't affect anything. They have areas where they go out the back. You don't need to see the people inside because you come down the driveway, you go in the building, and at the back of the house, there is space for them if they need to come outside. You won't even know they're there. I don't understand why you're saying, not you, but it's being said about parking issues. That was also something that I spoke to in my application because, of course, I understand. I pay my taxes, my tax bill for this year is over $10,000. So I understand. I went to the city and everything, and they said based on the appraisal value, that was what it was. So I want to ask something. We're all concerned about your property values. I'm concerned about mine too. But think about this. You know your neighbors. You know me. You can ask me anything. I've said anybody can come in. They're welcome to come vet the property and see if there's any issues, which I'm pretty sure there will not be. Would you rather have somebody else come in because they have investor money and be your neighbors? Then how are you going to tell them how many people? If I had 15 people in my family, it's my house, that'd be 15 people and possibly 15 or more vehicles. I'm only asking so I can care for the elderly persons that are not going to be going about the community, creating any havoc, and they're inside a safe and secure home. They're not interfering with the neighborhood. If they have a visitor, there is parking on the premises for that. I don't even need to put an additional vehicle because I have a garage. If I need to house a vehicle that I use to transport them to like their hospital engagements and appointments, you won't even see the vehicle. You have to physically come down to look. You have to really come down and look. My driveway, it's, oh, there's a vehicle parked there. It doesn't affect anything. I want my community to stay the way it is. I like where I live, but I also know that I want to care for people in my home because I've been to places and I've seen some things. So I want that opportunity to do it in my home and provide a level of care that I know is needed. I don't think I'm asking for a lot.
Okay. Do you have currently have a business license that's not affiliated with this particular application?
I'm a realtor. I'm a licensed realtor, so I can speak. And when I say about property values and stuff like that, yes, I do have some understanding in that regard, if that's what you're asking.
Okay, I was just curious if that was going to cause a conflict with the two license. That may be a question.
I don't operate out of my home. My office is in Roswell, of course. You know, we can work from home like anybody else here, but it doesn't affect anything. Nobody's coming to my home to conduct business as it relates to that, no.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
The question I was asking is, I think you said, I'm sorry, to have the personal care home, you said they couldn't have two licenses in the same,
Correct.
so,
So we couldn't issue any licenses for any of the individuals who are living there. Ms. Miller would have to obtain a license to operate a personal care home there, but no other additional licenses could be issued.
for this application. I guess I don't understand. You're saying two separate businesses?
No. So
Okay.
she's going to have one business license for the personal care home, but no other additional licenses can be issued from that address.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I just want to understand what we're going to have going on here. Now, are you living in this particular house?
I am presently living there, yes, I am.
So will you be the one managing those individuals that will get the
Ultimately,
special home
yes.
care?
I'll be overseeing, yes, I will have help.
When you say ultimately, what are you saying? Not from the beginning, or?
The decisions for the home rest on my shoulders. I take responsibility for the person that are going to be in my home, whether they're assisting me in a contractor capacity. So if I have someone living in or being in the home with me, ultimately the responsibility lies on my shoulder.
Okay, so you will be living there also?
Yes.
Okay. And the other question, as it relates to type of activities for these individuals you're caring for, what would exactly take place? Would anything on the exterior take place, or most of the interior of the home?
Mr. Ford, what kind of games do you like, sir?
What kind of games I
Yes,
like?
sir. We all need to go outside and get sun because we need it for our skin. So there is a back porch. The house, the top is covered so they can sit downstairs. I'm willing to screen it so they're safe outside. They can walk around and get their exercises. I'm going to be proposing some things if I get this license in terms of, like I said, how I want people to be cared. I just buried my mom earlier this year. She was in a home. Now here, we made a decision because at some point you have to recognize I can do this and I cannot, and I have to have somebody else help me. So yes, there are going to be activities, but it's not outside that's going to be infringing on the neighbors. It's just like me being in my yard, walking from the driveway to the house. They're gonna be outside. For somebody to see the residents, they would have to come into the home and go outside to see them if they're on the outside. Other than that, the only time they're seeing them is they're going in the vehicle to leave the compound, the building.
So your backyard is fenced?
Yes,
Okay.
it's fenced and there is a separate, like I said, under the deck, they can have that area as well, and they can be out there, they can get in activities, we can play some dominoes, we can play some bingo, they can have their little parties, their little things, and still be living,
I think
and not
that-
just
does
cooped
that
up
answer
in a
your
house.
question?
Yes, and I understand exactly what you're saying, referring to, because my mom just went through this, and we had to find a home for her and for caring, so I totally get it, you know. You have some that can walk and some can't. Some need assistance, so that's why I was just trying to see what exactly elements you're dealing with.
Yeah, it's the home is just for 3 people They will have, you know, individual bedrooms. They have everything there. It's like a full house. They don't infringe on the main house or anything. So I can go down and be in the office, do what I need to do, oversee stuff, plan the meals, so on, and have a caregiver. We can take them out on outings and stuff like that.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions for Ms. Miller? All righty. Come forward.
So
Once you have spoken,
yeah, technically we can't have interactions once.
there's no interaction like
Yeah.
you speaking of, and once you've made your point with your card, then that's all we have action to.
questions.
No, ma'am.
She rents rooms, and can she continue to rent rooms and do the person?
That's not what the license is for, ma'am.
May I, Mr. Harris, may I just quickly respond to that, please, sir, if I may?
Not really, no, ma'am. We need to keep it strictly to your application and the comments that were made for that. So I think we got it covered.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. At this point, anything else from the city? All right,
I'm just up here to
all right.
see what you guys
We're looking
decide.
for a motion now on item C1. Well, excuse me, is there any more comments or questions amongst ourselves? Any comments that need to be made? Okay. On item C1, then we'll look for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I, Phyllis Hatcher, make a motion that we approve item C1, case 10, 2024, according to the zoning proposal review and standards, and also the staff analysis and recommendation.
Okay, we've got a motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Mr. Chair, I second.
We've got a second. All those in favor of approval say aye. Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, this item is approved. Okay, item C2, case 11, 2024 for ordinance 1381. This is a request for a text amendment in section 8-6-11 for the design of lots. To establish landscaping requirements for reverse frontage lots when abutting a highway, arterial, or collector street. Presented by the City of Conyers. Mr. Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Planning Commission members. It's a pleasure to be before you today. I'd like to welcome the new members of the Planning Commission. Sorry that I was not here last month to welcome you, but glad to have you on board. Real quick, Mr. Chairman and Commission members, I've got one presentation that's going to cover the next 7 items. Yes, unfortunately, you're going to have to hear my voice for 7 items. So what I would like to suggest is let me go through this presentation, and then as these items come up on your agenda, I'll discuss the agenda items. We'll open up the public hearing, and then I'll ask for your vote on each item respectively. So a little background, the City Council in July adopted a moratorium on residential development, which stopped any requests for annexations, any requests for residential zoning, any request for preliminary plats, final plats, and building permits for single-family residential, townhomes, and dealing with the RS20 zoning district, RS14 zoning district, the TH zoning district, TND district, and MXD district. Their direction was to, they've seen how things have been developed and built in the city in the last 3 to 4 years, and given how things have built out in the built environment, they have seen things that they don't like to see that they would like to change. So the idea was let's put the brakes on for a little bit and come up together with a better plan moving forward to make changes to the architectural and development standards so that we can move forward in a manner in which the council desires for the city and things that they've heard from their constituents. So things that we're trying to prevent are items like the repetitive look, the box appearance without any side modulation on the sides of homes, brick, stone front only, all front entry garages or flush mount windows, There's an example of flush mount window and just a little bit of stonework on the front, nothing on the sides. There again, no windows facing a side corner lot. You can see that one house that faces two streets, and there's nothing on that one side. It's very blank, very bland, no character or lack of character to the architecture of the house. And then no brick or stone on some houses. Again, the big boxy look to them, lacking the character that was seen in structures of yesteryear. And then here is seeing the backs of homes from a arterial or collector street, not having any privacy for the residents, but also seeing the backs and, again, the big box. So some additional requirements that I'm going to go over and these items to discuss are earth and landscape berms between the adjacent street being a arterial or collector road, not a local street like a residential interior street, but take, for example, like Miller's Chapel Road, Georgia Highway 20, Flat Shoals Road, things like that would be the types of roads where you would have potentially a berm. The backs of houses are hidden. There is some privacy from the residents, so on and so forth. And the berm provides a little bit of a noise barrier from any traffic to the residential, but also for the architectural requirements, looking at emphasizing the architecture of the house, adding corbels to emphasize the roof gable, transom windows to create greater interest, appropriately sized wood posts and columns, again, getting the scale and look of a house correct. And as you see there, trim around the windows and gable vents as an accent to provide some variety. Here again, another interesting piece is the large fascia that hangs down, the board and bat siding. Here's some other pictures there that, as we've gone through this, staff did not draft these proposals tonight in a vacuum at all. This was discussion with council members, discussion with other staff members, people in the community, going out and taking field trips to other areas, getting information of what you like, what you don't like. So some of those things you see there, the recessed windows with trim. I'm not sure you can see this very well, and the pointer only shows up on the wall, not the monitor, sorry. So on the side of that house there, you see the side porch. That's a unique characteristic that provides some side modulation on houses. And then that's an example of different roof materials. You see a different roof pitch, kind of a hip roof and a gabled roof, and then roof material go from asphalt shingles on your primary roof to a standing seam metal on your secondary roof, and then a significant amount of brick on your front facade there. And then here on some townhomes, you've got a consistent use and percentage of materials on the front and sides and rear elevations of the townhouse. However, they do get a little bit repetitive in one building, but that is not something that we're necessarily opposed to in one building setting. One building being 8 units together in this example. And then again, so we're not doing this in a vacuum. We did reach out, send the draft of these items, much like we did to you guys. We sent it to builders and developers and design professionals that have worked in Conyers in the last 3 to 5 years and would have some input. So we need that input from that community because this is what is impacting that community the most. And that community is the builders and developers that come here to make a living and to create homes for our residents and future residents. So it's important that we include them in that discussion as well. They did provide, I've got some feedback, and I provided that to you guys in a summary, as well as in this presentation. I'll go over them as we get to those code sections, but they did provide feedback. We do have comments from some who didn't provide written feedback. They're here tonight. And I do hope they'll be at the city council meeting when the city council takes these items up next week on the 18th. But going right into the first item, Mr. Chairman, thank you for introducing it. It is case 11 of 2024. It is a request to amend section 8-6-11, design of lots. And this is to establish landscaping requirements for reverse frontage lots when abutting a highway, arterial, or collector street. In your packets, you'll have the ordinance in a black font that's existing, and red font is what is proposed. So real quick, I'll just go over what is proposed. Under the design of lots and subdivisions shall be designed to minimize direct lot access to major thoroughfares. Reverse frontage lots shall be required for residential subdivisions along state highway systems or other arterial or collectors where internal access can be provided. Reverse frontage lots, and this is the proposed language, reverse frontage lot is a lot with two road frontages for which the boundary along a state highway system or other arterial or collector street is established as a side or rear line. It's important that we identify what a reverse frontage lot is. Currently, our ordinance does not. So that is identifying what a reverse frontage lot is, and it's important for when we go down to the next paragraph below. There is a requirement for a non-access easement on reverse access lots, reverse frontage lots, so that if you have a house that fronts a public interior street, in the back of your house fronts a collector or arterial, much like that right there is a great example. The back of those houses face that busy street. That's a reverse frontage lot. Currently, there's a 10-foot non-access easement, meaning that that homeowner in that house you see can't later come and cut a driveway and access that busy street. Their intentional street is on the front of the house, and you have one point of access through the main entry of the subdivision. So that's the purpose of that non-access easement. So what we're proposing, the city is proposing in that non-access easement, is to provide a variable height earthen berm, a 6 foot to 10 foot high berm as measured from the elevation of the budding street and the finished grade of the budding residential lot. Landscaping material shall consist of a mix of overstory and flowering trees that are a minimum of 2-inch caliper at the time of planting and space no greater than 30 feet on center. A contiguous decorative hedge, that is an evergreen hedge, that is a minimum of 4 feet in height at the time of planting shall be located between the crest and the base of the berm facing the budding street. The fence shall be 42 inches in height, located on the private property between the base of the berm and the public right-of-way. The fence shall be designed with 3 rails made of vinyl or wood material finished in white with columns of brick or natural stone material. The columns shall be no less than 48 inches in height and shall measure no less than 2 foot by 2 foot square. Columns shall be spaced at distance no greater than 100 linear feet and located at fence corners and termini. The fence shall return at entrances for a distance of no less than 10 linear feet. The landscape, earthen berm, evergreen hedge, and fence shall be owned and maintained by the homeowners association. So that's what I just read was a big change. Is introducing the requirement of an earthen berm, 6 to 10 foot high, that's landscape, and a decorative split rail fence like you see along some sections of Highway 138 and 20 as newer developments have come in. And then as we go on down to subsection C of that section where it talks about political boundaries, we're adding language that says no building or structure shall be constructed across a jurisdictional boundary. That's to prevent someone from building a house or an industrial building or a commercial building across the city-county boundary. So if you have the boundary that runs through a lot, then you'd have to choose one side of that boundary or another that you're going to build your structure on. I know that's a lot of information. I appreciate you taking the time to review this beforehand, not just this one, but the other ones that we'll be discussing. But if there's any questions of me on this request, I'm happy to answer them at this time.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Chair, I have a question. Okay, so this ordinance for 1381, is this for existing property already or just on a new construction going forward?
On new construction going forward.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. And Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I may be stealing some thunder here, but just on the monitors, I have for this ordinance section the 2 written comments that we received from the professionals in the building and developing community have submitted to us. They are here tonight, and we do have a few that have signed up to speak in opposition of this. So I just want to go ahead and put that out there so that you guys see it.
Did you provide those for us?
Yes, sir, it was emailed to you all. Because these came in after the packets were mailed, or when these comments come rolling in.
Okay. Did everybody get to see them as they received them in the emails?
Mr. Chair, I haven't had an opportunity to take a look at it at all.
Well, if you haven't had an opportunity, then those that I've taken this information from, they're here tonight. I'm sure they'll speak about it, but I wanted to have the opportunity for you guys and the public that are behind me to be able to, if they can see this, read what those comments were.
That's fine. Are we prepared to hear from some of those comments now?
If so.
Yeah.
Righty.
Here are the speakers, and I can get those comment cards back at the end of the night, so
Okay.
I can use those for my report to council. I appreciate it.
All righty. The first one is Steve Dudsell. Steve?
Let's go with flat bottom first and below grade second. Good evening, I'm Steve Goodsell. I know we got a long schedule tonight, so I'll try to be brief, but I think this is important. I'm here to talk about the berms as a screen. They can be very effective screens. There's no more effective screen than a berm for sound attenuation. But while they are a solution, they're not always the solution. It depends on where they go. In order to effectively be able to use a berm, you need three things. You need dirt, enough to build the berm on site without having to go off site to get it. You need a lot big enough to hold the berm, and you need a lot that has topography that'll handle it. Scott showed you a perfect use of a berm. I've used them before. Cedar Grove subdivision just past Heritage High School. On 138, it knocked down the sound. I had dirt, I had big lots, and I had good topography. I was even with a highway. But imagine, if you will, what would happen if, is in the drawing above, the berm that's supposed to be 6 feet high from the street starts at the bottom of where the house is going to be. To get up there, let's say you drop 6 feet from the road, and if you think about it, or you're driving home, pretty much everything you drive along, it's a fill or a cut, and about half the time you're below grade from the street. And if you are, that not too expensive and very effective, a few $1,000s per lot berm could go to stratospheric level costs. As you can see on the top there, see if I got my, I didn't do so much. As you can see, if you have to go up 6 feet from the street, and the height has to be 6 feet from there, it's going to be 12 feet high. If you have a 3-to-1 slope, you're going to be 45 feet into that lot. Okay, so you've used up a third of that lot's depth if it's R14, for instance. So there's the cost of the loss of land, and there's the cost of the berm, which minimally in this case, that's over 1,000 yards of dirt on an 85-foot lot. If you're moving dirt from within the site, you can probably move dirt for $5 or $6 a yard. I can't tell you how high it can go if you have to go off-site. Depends on how far you've got to go and what you're paying for the dirt. and that's a supply and demand thing. But if you got dirt across the street from you that's cheap, you're still going to get into $15,000, $20,000 per lot, and up to some cases it simply wouldn't be. You deprive the ability to develop the lot at all because you can't find enough dirt close enough to cost effectively build this berm. What I'm asking is that there be some consideration for other options besides the berm. For instance, as illustrated there, look at the little yellow section. I don't think my thing's doing me much good, but that could be a brick wall. It could be a privacy fence. It could be a number of things. I understand that when there's a privacy fence, there's a fear that that won't be maintained. I think you need to have a requirement of evergreen shrubs that within the useful life of the fence will grow up above and beyond the fence and fully screen. As you can see, a 6-foot privacy fence, if you're trying to keep people from looking into backyards for privacy in the homes and for aesthetics along the streetway, a fence which can peek out closer than the top of the berm can push you further up there. A fence, a wall, a hedge at that point that's continuous can give you the aesthetics of not having to look in somebody's backyard and see their barbecue grill and their toys in the backyard and so forth. If the goal is to keep us from seeing back there, let's look at more cost-effective ways of doing it. I've told Scott and a bunch of people, no one thing that we're doing right now totally puts houses over the top in affordability where people can buy them. But houses that the real people can afford are dying a death of 1,000 cuts. Everything that's being proposed is a good idea or nice in the right context. But if you do things out of context, like making somebody do $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 berm on a single lot because there's no dirt, because it's a small lot, because somebody's having to pay for dirt a long way away, you're adding tremendously to the cost without looking at any of the other options. There are other options. They're less expensive and can be equally effective. So I'm not asking that they undo the berm thing. I'm asking that they add other options that'll take care of what we need to do, but not unduly burden the house with the cost of having to do this, what could be an enormous mound of dirt if you come off the road and go down 6 or 8 feet, thousands of yards, as you can imagine. If y'all look at the way that slope goes, you can't just go straight up and down. Really, you need a 2-to-1 slope, and that's pretty steep to hold plants and to be able to get up and down. You need about 6 feet across the top, so you're losing a tremendous amount of land on these on a R14 lot. So I do hope that we can consider some other options in addition to the berm. Nothing wrong with the berm in the right place, but there's a lot wrong with it where it doesn't have the right topography and there's not dirt available. Thank you.
Question.
Yes, sir.
I didn't hear any comments from you or the city in regard to vegetation such as Leland cypress. Is that gone away? Do they not use those anymore?
Lelands grow very quickly and very tall, and they die in 15 years, 20 years. I think with some collaboration, we could come up with a list of plants. My favorite, Nellie Stevens hollies, which can grow 20, 25 feet high and be 12 or 14 feet across at the base. We plant those along there. Require 3 rails behind the 6-foot privacy fence so they won't twist and turn, a year or 2 into it. And I've seen it again and again, and I'd be happy to bring photographic examples of where that's been used. And it's a solid screen, way taller than a 6-foot berm. It takes time, but while you wait, you've got the 6-foot, you got a more effective sight barrier with a 6-foot wall close to the road. And as you can see, from the viewpoint of somebody on the street driving or walking, the closer that 6 feet is to the street, the further up the house you're seeing. So those can be very effective visual screens until we get the plants in front of them, and then then you're home free.
Thank you.
I have a question for clarity. So you said you like for the city to consider other options, right?
Right.
So it says there's a landscape earthen berm, evergreen hedge, and a fence. So what other options are there?
That was one option that had to have all of those things. And no matter who you are or what your situation was in your subdivision or what you prefer to do for your the market you're serving, you're prescribing a single way to handle a problem that could have several solutions. And the solutions right off the bat I would come up with is continuous vegetation of types that would grow an opaque buffer, walls, be they masonry, wood with plant material in front of it. There are ways to do this that could be a few $1,000s per lot that backs up to something, as opposed to something that could cost 20, 30, 40,000 if you have a street that comes off of Georgia 20 and you go down 10 feet to where the level of the house is going to be. I don't know how you do that. I mean, I'd walk away on a piece of land because you couldn't afford that.
Thank you, Steve.
I'm good.
All right, thank you, Steve. Anything, next card I have is for William Mallory. Let's keep in mind the time. Can we have the clock keep up on the screen for us? So I know we're stuck for the 10 minutes per item. Go ahead, Bill.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you for listening. I represent Eastmore Development, and I want to speak a bit about the berm. Mr. Goodsell did a good job, but I want to add some comments to that, please. The solution that is provided right now is not necessarily the best solution, in my professional opinion, of the situation to hide what I believe is really the issue, and that is aesthetically displeasing architecture. I don't know how to say that nicer. It is a solution that would work, but I don't think it would be the most efficient use of the land that it would take up. It is cost effective. It may not even be something that you would like aesthetically, short term and or long term, and it's cost prohibitive. And now with that said, from the negative side, I want to share some positive comments. Right after I explained to you that a berm 6 to 10 feet high would be 40 feet to 70 feet in width. Mathematically, the way you look at it is height at 3-to-1 slopes times 2, because you got a front and you got a back, and then you've got a top cap that would be somewhere between 4 and 6 feet. So when you do all the math, and I've done that for you, it's 42 to 70 feet is what it is. I don't know what the width is from here to here, but I'm guessing it's probably 40 feet. From front to back, you're probably looking at something that is easily the width of this room. So you can visualize that. And the height of it at 10 feet is that little parapet above your heads, easily there from where I'm standing. So it is a massive berm. And then on top of that, you have a 6-foot privacy fence. And I agree, the privacy fence is probably a good idea. And then on top of that, from what I'm understanding, is there is an evergreen hedge of material that planted day one is 4 feet in elevation. That's an expensive plant, to be honest with you. So with all of that put together, nothing by itself is cost prohibitive or aesthetically displeasing, and maybe not the best use of the developer's money, but it also is something that I don't think is really the best solution. So with that said, I'm going to propose a solution to the problem. I would suggest that you entertain the idea of a 3 to 4 foot berm, meandering and undulating, okay? When a developer develops a piece of property, he has to do something with the topsoil. He usually places it on slopes, or on the finished lots, if you will, so we can grow grass. In this case, you could take a portion of that that is on site, not have to borrow this topsoil from off-site, making it more cost-effective, and create this 3 to 4 foot undulating berm. And it would meander a little bit as well. That's going to reduce the width of the berm and the height of the berm, and then you can take a 6 foot board-on-board or aluminum, something that is with 100% opacity. You can put it at or close to the top of that berm, and mathematically that gives you probably in excess of 10 feet from the adjacent sidewalk or the adjacent right-of-way. And remember, the road that you're placing this berm against, none of it is going, the TOA slope is coincident with the right-of-way line, okay? You're not going into the right-of-way with any portion of this berm. So it's basically, what this berm is taken horizontally is away from development, as Mr. Goodsell was explaining, and I'm trying to help you understand further. And that is developable property that is extremely valuable to a developer when he or she is developing property for residential. What that does is not only is it more cost effective for the developer, but it also goes right to the bottom line of how much each of those homes cost, Mr. and Mrs. Smith and Mr. and Mrs. Jones. So that's important as well. It's a point I wanted to bring up. So if we do a 3 to 4 foot high meandering berm, a 6 foot privacy fence on top of that, and then I'll call it robust landscape package, where you've got sod, you've got pine straw or some other mulch in there to kind of break it up, and you've got understory and overstory trees, maybe you've got some mix of evergreens and deciduous plants to kind of break it up and give it an aesthetic appeal. You can put in Rebeckia, which is a perennial flowering plant that does very well in this region. You could do, and I'm not trying to solve the problem necessarily right down to the nano inch, but there's a lot of different plant materials you can put in there. You mentioned Leland cypress. I agree with Mr. Goodsell. I planted lots of Leland cypress, and in about 15 or 20 years, you're replanting it.
Okay.
So, but I think that's a cost-effective, very aesthetically pleasing solution to the problem.
Thank you.
With that, I'll.
Thank you very much.
Comments. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you. David Roper.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you. I'm also with Eastmore, so I don't want to take up a lot of time. I really just kind of want to echo some of the comments that have been made. I mean, I think the earthen berms can be very cost prohibitive. I think, as both the previous speakers were articulating, that a combination of effects could be useful. And so, again, I just really echo what Bill just said around, I don't need to repeat it, right? The 3 or 4 foot undulating berm, some variety with a fence can be effective with good planning. And so, just very briefly, with the what we've done at Eastmore along Johnson Road, there was very much similar to that, even though we didn't use a fence. We did do a 3 foot berm that slopes nicely down to a lower grade, and then we put in a pretty heavy planting package that I think when we went to work with the landscape architect, it was a thought of, we want to reforest this area, in essence. And so we spent extra on more trees, larger shrubs, and so on, to create a sense of privacy inside the space. It works, I think, on both sides. Johnson Road is very pleasant. The interior of the development is pleasant. And I think with let's say a more thoughtful solution with a nice combination of these elements, you can come up with something that works really well. Questions, comments?
Anything from Mr. Roper?
Thank you.
All righty.
Yeah.
Thank you. Mark Walton? Everybody's hiding out there in the woods.
I was out there having fun. Mark Walton with Patrick and Associates, Chairman, Planning Commissioners. I too am here to say most of the design requirements that the city is proposing, they seem fine. The berm, I don't think that that's a good one-size-fits-all. Mr. Goodsell had good displays. I've got a kindergarten display here. Henson Village is right across the street from Target. That's on Highway 20. Target's right over here. All these lots that back up to it, you're probably really not even aware of them. That's the street view that you see. There's no berm there. It's just, nice columns, landscaping, a privacy fence. Down within the subdivision, they're all beautiful houses. And what I did is took from the edge of the road, I did a 3-to-1 slope, 6-foot tall berm, and then a 3-to-1 slope to the back. And these are all of the lots. Highway 20 is here, the road is here, the entrance to the subdivision is down here. It would wipe out every one of the lots that are along Highway 20. And I think you have just as an effective screen. It just takes a little time to let the landscaping catch up. So I'm just saying, please, to the city and planning commission, consider alternatives in addition to the berm. It can be fine in some spots, but in some spots it's just a killer. And that's all I got to say.
Thank you, Mark. All right. Mr. Gaither. Now, how do we bring forward a vote? Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, we have, I think it was 1 minute left on the timer, and Mr. Ken Wood would like to be, have the opportunity to address the commission.
I thought we had the cards. Okay. Ken?
Sorry, I asked Chris if I needed one. He said I could come up. Kenneth Wood, 350 Research Court, Peachtree Corners. So just wanted to say really quickly, because I had sent it out, I told Scott I would help with this. I got in a little bit late into it. And I think one suggestion I had, because I sent it out to some builders, some graders, some other engineers to start getting feedback, and they started mentioning stuff about, depending on if you have 2 to 3 stories, like if it's a townhome or if it's a single family, some of the step downs and some of the items in there could be problematic. Some of the grading is not one size fits all. So unlike RS20, RS14, you can do some things that you can't do in the mixed use. So my suggestion is, forming a committee with some engineers, some citizens that know about it, some developers, builders, but also graders that actually install this, because a lot of the things you heard tonight, they are very true. Berms take a long way to grade out, but there are other ways to deal with it. But there's even more in here. So my suggestion was, and I was going to say it before council too, was to delay this to form a committee to talk really granularly into the issues. So thank you.
Thank you. How do we bring forward a vote on something that seems to have the main issue of with the berms? Could it have further review that we're not seeing, we're not anticipating?
Sure. Let me answer that question first, and then I'll kind of back up and give a little more foundation of how we got to where we are right now with the language as proposed. So yes, sir, the Planning Commission, you guys can recommend to approve, recommend to deny, recommend to change the language or add language as you see fit. Or you can request that the mayor and council table this request, just as Mr. Wood suggested, and come back with some additional language if that's the purview of the Planning Commission. As you know, if you wanted to see options, things of that nature. The moratorium that the City Council has enacted was 3 months. It is set to expire October 16th. We are a month ahead by getting these items before you and before the public for opportunity to weigh in and to hear the items, vet them, work through them, massage them, and get them to a point where you as Planning Commission and the Mayor and Council are comfortable with adopting them. So with that said, it's not like we're running right up against a time period of October 16th. There's still one planning commission meeting before then, and there's 2 city council meetings, well, 3, counting the next week, the 18th, then October 2nd, then October 16th. So yes, ideally, the council would like to be able to adopt the ordinances and remove that moratorium as quickly as they can, but understand that it could go into the 16th, and this council is okay with that. They have not indicated to me that extending the moratorium is something they would want to do. They think we are on the right path. So if the Planning Commission has recommendations, you heard some from developers and design professionals tonight, you guys can build those suggestions into your recommendation. But how we got there is, Carolina, thank you so much for going back to the presentation. How we got there primarily was driven by this development where you see the backs of houses. So the first rendition of the first version of this was a variable height berm, 4 to 6 foot, with an aluminum picket fence and brick columns with vegetative screening. After talking through that with committee members and with city staff, looking at, okay, what's the impact? What's the purpose? The purpose of it is to provide a visual impact for the residents who live in the houses, and also a visual barrier for the street, and also a visual barrier from the motorists to the backs of houses. So the idea was to provide that visual barrier. We did consider privacy fence with screening, and I'm sorry I don't have access to Google Street View. I could show you several options that we looked at that have just that, the privacy fence with vegetative screening. What we find is, and what we have seen in many applications, is for the first few years, it looks okay, but then as the fence starts deteriorating because either the homeowners don't maintain it or the HOA doesn't maintain it, it starts deteriorating and it gives a negative appearance. It starts taking away from the community versus shielding and improving the community. And then with the hedges, yes, as Mr. Mallory pointed out, a 4-foot tall hedge at the time of planting is a substantial hedge. I think, Mr. Ford, you would understand that with the green thumb in your family. So it is substantial, and it's substantial so that you speed up soften that green vegetative barrier instead of a wooden wall or a brick wall. You asked about Leland cypress. A lot of communities are going away from Leland cypress as a screening plant material because of their disease. How do I say that? They're very likely to get disease, and one gets a disease, they all get a disease, and then like Mr. Mallory said, he's planted a lot and then had to replant some because of growth and age, and that there's other alternatives out there. Like here you see some arborvitae, which provides a very similar look, but they're a hardier screen material. I don't think they grow as fast as maybe the Nellie R. Stevens that Mr. Goodsell was speaking of, but this was the plant material this development chose for that. So that was the purpose of the idea behind the berm. So rendition 1 was that 4 to 6 foot high, variable height to give some architectural interest. We don't anticipate having just a flat, for 100 linear feet of 6 foot high. That gives no variable interest. That doesn't appeal to anybody, right? But that was the purpose of that, is to provide a screen, to provide privacy, aesthetics from the street and aesthetics from the residents. And that gives you a little bit of understanding where we're at. The fence, very similar to this, what you're looking at in this scenario, should that berm, should the ordinance be adopted, that berm would be on the house side of the split rail fence or the 3-rail fence, and the plantings would be from the crest of the berm towards the fence. So the plantings wouldn't necessarily have to be on the residential side, just on the street side, again, to provide that visual barrier, that noise reduction, potentially a wind reduction, things of that nature.
So I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
So one of the speakers mentioned a 3 to 4 foot
Yes, ma'am.
berm, and the city is recommending 4 to 6 feet. So can you explain the difference in that variation, please?
So I'll sure try. I hope I can. So initially, yes, ma'am, the first draft of this was a 4 to 6 foot high. So you'd have a 2 foot that you can vary and give some interest to it. So it's not plain and institutional like. Ultimately, the committee who was looking at these ordinances, they said that they'd like to see a 6 to 10 foot high, and that's what's written. As far as the 2 to 4 foot high berm, yes, ma'am. I believe that would provide some interest, but take for example this picture. If you put a 2 to 4 foot high berm behind that fence, you may not be able to see that there's a berm there at all, because that fence at that top rail is about 3.5 foot, 4 foot tall. So in this situation, imagine if you can a berm that extends above that fence twice as high.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
So if this ordinance is adopted and the berms that you are requesting, would it be across the board? Would it be able to be adjusted according to subdivisions and development?
It's a very good question. So just to start out, this would only be for those residential developments that abut a street classification of highway, collector, or arterial. That would be, for example, obviously Georgia 20 or Highway 138. It would be Flat Shoals Road, Miller Chapel Road, Klondike Road. Those are the types of roads that are collectors and arterials, and Sigmund Road, where the burns would be required. So your next question, your question was, could there be some relief? I'm going to not put words in your mouth, Ms. Hatcher, but that's what I heard you say. Could there be some release? It's not a one-size-fits-all.
Right.
The way our ordinances are developed is that there's an avenue for relief through the Board of Zoning Appeals for most of all the development standards and dimensional standards, like lot setback requirements, things like that, are items that the Board of Zoning Appeals can hear. There are criteria, much like zoning criteria, in which you're here a special use permit or rezoning, you have specific criteria where you would review and say, okay, you meets it, check the boxes, you're good to go. There's review criteria for variances. So yes, ma'am, there is that opportunity that, like the picture, the really dot matrix looking picture that Mr. Gitzel showed, yes, with the house below grade from the road, there would be an opportunity for a variance, or the house that sits way above the road grade you're trying to put a berm between. Yes, ma'am, there is opportunity for that variance.
Thank you.
It's based on hardship criteria.
Thank you.
I hope that answered in a full roundabout way.
It did.
Can I ask a question? Can you hear me? Just out of curiosity, was safety factored in using berms? Because these are highly traveled streets, you name, highways, you name. So I don't know if the berm was part of a safety issue.
So I wish I could say yes, absolutely. But no, sir, in our discussions, the safety of, and I'm thinking, are you potentially looking at it as far as vehicles of higher speed, 45 and up, going down the street, leaving a roadway and potentially going through a backyard? No, sir, that was not a concern, but I can see where a berm would be beneficial to, if someone was in the backyard, a berm would protect them more so than a fence. So, it wasn't used, but I could see that.
Okay.
And what about, is there a way that we can modify the text amendment to include, like, based off the site topography, then identify some of the items that we could use, like, for instance, put in the 3 to 4 foot berm, 6 foot privacy fence, or combination thereof, whatever is approved. Could we do that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Absolutely. That is well within the power and authority of the Planning Commission is to make those recommendations. If you don't like what's presented or you see that there's room for changes, that is correct. You can make those recommendations. Not saying the city council automatically accepts them, right? Because like staff, y'all are a recommending body. The mayor and council may look at it and say, yep, those are great ideas. We'll incorporate those. Or they may say, no, we're going to go back to the drawing board. Or they may say, we're going to adopt what we originally wanted to adopt. So, but absolutely, I think the more that's discussed and thought, the better off it can be.
Now, the main ordinance that we're dealing with regarding the berms would fall into 1381, is that correct?
Yes, sir. That is, it would be ordinance number 1381 for section 8-6-11, design of lots.
I'm kind of in agreement with the amount of dirt that would be required on certain lots that would take away a good bit. As I think it was Mr. Goodsell that spoke about the amount of dirt that would come away. Does anybody else feel the same way on that? That we could possibly recommend the small. I think the option to go with a smaller berm is a good thought process.
And I think also they mentioned that in some cases the dirt can be retrieved off the lots.
Yeah, that's true. So, but I think the requirement for the size that's being recommended is a lot of dirt. Anybody else's thoughts?
I agree.
Well, he had mentioned that, that in the event that the ordinance is approved, that it's on a term basis as far as whether or not it could be, what's the word I'm looking for? Whether or not it could be revised according to the area and the developing. He had mentioned that as well.
That's true.
So that we don't overburden the Board of Zoning Appeals.
Ma'am.
So if we so that we don't overburden the board. If we were to say, okay, we're going to approve to do the 3 to 4 foot berm, and then we don't have any other constraints or the text stays as such, would that overburden that particular appeals? Would it be more appeals requesting something different?
I don't anticipate a flood of appeals because, again, we're talking new developments. And while I welcome new development, we need it for the health of the city. We don't have a lot that's beating down the door right now due to a number of reasons that are beyond our discussion tonight. But
inventory of properties.
And realistically, I think I could expect maybe 6 to 8 requests for something like this for relief from the height of the berm in the next 6 to 8 months, realistically. And I don't want to say it would overburden a board. They meet, unlike the Planning Commission, that they don't have as much items, but they do meet pretty regularly, once a month. But it's been once a month, and they may meet a month and not meet a month. So I wouldn't. Please don't let that concern us. They probably appreciate those thoughts and concerns, but don't let that drive your recommendation, your thought process.
So I'm curious, as far as Rockdale County is concerned, you're saying that based off of the sites that you're seeing developed, you're thinking that the 6 foot berm would suffice for what you're seeing? They'll be able to get the dirt off of that property, and it'll only be in odd conditions that it's not. Is that what you're?
I'm not saying that at all. No, ma'am. Okay. I'm not saying that at all, because there are just a very small number of larger pieces of land that are potentially ready for development residentially left in the city. What we're seeing is like what Mr. Goodsell brought to you guys back in July, was an assembly of several parcels to try to re-subdivide, combine them all, re-subdivide them, and make residential out of it. So no, ma'am, I don't see it as a lot within the city limits, so to speak. And of course, unless we start getting annexation requests and things like that and growing the city limits, then that's one possibility. But I'm definitely not saying there's enough dirt on each potential developable lot to make a 6-foot high berm. I would probably say it's more likely that there's not enough dirt, given the amount of rock that we have. It's called Rockdale County for a reason. So, some sites you may have, 6 foot of dirt before you hit rock. Some you may have 6 inches, and some you may have 36 feet of dirt before you hit rock. It's just unknown.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else? Any comments from this?
I don't have any.
I think, do you all feel comfortable revising the language to include additional means of privacy? Do you all have any suggestions about just modifying the amendment to include additional means of privacy?
We'd have to specify those, wouldn't we not?
It would be extremely beneficial if you guys were to say, if it's a consensus that you would reduce the berm height to say a 3 to 6 foot variable height berm. I think Mr. Mallory said undulating, with XYZ as far as screening, and if you wanted to consider options, say, or an option of a minimum height of a 2 foot berm with a 6 foot solid wall, things like that. I think those were some of the comments that I was hearing from Mr. Goodsell, from Mr. Mallory, and from Mr. Wood, is having multiple options gives that developer the opportunity to choose which one is most cost effective for him or her on a given piece of property.
Yeah. And if we say tree cover, do we have to identify what we're talking about?
When you say street cover?
Tree cover.
Tree cover.
Mm-hmm.
I would, yes, ma'am. Like in the language now, it says, an overstory or flowering tree every 30 foot on center. That's pretty specific. That way, there's little room for misunderstanding between the ordinance was written, the intent of the ordinance as written, and then a developer look at it thinking that, well, I just have to do one, every 100 feet. No, it's specific. One overstory or flowering tree every 30 feet on center. That's pretty specific.
Okay, remember that.
I'll try.
Okay. Well, I'm in favor of modifying the text amendment.
We have to lay out the modifications.
I'm in favor of modifying it to 4 to 6 feet.
4 to 6 feet.
What's your modification?
Modifying the berm to 4 to 6 feet, and then
all the rest of the language stays the same.
I don't have a copy of it, so I don't know that.
Or can it be case by case basis?
Yeah. If we say based on site topography, is that a case by case, or that's too open ended?
That's very open ended. I think that maybe the language that y'all might look at is, as measured from the elevation of the abutting street and the finished grade of the abutting residential lot. That might be the language you want to consider.
Okay. Do we need
I stole that from what's already in there. That's all. I didn't make that up.
I don't mind keeping that. Okay.
So if it's helpful, if I'm hearing the ladies on this end say that you guys like the idea of potentially modifying the language to reduce the berm height.
Yes.
So right now it's proposed as a variable height earthen and landscape berm and fence The berm shall be 6 to 10 foot in height as measured from the elevation of the abutting street and finished grade of the abutting residential lot. So that's one sentence. If that's something that you as a commission would like to talk through and massage that, then you can do so. Then, if you can look at the other language in there, that's your prerogative.
If we reduce the berm height from, change it from 6 to 10 to
4 to 6.
4 to 6.
4 to 6.
I was going to say 4 to 8, but 4 to 6 makes a little. 4 to 6 would make sense then.
Okay.
Everybody in agreement on that? Take it from the 6 to 10 to 4 to 6.
And Scott, are you?
I'm okay with that.
So Scott, are you saying that based off of the property, after this 4 to 6, there may be a need for additional height for privacy purposes, or we can just say 4 to 6 feet?
If it's 4 to 6 and it gets approved with 4 to 6, 6 foot high is what a developer installs, and you see the back of the house just like you do in this picture, that's what you see is the back of the house. We can't require it to go any larger. Now, I'm going to preface that by saying if we have a rezoning for a case and there's steep topography and y'all see it beforehand, y'all can say, we're going to require a minimum height of 8 foot berm. So that is where you can put conditions on it on a case by case basis. But if the zoning is right, the developer's not asking for anything special before this board, 4 to 6 foot, if that's what you recommend, and that's what city council adopts, then that's what they do. And yes, ma'am.
So Scott, this property that you're showing us, is this Millermere Road?
Yes, ma'am.
And this burn here is what? Or is there any? There's nothing there.
Zero.
There's zero burn there, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So that if we decided to do 4 to 6 feet, would that come from the outside on the road? I think that you had mentioned that it would come from the outside of the road, so it would be on Millermere versus on the inside.
It would
correct?
be on the inside of that fence, between that fence and the houses in that situation.
Well, that's not even talking about.
And in that situation, you would actually pull the fence a little bit closer to the sidewalk, maybe towards the back of the streetlight poles that you see, and that's where your fence would be, and your berm would start shortly after that.
Well, can't we just?
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
It's looking at this here with no burn, and 4 to 6 feet. I don't think that will even be tall enough.
Take it almost to the back door. Some cases.
Well, can't we just say, since the berm is so expensive, why can't we say from grade on the street, it has to meet a certain height? Is there height? So if the berm is 4 to 6 feet, and from grade you still see a certain amount, you have to supplement that with a fence. I don't know how to.
I'm not sure how to put that in words, and that's almost a case by case, and that's why the language is proposed is easy to understand or easy to design from the elevation of the grade of the street. The berm would be 4 to 6 foot from the grade of that street. It's not easy, is it? That's why you guys get paid the big bucks, right?
Chick-fil-A's done worn off. All right. Want to make a recommendation?
Yes, I'm ready to make a motion, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
According to the information that we have received from the city in regards to case number 11/2024, to request a text amendment of section 8611 design of lots, I'd like to have that motion approved for ordinance 1381. For the berm shall be 6 to 10 feet in height as measured from the elevation of the abutting street and finished grade of the abutting resident lot. Landscape material shall consist of a mix of overstory and flowering trees that are a minimum of 2-inch caliper at the time of planting and space no greater than 30 feet or center. A continuous decorated evergreen hedge that is a minimum of 4 feet in height at the time of planting shall be located between the crest and the base of the berm facing the abutting street.
Does everybody understand her motion?
Mr. Chairman, for clarification,
Please.
Dr. Hatcher, I don't want to put words in your mouth.
That's fine.
Do I understand that your motion is to approve the text amendment as proposed?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Do I hear a second?
Angela Ingram, I second.
All right, we've got a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Got one nay.
Who was the name? I'm sorry.
Me.
Thank you.
All right. Next item. Go ahead.
Are you going to call this one?
Oh, I'm sorry. Item C3, case 12. No, we just did that one. No, we didn't.
This is C3, yes, sir.
C3, case 12, 2024, for the ordinance 1382, a request for a text amendment for section 8730, division of city into districts. Explain that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So in this particular code section, it is the table that identifies the city's various zoning districts and identifies the lot sizes, the density, the lot width, the setbacks, so on and so forth. Currently, in the T&D, the traditional neighborhood design zoning district, the minimum lot size is 6,000 square foot. We are proposing to take that to a 10,000 square foot, which keeps it in line just below the RS20, which is a 20,000 square foot lot. RS14, guess what? That's a 14,000 square foot lot. And then T&D, we're proposing at 10,000 square foot lot. The purpose of that is we currently have a few developments that are 6,000 square foot lots that are not zone T&D. They're in a different zoning district that are currently being built in. And they're having a hard time fitting the minimum house size of 1,800 square feet on a 6,000 square foot lot. They're asking for multiple setback variances, so on and so forth. Given that the variety of house sizes, the footprints of the house, porches, things of that nature, we're seeing that they're overrunning the lot itself. So in order to prevent that from occurring in the future with T&D, as a zoning district that could be potentially developed here soon, is go ahead and change that to a 10,000 square foot lot that gives the builder plenty of opportunity to situate the house, maybe vary the setback of the house based upon the road frontage or based upon the topography. Give that builder an opportunity potentially to incorporate a side entry garage option into a home. So with a little bit larger lot, you get a little bit more wiggle room and you're less tight on getting your house to fit on the lot. So that is why we are proposing to take that from a 6,000 to 10,000 square foot lot.
Ready?
Any questions of me at this time? Okay. Mr. Chairman, we do have one person signed up to speak in opposition to this.
And that would be George Kelchak.
Okay, y'all need to stop looking through it. I got to speak for a few minutes.
Talking to Mike.
Thank you. George Kelchak, your elected official as a supervisor for the Rockdale Soil Water Conservation District, protecting soil and water in Rockdale County. Also the chairperson for the Upper Oak Mulgee Basin Area Council, which includes 6 metro counties, which is under the jurisdiction of the Metropolitan North Georgia Water Planning District and the Atlanta Regional Commission. I come to you tonight with a new plan, a playbook. What we see here in Rockdale County and counties across this great state of Georgia is there is not a playbook. There are a lot of amendments, ordinances, a lot of text information. So the Rockdale Soil Water Conservation District, in unison with the DeKalb County managers and the city and their councils, Village Habitat Design, Farmer D, and Hamley Corn, which is a leader across the world in environmental design. Our question is this, and I'm going to utilize this pattern for the other presentations that I have this evening. The city is looking at, and in all due respect to Scott and all the developers here, I'm also a developer, but I'm a conservationist. Rockdale County has 86,300 acres. We only have 21,193 acres, or 27%, left in forest. So you're looking at a traditional neighborhood design. In your packet here, we look at a village conservation community, a village conservation district, a conservation village, and also a conservation hamlet. I do not believe we need to stick to one district. I think we need to have variables. And that's why I'm bringing this to your attention. This playbook, which is the gold standard now for DeKalb County, has been introduced to the Association of County Governments, to all 159 counties across this state, and also has been reviewed with the Georgia Municipal Association. What we find out as we travel around this state is many planners do not have this environmental training, because the question is it planning and development or planning and sustainability for ourselves and future generations? This playbook includes, is it building subdivisions or is it building communities? That's the question. In this playbook, you will see community building and gathering places, mixed income, affordable housing, which has been a topic of discussion across the United States. This playbook will give you that opportunity. So do we continue to have special use permits, ordinance changes, amendments, and on, or do we take, like the city already has, a timeout and let us bring in the experts and do a comprehensive land use assessment so we know what is going on with every parcel that we currently have, and what do we want to do as a community and citizens for our generation and future generations in Rockdale County. I think this approach right now is fire ready aim and not aim ready fire. That's why DeKalb County, a very diverse county in the state of Georgia, took the opportunity to take a time out and say, let's look at what we really have. This was brought together by citizens, clergy, planners, county leaders, city leaders throughout DeKalb. So, and it addresses intergenerational communities. So many of us are now having to take care of our parents, elderly. So let us not just approve things without doing an in-depth, comprehensive assessment first. Then we can make very good decisions for the next 100 years. It also talks about sustainability, health, resiliency, neighborhood agribusiness-based education. We get more calls into our office every month now about urban gardening and farming than you could imagine. So I'll leave you with, let's take a time out. Let's defer all of this. This will be presented to the City Council next week and also our Board of Education. Because if we don't have sound communities in Rockdale County, we don't have a fighting chance. Good planned communities will bring additional businesses because people would want to live here and not have to live here. I would appreciate the City Council, including the Rockdale Soil Water Conservation District Board, in all future decisions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kelichek. I would like to echo something that Mr. Kelichek said, and I think it bears some observation on the planning department, both the city and the county, and that's to consider a zoning district that's specifically designed for the village design. Make that an option, and it would allow for some of the things that are done in this, like this proposal that DeKalb County is considering, and give us an option to be part of it. So a village design, a conservation, a CD or I'm not going to say a VD, but a something that promotes that within our options for development.
I heard you loud and clear. I'm going to challenge you. Look in the ordinances already. Within the downtown district, there is an opportunity for urban farm development in the downtown district. That was intended to bring and support local farm growth for those within the core of the city. Also, within the MXD zoning district, it allows for the cottage hamlet design. Is it perfect? No. Could it use some tweak? Absolutely.
Okay, that's what I'd like to know more about then.
But yes, sir. There, in the city, there is that options for that. We are currently working on some plans to expand upon a very similar design that Mr. Kelichek showed with the hamlet design, and there's someone in our audience that is working on that as well. So, we are aware of it, and that is an opportunity for development that can be brought to the city. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, I don't want to speak for my counterparts at the county, that the county has some similar language and ordinances they have. It's an untapped resource.
Right. Well, I'm glad to hear that it's being considered, and I look forward to hearing its progress.
Sure.
So does anybody have any questions of Mr. Gaither at this time?
So here I go again with point of clarity. So I really appreciate the information provided by Mr. Kelichek, but I don't understand the relations to where we are, item C3, which is in reference to size requirement in the traditional neighborhood design. So can we go back to C3 or at least tie the two together?
Well, I think Mr. Kelichek was just making us aware of what some options are on down the road. Was not going to directly affect the change in the zoning district T&D. we're here delegated here to make a recommendation for the change in it, in that just to increase it from 6,000 to 10,000, as I understand it.
That's correct.
Okay. And, as we do appreciate the opportunity to review what DeKalb County is doing, I hope that Scott and Christopher both do the same with this information that's been given to us, so we can incorporate it in any future changes. But what we're here to tonight is just to increase from 6,000 to 10,000 square feet on item T and D. Anything else? Okay, well, I will look for a motion. It's a bigger print over here. I will look for a motion tonight for case 1224 of ordinance 1382 is a request for text amendment for section 8-7-30 for the division of city into districts.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve case 12-2024, ordinance 1382 as written.
I have a motion to approve. Do I hear a second?
A second.
Got a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None opposed. Okay, we go to item C4. Case 13-2024, ordinance 1383 is a request for a text amendment for section 8-7-32, RS20 residential single-family district.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, in your packets there, the language in red font is the proposed new language. And I'm going to highlight those, just go over them. Please bear with me. I think it's important that those that are in the public who don't have the packets in front of them get an opportunity to hear what's proposed. This is RS20 is a single-family residential zoning district. That is the 20,000 square foot lot size zoning district. Currently, it does not have any details and specifics on architectural requirements for the single-family homes, and that is what the council looked at and said, we need that. We need to adopt architectural standards for the RS20 and the other zoning districts, that the standards between districts should be compatible with one another. So if someone, John Q. Public, is reading them, they can understand them for one, but also it applies across the city, and there's not a lot of twists and turns that may be confusing for the general public to understand or staff to interpret. So with that said, some of the things that we're currently looking at adding is right now, developments of 6 or more single-family dwellings shall provide at least 6 different front building facades. We're proposing to increase that to 9, and that is to create diversity and individuality throughout a neighborhood, so that no house is repetitive. Of course, you're going to have, if you have 120 lots, you'll have those houses that look similar next to one another, and so on and so forth. But the idea is that there's enough variety between them that you don't have the same house across the street or diagonally adjacent. So one of the comments in that, and I say diagonally adjacent, is that's a very good idea, and I like that idea, and it came from one of your own. Currently, it says no two houses shall be the same facade, front facade, that are across the street from one another or next to one another. So that, we're proposing to add from a minimum of 6 front building facades, and the insides can all be the same, just the outside has to look a little bit different. So we're looking at taking that from 6 to 9. Other ones, each dwelling unit shall provide a minimum of 2 off-street parking and loading spaces to be located side by side and covered within an enclosed residential parking garage, either attached or detached. Developments involving the construction of 25 or more single-family dwellings shall provide no less than 25% of the garages to be side or rear entry. These alternative garage entrance locations shall be incorporated into the project design where practical, including but not limited to residences located on corner lots. It is envisioned that these standards relative to the garage design, along with conventional front entry garages, will provide an aesthetically pleasing streetscape. Then Roof pitch, this is where currently a minimum roof pitch in this district is 4 to 12. The house designs, if they incorporate a roof pitch, they should be a minimum of 4 to 12. But that's if they incorporate a roof pitch. That allows some houses that new construction may have a modern style architecture that may want to do a sloped or flat roof. All roof penetrations, what we're looking to add is all roof penetrations, including vent stacks, shall be placed on the rear slope of the roof, and all such roof penetrations shall be finished to match the color of the roof. That's important because in some of our older houses you ride through and you see that there's a white pipe sticking up to the roof in the front. What is that? Well, that's a plumbing roof vent. As necessary is that your toilets will flush. Well, let's put them on the back side and let's paint them the same to match the roof color. All roofs shall be clad in architectural shingles except those ancillary roofs used to shade decks, patios, and porches may be clad in standing seam metal. That is like the picture I showed you once before with the secondary roofs there over the bay window on the front is a standing seam metal. So that would be a good example of that ancillary roof. Where visible from an adjacent street, alley, or designated open space, roof profile shall vary to include but not limited to 2 of the following. 2 or more visible roof planes, dormers, lookouts, turrets, or cornice elements such as corbels spaced consistently along the facade plane. So this house here, for example, has roof planes of 2 different sizes. You have the gabled front over the garage, and you have a hip roof higher up as your main roof line. Those there as well have your variable pitch and variable height roofs. That purpose of that requirement is, again, so you don't get the Monopoly building look. We've all played Monopoly. We know what those little buildings look like. Pretty simple. And with the exception of openings of doors and windows, the front building facade shall be finished with no less than 40% brick, rock, or stone, with the balance being brick, rock, stone, cementous siding, or wood siding. Calculated independently, the rear and side facade shall be finished with no less than 20% brick, rock, or stone, with the balance of each being rock, stone, cementous, or wood siding. The sides and rear facades shall be the same finished construction quality and same palette of exterior paint color as the front building facade. Any questions about that? Okay.
40-20, where'd we get that?
Where'd we get that?
Yeah.
So we looked at several different houses and some existing older stock houses in the city and that may have a water table. Well, some houses that were built in the 70s, ranch homes particularly, had a low slung roof, a wall height that may be 12, 13 foot high, and a lot of times they have a brick water table up to the bottom of the windows across the entire front or maybe wrapped around the building. It looks very nice. So you got a wall height between your eave and your water table of typically a wood siding, whether vertical board and bat or wood paneling for the time period. Calculating those is about 40% of masonry on that. In discussion, some people wanted more masonry, and that was, again, look back at some of these houses like that right there. That's a lot of masonry. That's a lot of brick. That's a lot of monotony. So the idea was you have a base of 40% on the front of brick or stone or rock, and the balance of it can be another material, so that you have your variety of materials. This here is houses in Eastmore. You see that those are a little bit different architecture. They don't have brick. A lot of them. They have a brick raised elevation, raised slab elevation, make it look like a crawl space, being different home types. Those houses there, you've got your brick water table. They don't go up nearly as high, but the idea is that you have a good base of 40%, and then your other material to finish out the front facade is something that gives you the flexibility in design. And then building materials combined on each building facade horizontally with the heavier material below. That being brick below your siding. You don't want siding below your brick. And then the front building facade shall contain no less than 10% glass on the form of windows, transoms above doors, side lights and door casings, or window panels in garages. Facades facing an abutting street, alley, or designated open space shall also contain 10% glass. And that is to go back to Let me get a good picture. Like that right there, prime example, that side of that house faces the street. You have a blank side. That side, we're proposing to require 10% of that overall elevation from ground to peak to have 10% glass. And then a minimum of 2 facades shall incorporate at least one type of modulation in the facade plane, including but not limited to projections, recesses, and step backs that articulate the wall plane and break up the building mass. That purpose of that is so you don't get that square, that box that you see. And what that looks like are things like this. The picture on your left, that pop out. The picture on the right, you have a smaller pop out over the second story. And then you have some recesses. So that's what that looks like. So at least one pop out on the side elevation. The other pop out can be on the other side, or it can be on the front, or it can be on the rear. And then windows installed within facades finished with brick, rock, or stone shall not be flush mounted. The exterior facade, from the exterior facade, window jambs shall be recessed, contain a seal, apron, casing, and head. Windows installed within facades finished with cementous or wood siding may be flush mounted to the exterior wall plane. However, they shall be finished along the sides, bottom, and header with a minimum 1 inch by 4 inch trim board. For example, that picture on the left, you might be able to see around that window closest to the corner. It's got a 1 by 4 trim board on the sides, top and bottom. It's a flush mount window. There as well, you've got the same trim around flush mount windows. On the brick, you've got recessed windows, and typically in your older homes, you didn't have flush mount. In the older homes that we see in our city, there are a recessed window that gives depth and some aesthetic quality to the house. And again, what we're trying to prevent is that look right there, where you have just a flush mount window sitting on the outside of the siding. Never mind the shutters that are not proportional, but you can see in the top of that gable where there's a flush mount window, you just see the wall and the glass and more wall. And then all utilities shall be underground, and all utility meters shall be mounted to the structure on the side or rear. All residential structures shall have a minimum of 4 foot by 6 foot covered front entry and a minimum of 6 foot by 8 foot back porch, patio, or deck. Entries and decks elevated above the finished grade shall include steps that lead to the ground level, and both landings and steps shall meet the requirements of the International Residential Code. For developments involving the construction of 25 or more single-family dwelling units, no less than 25% of the dwelling units shall contain a covered front porch that is no less than 8 foot in depth and 10 feet in length. Any questions on that? Okay. All mechanical service elements, including not limited to air conditioning units, communications equipment, condensers, things like that, shall be screened from view from the adjacent roads or neighboring property with either a dense evergreen hedge or opaque wall constructed from a brick, indigenous rock, or natural stone finished material as appropriate height and matches the architectural aesthetics of the building. Now, the only time that's not required, the idea is you can't see someone's HVAC unit from the street or your property, is if they have it on the side of their house, the back of their house, and they put a fence up, privacy fence, and obviously a hedge is not required. And then the front, side, and rear yards shall be sodded prior to the issuance of a certificate of occupancy. And the last one here is clearing and grading. This is something that had a lot of discussion in committee, and I think you'll hear some discussion from engineers and developers and builders as well. It states only the areas within the proposed street right-of-way, alley, stormwater infrastructure, and utility placement may be cleared and graded. Individual lots without these features shall remain in their natural vegetative condition until a building permit is issued. Mass clearing and grading for the construction of streets, installation of utilities, and individual lot grades is prohibited. Trees 5 inches in diameter at breast height or greater located on individual lots shall be identified on the structural location and drainage plan, which is something we require before application for a building permit. Except for driveway placement and utility connections, those trees that are located outside of the buildable lot area shall be protected and not damaged or removed as a result of the clearing and grading associated with the permitted construction activity. Violations of this provision are subject to the penalties identified in section 8.10.14, which is the tree ordinance for the city of Conyers. It's a lot of information. Thank you for bearing with me. Do you have any particular questions on those proposed items?
Anybody have questions of Mr. Kennedy?
Nothing for me.
And I'm going to remember this time there was some comments regarding that provided by Mr. Goodsell, and he's one of those who would like to speak as well.
Is he the only card you have?
No, sir. I didn't say he's the first one.
Well, he jumped up like he was. And his card is on top. Gentlemen, be aware of your time, please.
I'll try to be brief. Thank you. Applaud the efforts of the city to make the aesthetics nicer, and a lot of those things that Scott discussed, I think will do just that. Problem with a couple of sections of this, and the first one I'm going to talk about is the masonry requirement. I don't know where this came from, but somehow I think the Brick Council did a really good job. More brick is better. Brick, 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 brick. And a brick house can be beautiful, but we're talking about diversity of design when everything has got to be 40% masonry. Things start to look like, or you're forced into all brick. I've got a slideshow that I'll run while I talk that shows houses that could not be built under these rules, and there's some gorgeous houses that I don't think we want to outlaw. Cape Cods are traditionally all siding houses. These are all less than 40% by a long shot of brick, stone, or stucco. Siding, 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 beautiful homes. I don't think we want to make it so you just can't do that. Some of these houses are going to be from a subdivision that I did. Love that one. Not brick, stone, or stucco. Probably more like 10 or 15% brick, stone, or stucco. I would suggest an alternative. Let's do a water table. Let's come around. I don't like siding all the way to the ground. But if you do a brick band of 18 inches, for instance, and you'll see that in a lot of these, below the porch, the supports, all of that, this is not going to add up to 40%. But it's attractive, and we need to let the consumer decide whether or not they want this house or an all brick house. I don't think it's the city's place to micromanage the architecture. Victorian, a lot of Victorian in Old Town, can't do it. That's one of my subdivisions. That's one of my subdivisions. That's Brush Arbor in McDonough. We did a lot of those things, and you'll see that's from Brush Arbor. So is that all brick down below, well below the 40%, but these are very attractive houses. It's cement siding, fine with that. Cement siding is safe, effective, and attractive. Use that in conjunction with bricks and not force 40% on the frontage. Oh, here's President's homes that wouldn't pass. None of these would pass muster under the proposed ordinance. So what I'm trying to say is there's some awfully nice looking houses that are also well built and with cement siding built to last, that we ought to allow that to be. One other thing, mass grading, it's much less expensive to move dirt before streets are in, because we're moving with tractors back and forth from one side of the street to the other without having to go over pavement, without having to load it in little dump trucks. We're moving with larger equipment. It's going to add to cost, and it's to not be able to do that ever, even if it's a whole lot of dirt on this side and not near enough dirt on that side. You know, typically we'd want to balance that out, and the time to do that is when we're grading the streets. Otherwise, you're going to tear up your streets, and you're going to spend probably 3 or 4 times more money doing that as mass grading. I understand people don't like to open up things all at once, and we got erosion issues, we got challenges, but we need some flexibility. It's one more thing that is going to add cost and add cost and add cost, and we're working on creating the perfect house that nobody can afford. So please consider that as you think about folks that are having a hard time affording a house. And I tell you what, we can't, no middle-class person can afford what we're building for new houses anymore. The best we can do is create new house stock for the upper end to move into and liberate some older houses down below. But that won't happen if we keep making it so expensive and the city becomes so prescriptive on how everybody's got to build a house and don't leave the consumers to be able to choose. Thank you.
I hate mass grading. CC? What's that last name, CC? Carr, okay.
Hello, everyone. I will not be long. When I first purchased 25 years ago in Rockdale County, Conyers, it was beautiful. We didn't have all this traffic. We didn't have reoccurring environmental problems. And it was nice. And the leadership back then would not allow for all this overdevelopment. And I thank God for him. But right now, we're overbuilt. Sewage coming from everywhere. Some homeowners don't have water services. And we're on the city. We're in the city. We use Rockdale Water Resources as the only authorized water authority. So why are there anyone without water services and the water bill is paid? Who illegally turned off the water? Unauthorized water termination for the last 18 months. My neighbor had to go to the hospital because she ended up getting sick, urinary, because she could not use water. And so I'm speaking today because the public probably don't know nothing about this. I have been over to the city council meetings and spoke up, and I was approached by someone who's in the room telling me it was offensive. When you withhold water essentials, that is abuse. And I'm not for abusing anyone. Conyers and Rockdale County never used to be that way. So I am requesting that all this development be ceased. There be no more building until we get our infrastructure in place to where it can handle all of this, because right now people don't have water, and when it rains, the Georgia Power goes out. So I just want to say that. Thank you for being here, and I did less than 3 minutes or what have you, and next time, let's have a 3-minute limit. Not everybody talking for 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carr. Art Walton. Mark still with us? He's gone?
No, he doesn't want to speak.
He didn't want to speak, okay. Anything in favor of? Mr. Gaither, favor of cards? No. All right. Any further questions for Mr. Gaither? On C4? Alrighty, I'll be looking for a motion then, since there's no discussion.
I do have a comment.
Okay.
I tend to agree with the last builder that spoke, that when the city starts issuing the architectural standards for building, Is it safe to say that any builder should come to the city office first and bring their plans to the city to decide whether or not they are able to build? Because, I mean, there are a lot of restrictions here in regards to building a home in the city of Conyers.
So that is why the ordinances are written, so that the idea is that the common person can read and comprehend what it requires and what it prohibits. We welcome anyone who's looking at doing a project, whether it's a developer, a builder, or just a homeowner who says, hey, I want to add on to my house. Yes, ma'am, we welcome them to come and speak with us and get guidance. We don't tell them, that they have to use a certain design professional or a certain contractor, but we guide them through the ordinance just like we do through a pre-application meeting when someone wants to apply for a special use permit or a zoning change. We do meet with builders and developers at pre-application meetings quite frequently and go over our standards and the requirements to submit an application and go through review and get permitted. And then we also talk about the inspection process and what's required for that.
And I do understand what the city is wanting to do is to make sure that we build beautiful homes.
And the homes that Mr. Gitzel showed are very beautiful. Yes, ma'am, I agree with that.
They are. So that's the only comment that I have, that it seems like that the ordinance for the city is so restricted that it would be hard for an architectural person to actually come in and want to build something a little bit different.
Sure.
I have a thought in that regard. You mentioned the fact that you drive down the street and you see box, everything looks alike. And then you go to your item E that refers to 40% brick and 20% brick, or, changing it in 40-20. Why not come up with a ratio? Say the guy's going to come in and build a 20-house subdivision. Come up with a ratio that says, all right, this percentage of this subdivision must be the 40-20, but the balance of it could be all siding, presidential, bring politics into it. I didn't like that. But the fact that, give some options to the 40-20 rule.
Sure.
That would make sense to me, where you get a subdivision, and one old subdivision in the city of Decatur comes to mind, and that's Great Lakes. Great Lakes is predominantly brick, but there are houses within that subdivision that are all siding or whatever they were using at the time, clapperboard, etc. But I think that coming up with a percentage would be helpful.
Okay.
Is there a way to work that into item E, to where, say a subdivision of 20 or more homes, half of the home can follow the 40-20 rule and the other half don't have to? How do we do that?
Like we did with item C2, if that is the language you want to massage, absolutely. That is what we'll take to the city council for their consideration. Again, I do agree that the houses that were shown were very beautiful.
They were.
And
it's diverse.
It is. And, just like the homes in Eastmore are very beautiful, and they won't meet the 40% brick either. But I challenge point out the fact that the homes that Mr. Gilsel showed and the homes that are being built in Eastmore are not the homes that are the production tract built homes that we're seeing built in Conyers and Rockdale County by the builders that are in our community currently.
They're building them too large.
And I don't disagree with you.
Yeah. Well, does anybody else agree that taking a subdivision and coming up with a ratio to do something like that would make sense? We could massage that into item E.
I think that'd be fair to have a certain percentage, but I think I agree with Scott in terms of the craftsman style homes and things like that. That's not what's being built. So that's by not having some type of guidelines on those particular ratios, then you end up getting 100% vinyl siding, 100% of one particular material. But now the masonry, does that include stucco or CMU, anything like that?
No, ma'am. As stated, it would be brick, stone, rock, or cementous board siding. Stucco if that's something that you guys wanted to put in, that's something we can put in.
Okay.
Mr. Flanagan, when he and I had some conversations about the architectural requirements, even as last year, this was something that we talked about. He was not a fan of stucco because he'd been around a while and had seen the evolution of stucco when it was really popular in the mid 90s and early 90s, where it was not necessarily applied correctly, or you bumped into it with the vehicle and it busted and shattered, or weed eater or lawnmower, very similar to vinyl siding, and that's one of the reasons vinyl has kind of lost its popularity in a lot of places, is easily damaged, more difficult to repair or replace.
Hardy plank is taking over there.
Right, and cementous board siding is a very popular, very affordable, very common product, and it's very versatile. But if stucco is something that you guys want to consider and allow as maybe an accent or a percentage, then absolutely we can make that recommendation.
I'm with Marvin on the stucco thing. I've never been a fan of it.
But something else to consider is, as Mr. Goodsell said, and I had a very good conversation with the team from Eastmore earlier this week about a brick water table. And the water table goes up from the ground up to the bottom of the windows, and that's an appropriate scale and size. And that's the hard part. And Dr. Hatcher's right, trying to put a one-size-fits-all approach onto hundreds of thousands of house styles and architectural designs is very difficult. It's easy for us to point out, hey, we like this, we like that. We don't like this, we don't like that. We want more of this, we want less of that.
Okay.
And that's what we're trying to do in the body of an ordinance. And I hear you, it sounds like it's pretty restrictive on that variety and restrictive on giving that option and opportunity. So, I'm saying with this, yes, let's come with an open idea. If you've got thoughts and ideas, let's put them down and have council consider those next week.
I just have a comment. I don't have any recommendations on changing the verbiage, but I will say I think it is very unfortunate that the city of Conyers have had to get this restricted. But if we ride around in our community, we know why. I mean, these houses look good when they're new, but 5 years from now they look like trash, and that's just really the bottom line. They don't look good. They don't hold their value. So if you ride to these very affluent areas, these are the restrictions they have in place. And this is why their homes hold their value. And I think that we in Rockdale just have to go where we have to go to get what we need.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
But I would like to add that somehow percentage of on item G that says any development 50% should be 40-20, and the balance can be the cement board or hardy plank or whatever.
Can we do
That's
70?
on item G?
Yeah, on
Mr.
item
Chair?
G. I think that's what I'm looking at. Red
Item
does
G
not
talks
read
about
well.
doors and windows.
Oh, I was not aware of that.
Yeah.
I'll work to change that for you.
It's all right.
Moving forward.
So what's the change?
Yeah, what
To
is the
instead
change?
of
from-
going from 40% brick, they're making 40-20. That 40-20 is fine. It's just if that's that's the brick portion, then change to where if somebody wants to do no brick, come into some of those designs that Mr. Goodsell was describing there, that had no brick to them.
Well, can that be like the percent, like maybe, I was thinking maybe 70% of
Keep
this
this at
ordinance?
70 and 30 for the
30,
other.
yeah.
Okay,
So-
I'm good
right,
with that.
right.
You can always change that on down the road.
So-
But just say the 30% would not have, 30% of the homes would not have to adhere to the 40-20 percentages.
And then if you make that change, those floor plans that we saw earlier, I mean, are we expecting that that's what we'd see? Or the same old houses that are going on now?
Well, with this change to this ordinance,
I guess my point
changes the
is,
future building.
right, but I guess my point is, I haven't seen any of those houses in Rockdale. So if we change it, and I'm okay with changing it, but then are we going to dictate that we have some of those very beautiful designs that we just saw?
I think that would, that would come with it. When you do away with the brick, you've got an option to do something different.
You have an option, but that doesn't guarantee you're not going to get more of the same.
I think what you'll get is what is on the screen.
Exactly.
currently.
Yeah, I think that's what
That's
you'll
showing
see.
now?
Yes, ma'am.
So how do you think, what should we do then? If, I know that we can't necessarily design on a sheet of paper, so how do we stop that type of development in Rockdale County? What is your opinion?
If I had the answer to that, I wouldn't be standing here. I'm sorry to say.
Well, why are we having that? What about that?
So,
why is that? Is it the cost?
It's pure economics.
Right.
Pure economics. So, in a nutshell, construction is value engineered down to the dollar of what it costs to build that house, and that's everything from the lot cost to the final coat of paint that goes on the walls inside. For a production developer or builder, they know that cost. I want to say the semi-custom, like maybe what Mr. Goodsoul showed. Mr. Goodsoul develops lots, and he has a group of clientele that buy from him that are typically your regional builder or your local builder. They're not so much a production builder. They don't have the overhead of a production builder. So they can have the leeway to do some of those nicer design and constructed homes. On a production build, and that's what Conyers is getting, and Rockdale County as a whole are getting a lot of interest because of pressure coming out of Atlanta. Our land prices are lower than what they are to our west. So it's the sprawl effect that we saw in early 2000s that stopped with the Great Recession and started ramping back up around 2015, 2017. So those production builders are here in our community, and they're moving further east as land is more readily available at a lower price per acre. So it all boils down into economics. What is cost effective? What has the highest rate of return for that builder? And they may have a stakeholder board. They may have investors that they have to turn an investment into. So that's where you get your plain style construction.
It ultimately gets down to what the buyer will buy too.
That's correct.
And if the buyer is given options, then maybe those options will allow for a quicker purchase.
That's correct. I mean, we're consumers, right? So if this house costs us $300,000, we're in the market for a house, and this is an area, and a house that we saw that Mr. Gitzel showed was $700,000. Well, I know I can afford $300,000 way faster than I can afford $700,000. So that's what brings the buyers to these homes, and realistically, $300,000 to $400,000 in our current market is the starter home price. You know, used to it was the $150,000 to $200,000, and now it's doubled that, 120% more. So I think realistically we're going to continue to get the style of home that's on the screen until, as Ms. Ingram said, there is a hard and fast, here's what you got to provide. That's unfortunate, because I do like that variety. I do like having the interest. I do like having the opportunity for that regional builder to come in and say, I do a product like what Mr. Gitzel showed, and that's what I want to bring on this piece of property. There's value to that, but unfortunately, the intent to get us to where, like Ms. Ingram was talking about, we're not going to get there if we keep allowing the same repetitive development, the same sprawl development, the same type of construction.
That's my point. 40,
I
20, 40,
understand.
20, 40. You know, right on down the road.
Well, but the
Let's go
40, but the 40, 20, 40,
0,
20.
40,
Yeah.
20, 0. You got some variety.
Yeah.
Give that consumer some options.
Sure.
And the builder should be able to do that house without the brick and give it some appeal, just like that would allow for that diversity. That's my point.
Yep.
And I don't think it's improper to ask
Sure.
of that. So, anyway.
But maybe that's a question to ask when you guys have preliminary plats in front of you. Is ask that builder, what variety are you bringing to our community?
Yeah.
Are you bringing monopoly box houses, or are you bringing something that's more attractive and beautiful?
I hate driving down Miller Chapel Road right now.
Yeah, but I think that's the issue. Sometimes I think that, and I thank you for us, trying to develop more stringent measures. But I think that's the issue. I think maybe builders think that it's just easier to come to Rockdale County and do it.
Yeah.
And I think that we're going to end up, if we don't develop something, we're going to have a whole bunch of starter homes, and that's what Rockdale County is going to be known as.
I agree with what you're saying because that's what they've seen.
Mm-hmm.
So they say, oh, well, we need to come here and build what we're seeing because we can save some money or make some money.
Yeah.
Basically.
Yeah,
So, Mr. Chair, I
Yes.
do understand the ordinance that Scott is presenting. In other words, he's trying to put a cap on production building.
Yeah.
Right.
So that's what I do understand.
Yeah.
So I'm clear with that.
You follow me on what I want to see in item G?
Mm-hmm.
We go with 30% no brick requirement to make that diversity.
I still feel that since I do understand the production building, that item G should stand there the way it is.
Okay.
I agree.
Well, there's a friend of mine who wrote a song about all this. We'll just see more clondos instead of condos. All right. Any further questions, Mr. Gaither?
No, I don't have any more.
And I do agree that, I understand the flexibility, but there's another county that 30 years ago made every building have to have a masonry front. And to this day, it's one of the most costly neighborhoods to this day. So I don't think there's anything wrong with what we're doing.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, I'm looking for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion that for item C4, case 13, 2024, ordinance 1383, that we approve the request for a text amendment to section 8-7-32, RS20 residential single-family district to establish architectural standards for single-family detached houses in order to create sustainability, diversity, and individuality throughout the city.
Well, we've got our motion. Do I hear a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Nay. I said nay. Anybody wanted to know? I wanted that 30% in there for diversity, but we didn't get it.
So just for the planning commission's sake, so
approval.
When we prepare these items to go to the city council, we've got a summary sheet we provide. Many of our city council members are watching or listening tonight. They're hearing your comments, but that summary sheet reflects those comments as well. And at our presentation to the council, we talk about the discussion the board has, the commission has. So the city council is aware of the items that you guys review and the discussions that you guys have, just to let you know that.
So my 30% recommendation would be at least listed.
I can fit that in there, yes, sir.
When's the meeting?
The 18th.
18th. Okay, see you then. Item C5, case 14, 2024 for ordinance 1384, a request for a text amendment for section 8-7-33, RS14 residential single family district.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to make this easy on you. The language that you heard in RS20 is the same language we're proposing in RS14 because, again, the direction was let's make it easy and simple across the districts as we can. So with that said, there are 2 speakers who did sign up. I'm going to hand you those cards now.
Okay. Mr. Mallory?
Good evening again. I want to make 2 points on the RS14. One is the item that we just heard, RS20. I think there's an alternative to doing 40% stone or brick on the fronts of every single home. And that would be, an alternative would be to do a raised slab rather than a slab on grade, which is what most production builders, actually, I don't know a production builder who doesn't do a slab on grade, okay? But what Mr. Goodsell showed and what we're doing at Eastmore, which I think everybody here, I'll be so bold as to say, likes what they see. And they want to see more of it in Rockdale County and more specifically in the city. So I would recommend that we look at an alternative, so it's additional language, to give a builder the option to do a raised slab, and on that raised slab, a minimum 18 inches for a water table that would be the brick or the stone, that would give you that aesthetic appeal from the streetscape. That's important. The other item that I'd like to discuss is mass grading. Mass grading is like a 4-letter word because it sounds like moonscaping, okay? Which is really, and I'm a developer. I've been a developer for 4 decades. And it can be done extremely well. Most of the subdivisions that you may like and really look at one point were mass grading. But there's alternatives. What you see 20 years later is the 2-inch or 3-inch trees that were planted by the builder and or developer have matured into 15 and 20 and 25-inch trees, which are absolutely jaw-dropping gorgeous. And they add a lot of street appeal and aesthetic. They reduce the heat island effect, and they promote people coming out of their homes and actually gathering and being a community like we used to have in this country. So when you mass grade when you develop a property, and I'm going to use R14 and denser, more dense, if denser is not a word, pretty much by the time you grade for your streets and you put your storm and sanitary in and your water lines, your curb and gutter, your roadways, your rights of way are graded, you tie into your cut and fill slopes for your roadways, and the utilities go in. That's not just storm, sanitary, and water, but that's data, electric, and gas. There isn't a whole lot of property that's left, to be honest with you. Add to that, we may agree to disagree on that, but when you add to that each individual lot, and this is the reason that it's being developed, to build a subdivision that Mr. and Mrs. Smith and their children can enjoy, because it's the American dream. By the time you take and you grade for the foundation of each of those homes, and you turn around and you tie in the slopes to the left and the right and the front and the back so that you've got positive drainage, and you promote a flatter area, let's say, for children to play ball in their yards, there's little area left that hasn't been touched. And those areas that haven't been touched, because from a third of a lot and denser, the trees that you have been forced to save because of this language here, after the homes are built, those trees they've grown up for 15 or 20 or more years, and they've been shaded in a forest by other trees around them. And there are things like wind throw, where we've seen trees that have done this. That's wind throw, because they've been protected by their neighboring trees. Trees also don't like exposure if they were seedlings and they've grown up and they were protected by other trees around them. So my point very simply is, let's be more thoughtful, if you will, and provide pocket parks that are, and I'm going to use the word robustly landscaped, where you don't put in a 2-inch whip. Maybe you do a 3-inch or a 4-inch tree, okay? And we do street trees in the verge, which is a lot of people call them landscape strips, the beauty strips between the back of the sidewalk and the back of curb. I would recommend that you go to some of these subdivisions, if you haven't already, and take a look at, let's say, Eastmore, okay, since it's near and dear to my heart. And see if you like what you see, because our trees have matured over the last 5 years, and we've got some 5 and 6 caliper trees that are absolutely stunning, that are right on the back of curb, and they really add a lot of street appeal, along with the aesthetics associated with the first point I made when you raise the homes and you don't do slab on grade. So anyway, thank you so much. Anybody have any questions for me?
So you're a proponent of mass grading, going in. So in layman's term, when I hear mass grading, that's you going in, you just cut down most of the vegetation, trees. Is that what you're a proponent of, or, and I don't, just explain it just a little bit more detail for me.
Yeah, well, I am a proponent. I think it's because if you have to come in and you clear for everything I just said, your initial development, and you leave trees on the lots, we all know the trees are going to go away where the house is. You can't have your cake and eat it too, to be honest with you. You're not going to leave a pocket of trees where you're one day going to have a living room. You got to take the trees down. So take the trees down with your initial development, but be thoughtful about common areas, pocket parks, where you're going to protect those trees, and it's going to make a lot more sense than having a tree between your house and my house that one day, more than likely, is probably going to die, to be honest with you, and then it's going to cost a lot of money to remove that tree by that individual homeowner. So it's, in my opinion, it's more thoughtful economic development right up front. And that's from, Ms. Ingram, it's from 1/3 of an acre and denser. Half acre and above, I believe you can do what the city is proposing, to be honest with you.
So the trees that are located outside of the buildable lots, why would you take them down?
Well, you don't have a lot of distance. By the time you build your home, from stem to stern, left to right, okay? And you put a swale between your home and my home, and then you come in and build your home and do the same thing. There's not a lot of there's little or no room between those two homes that hasn't been touched, to be honest with you. And I just don't see that it has a lot of value to save a little clump of trees, unless it is really a super, I mean, just a topo works with you. It's maybe in the back left corner and in back right corner of your lot, etc., where you're not going to be, where a storm sewer didn't go through, or a sanitary sewer didn't go through, something along those lines. Or you don't need to cut a swale in because nobody wants a pool in their backyard from when it rains, things like that. So I'm hoping that answered your question.
It did.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
David?
Thanks.
A minute and a half left.
Yep. Again, just to reiterate, and thank you again for this evening. I don't mean to be redundant. To add on to what we were just saying about the tree inventory, I like being thoughtful about design. I like being thoughtful about placemaking. Okay, your average production builder doesn't care. Okay, Eastmore is unique. We are already a landowner. Okay, we're not just pure opportunist developer. We're a landowner first, and so we're committed to quality. We've demonstrated multiple times. And so one of the things that we were able to do with Eastmore was do a tree inventory. Like, my land planner was also an arborist, and so he went out and did a tree survey. I said, let's look for some opportunity to save some trees. You might have some specimen trees that are like, let's try to design around that. Is the average production builder going to do that? No. Did we? Yes. And so I think there can be opportunities to save trees and do a tree inventory. It's just, it takes more effort, it takes more thought, and it's just, there's the economics of bringing that to bear, like, is this a consideration that we can bring to the table? And so the other thing is, I want to make, again, the case, I know it's the same thing with RS20 and RS14. I think we can add very simple language to give builders an option to choose a raised slab foundation with the minimum 18-inch reveal in the front elevation, which is covered in a brick or stone material to create a true water table and the visual effect of a crawl space. Thank you.
Thank you.
One word for Eastmore. More wraparound porches. You've got some now. All right. Discussion.
Well, I mean, I think regarding the mass grading, the requirement of, on number 7, the requirement of limited clearing and grading doesn't mean preventing the necessary grading. I think that limited clearing and grading is fair, and it may require, them to work around those trees that have been there for a long time, those older trees. They may have to just change the natural landscape. It may not be straight streets here and there. I think it would attribute to maybe the architectural landscape of the community. So I'm in favor of keeping things as is.
Thank you. Pretty easy to dodge a big tree.
Mm-hmm.
Any other comments?
No.
Questions of Scott? Scott, you got anything else to add? Okay, we'll look for a motion here on item C5, case 14, 2024, ordinance 1384. Do I hear a motion?
Sure. I'd like to make a motion, case number 14, 2024, to approve the ordinance 1384 for a Crestwood, Texas amendment to section 8733, RS14 residential single family district.
For approval, do I hear a second?
A second.
Got a motion to approve and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Very none. Item C6, case 15, 2024 for ordinance 1385, with a request for a text amendment for section 8734 for traditional neighborhood district design, or design district.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to make this an easy as well. Earlier, you guys heard a request to amend the division of the city and increase the lot size in the T&D district to 10,000 from 6,000. That's in this text amendment, and the items that you guys just heard for RS14 and RS20, the architectural requirements for those single-family detached, that's in here as well. The little unique thing about the T&D district is it allows some very light, very minor, small commercial in that district. And the one item that we're proposing to add is in the last page, on the back page of it, item I, under the commercial and convenience retail uses. It talks about dumpsters shall be prohibited from the front or side yards. The language we propose to add is to say, and be located within an enclosed structure, or located within an enclosure in accordance with section 8-7-94. So the architectural requirements that you have heard in the last two cases are reflected in this as well. And the clearing and grading limitations, the same within T&D, so on and so forth.
Okay, we have one card turned in for opposition. Ms. Carr? Has she left the building? Okay. Alrighty. Any comments or discussion for Mr. Gaither?
Nope, not for me.
Okay. I'll look for a motion for item C6, case 15, 2024, ordinance 1385, request for text amendment for section 8734 for the traditional neighborhood design district.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve case 15, 2024, ordinance 1385, a request for a text amendment to section 8734 T&D Traditional Neighborhood Design District as written.
I have a motion to approve. Do I hear a second?
Phyllis Hatcher, second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none. All right, item C7, case 16, 2024 for ordinance 1386. Mr. Gaither.
All right. So this is dealing with the section 8-7-35 Townhouse Residential District. Very minor changes in here. What we're looking at proposing is under architectural standards on the back side of your first page, subsection G, is to establish a requirement for diversity within the architectural fronts of the units in the TH district. This quote quoted to state that to create diversity and individuality throughout a neighborhood, it is critical that a variety of styles and color packages be provided for homes in proximity to one another. Developments involving the construction of 6 or more townhome dwellings shall provide at least 9 different front building facades, and in no instance shall the same 2 front facades be used immediately adjacent to or directly across the street from one another. In either situation, front facades shall be substantially differentiated with regard to architectural style, exterior materials, colors, and architectural elements. Mirrored or reversed front facades shall not be considered adequate to fulfill this requirement. So that is one item that we're proposing. If you turn on the back of the page 4, landscape requirements, it states ground cover for said front yards. We're proposing to take that out and say ground cover for all yards shall consist of sod or natural landscaping, so on and so forth. And then adding language to the parking, say, number 5, this is subsection K, add item 5 to state that at no such time shall any vehicle be parked in a manner which impedes a sidewalk or designated trail. And then add at the end of refuse collection that refuse collection services will not be provided on private alleys. That is the proposal. I know we have one individual who has signed up. I did get a message from another individual who would like to speak on this. He is in, or was, he may be gone now, but he was in the other auditorium because of capacity limitations here.
Do you know his name?
Carl Swinson.
Mr. Swinson, are you still in the overflow room? He's over here.
He made it. He
snuck
made it.
in on you.
He did. So that is the proposal that we're having at this time. And just for clarification on the differentiation of the building facades, I'm going to show you a project that's currently it's currently under construction. It's right here on Pine Long Road. It's 8 units per building. We consider that one building. So this developer would not be required to do 9 different facades on a building. That's just one building is what it's considered because it's all under one roof, sprinkled individual units under one roof. So that's one building with just individual units within it.
So like an apartment.
But townhome, yes, sir.
Okay.
Any questions of me on this? Because this is we feel is a pretty benign change to TH.
Do we have anybody?
No one to speak in favor, but I believe you have a card for Miss Carr.
Oh, that's right.
And Mr. Swinson.
You picked up Miss Carr's card because she has left.
Oh yeah.
Mr. Swinson then to speak in opposition.
Thank you for hearing from me. I'm with McKinley Homes. We currently have the project underway on Pine Log.
Was that your project?
Yes.
Okay.
And talking with Mr. Gather, doesn't look like the changes in the proposed amendments are going to affect that existing project that's going forward. I just would like to iterate what the other developers and builders have said, that with added diversity, the more diversity we add to the structure obviously adds cost, which adds increased sales price to the buyers, which starts putting houses out of reach of people that desperately need houses. It's easy to come in and build a lot of really expensive homes for individuals, but you know, we try to get price points down to a point where we can accommodate those individuals that, you know, desperately need houses and want to get out of apartment complexes. So the more restrictions you put into the amendments, the more expensive it becomes for those individuals. So there's definitely a balance on how much you want to change going into the actual houses. So we just ask that you consider that when you review these changes. But as it stands right now, the project that we currently have, I think we're fine with where we stand right now after meeting with the city.
Okay.
So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further questions for Mr. Gaither?
I actually want to add something.
Yes,
if you
ma'am.
don't- regard to, is that K5?
Yes, ma'am.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What are your positions?
Go ahead.
What do you
It
want
reads,
to add?
at no such time shall any vehicle be parked in a manner which impedes a sidewalk or designated trail or neighboring drive. I know that townhomes, sometimes they're kind of tight and limited in space, and they can block the neighboring drive.
Makes sense.
Happy to put that on there. That's part of the.
Anything else?
I guess palm trees are out, but you know, it's no circus.
They're not in our region.
Tell that to the guy over there on Spring Street.
So there's nothing in here that relates to parking on both sides of the street.
Matter of fact, in the TH zoning district, sir, there's a requirement that a percentage of all-street parking be provided in designated parking areas.
Okay. All right, looking for a motion for case 16-2024 for ordinance 1386, request for a text amendment to section 8735, Townhome Residential District. Do I hear a motion to approve?
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to approve case 116-2024, ordinance 1386.
Do I hear a second?
I want to add with
Well,
the,
yeah, you want
And
to add the neighboring driveway on item K at the end.
add neighboring driveway to, I'm sorry, which one?
K5.
Item 5.
Item 5,
Well, on section K.
section K, item 5.
Do I hear a second?
I'm second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Alrighty. Item C8.
All right, so I know you guys are getting tired of hearing me talk, and I know the audience is getting tired of hearing me talk and seeing the back of my head. So
Your voice is
I
getting
think
deeper.
Christopher's getting excited. So.
yeah, this is a text amendment to the MXD zoning district, and it's not going to be as easy as what we've gone over before, because we've heard before. There's several items in here that we're proposing to make changes to.
Can you make the print smaller next time?
Just for you, yes, sir. I can. All right. So what is that? No red font and larger print. Got it. So
I don't need you don't need to print one this size.
on page 2, this one I did add page numbers to it because it is a bigger document. Page 2, specific to arterial streets, we're looking at subsection 2, item D. A sidewalk landscape strip that is no less than 4 feet in width shall be located between the vehicle or / bicycle travel lane and the sidewalk. Sod shall be placed within the landscape strip. This is that beauty strip that you heard someone speak about earlier between the back of the curb and the sidewalk. In this zoning district against arterial streets, it's a 4-foot wide beauty strip that to be sodded. Within 3 feet from the back of the sidewalk, So you have your curb, follow me here, your curb, your 4-foot beauty strip, your 5-foot sidewalk. Within 3 feet from the back of the sidewalk is your frontage strip. And within that frontage strip is the placement of your street trees and your street lights. And again, that's on streets that are collectors. And then go on to page 3, specific to collector streets. The same language we're proposing to add there. The 4-foot beauty strip, your 5-foot sidewalk that's existing, and then from the back of that, you've got your trees and your street lights. And then for local streets, on page 3, item number 4, we're proposing a 2-foot beauty strip. So this is within your neighborhoods, like Eastmore. You have your street, your curb, you got a 2-foot beauty strip, your sidewalk, and your street trees, and your light poles in that order. Turn it over to page 4. Refuse collection will not be provided on alleys. We've learned a lesson, and we're going to make that standard that trash trucks won't drive down alleys because alleys are narrow. They're not built to the same specifications as streets, and the trucks are heavy. They don't want to tear up the alleys, and they don't want to back in and bump into people's personal belongings. So if you have an alley, your trash will be picked up in a designated area within the neighborhood or off the public street. Another big change is within the lot size for single-family detached in MXD. Currently, it is a 4,000 square foot lot. We're proposing to take that to an 8,000 square foot lot. Very similar to the lot size change in T&D is the number of variances that it's requiring to get a house to fit on a lot. The 4,000 square foot lot, sometimes you've got about 6 inches of wiggle on either side of the house to fit it within the buildable lot area. So that's currently in Eastmore is a good example. Those single-family detached homes are on 4,000 square foot lots, and there's been a number of variances having to be given to them in order to fit those. So for the scale of the house to fit the lot, we're proposing to take it to an 8,000 square foot lot. Going to page 6, it talks about multifamily dwellings. Reference the architectural standards within the supplemental use standards. About 3 years ago, this body heard and the city council heard architectural requirements for multifamily dwelling units, apartment homes, apartment buildings, and apartments are allowed in MXD. We want to reference that if you're going to do an apartment in MXD, you have to follow those supplemental standards that are adopted in other districts. And then we skip a few pages before the next red font and get into the architectural requirements for single-family detached. This is on page 16. Very similar to what you previously heard with the architectural requirements. It is basically word for word the same, with the exception that facades facing an abutting street, alley, or designated open space shall contain no less than 15% glass. That was shown to us that can be done on some of the houses being built in MXD, and the committee that looked at this liked the idea of having a lot of visible glass on buildings and those sides of buildings that face those public spaces. Other than that, the architectural requirements remain the same, with that, as we previously heard, with the exception of the design of facades fronting streets or open space shall be further subject to the following requirements. Exterior stairs shall have enclosed risers of brick, rock, or natural stone. Facades shall be articulated at intervals a maximum length of 40 feet to avoid blank, uninteresting walls. Facades shall contain no less than 15% glass. Doors and windows in upper floors shall align with those below. Stoops shall not be enclosed with glass, plastic, or screen wire. And doors and windows that operate as sliders are prohibited. That is the changes that we're proposing for for the single-family detached architectural. And then if you jump back to page 23, we reference the same language regarding mass grading as we did in the previous code sections that you heard. And with that, we talk about parking. So the same as the parking standards we heard previously about the 25% of the garages to be side or rear entry, an alternate of the front entry garage, and then each townhouse, like we did in the townhouse district, that Ms. White added that language to, that each townhouse dwelling should have a minimum of 2 off-street parking and loading spaces located side by side and covered within an enclosed residential parking garage. The required enclosed residential garage may be integrated into the architectural design of the dwelling unit or detached. Detached residential parking garage shall be located in the rear yard. And then again, at no such time shall a vehicle be parked in a manner that impedes a sidewalk or designated trail. And we can certainly add the language to prohibit a vehicle from blocking another driveway, should the planning commission wish to do so. And then a design requirement that our engineer wanted to clarify on page 24 is on-street parking lanes are prohibited, and it current ordinance states within 25 feet of a street intersection. But the city engineer looked at that and said to be consistent with traffic engineering standards, it should state 20 feet from a crosswalk of an intersection and within 30 feet upon the approach of any flashing signal, stop sign, yield sign, or traffic control signal located at the side of the roadway. So that is, in a nutshell, are all the proposed changes to the MXD district. Something to keep in mind, MXD is that zoning district is the largest land area zoning district adopted within the city. It impacts properties north and south of I-20, and it's a broad district. It allows the most variety of types of uses, from anywhere from commercial to office to multifamily to single-family detached to single-family attached. It is the highest density zoning district as far as the number of units residentially that could be established, as well as the number of square feet of non-residential uses. So it is, as mentioned previously, it does also allow for cottage-style developments, cottage-style homes, and that's already built in the ordinance. So it is a big and intense zoning district that impacts a lot of property within the city.
Any questions, Mr. Gaither, at this time?
And on the screen is the comments I previously received from Mr. Mallory that you guys got copies of, and it's a multi-slide comments. And Mr. Chairman, if there's no questions, there are some
here.
comments. Yep.
Is Ms. Carr still left the building? Okay. David? Oh, you got ahead of Mr. Mallory this time.
Somehow. I don't know how that- Thank you once again. My name is David Roper. I've been working with 4A International and the ownership group based out of UAE bought upwards, I don't know if the slide's going to come up, but this transaction goes back to 1982. They bought upwards of 700 acres of land that was originally zoned for a regional shopping mall. And this is exit 80, West Avenue, Klondike. It's got frontage on Irish Drive, Johnson Road, and Flat Shoals Road. In hindsight, being 2020, going back to 1982, the regional shopping mall was never going to be in Rockdale County. It was always going to be the last exit in Cab County, which is Turner Hill Road, which became Stonecrest Mall. That's where the regional shopping mall went. So this owner is holding the bag on 700 acres of land. What are you going to do with it? Move forward a decade. They started looking at different uses in the 90s. And so the first thing they decided to do was there should be a PowerPoint on there if the thumb drive comes up. But the Village of Almond Creek Apartments was the first thing that opened in 2002. And that's over there at Parker and Flash Holes. And then the second thing that opened next to that was the Corner Market, which is a multi-use office retail setting right next to Village of Almond Creek. And that's the corner of Parker and the Flash Holes. And so I started in 2007 and really 2008 when Corner Market opened. And then in 2010, this initiative to figure out, there's an opportunity for a mixed-use master plan community, to do something special in the city. Thank you, appreciate it. Anyway, you know where we are along the East I-20 corridor, and then here's a version of the land holding at exit 80. Again, we've got this frontage on I-20 and then Johnson Road. And so phase one has started on Johnson Road. And so if we can go to the next slide, please. Again, this is the gross holding. Again, most of it was entitled for the regional shopping mall. It never was going to happen, so now what? And so in 2012, we launched a campaign that was New Choices for Conyers. And so the idea has been to bring forth a new kind of planning and design that is intended to meet a section of the market who want smaller lots, nice homes, well-built, in a walkable, compact, human scale setting. And so if the marketers will say that 35% of people want a walkable neighborhood setting, and only about 5% of the builders are actually delivering into that product segment. And so we believe there's a market who wants the more compact, walkable, thoughtful design of an implementation. And so if we can go to the next slide, please. This is, again, the New Choice for Conyers. We rezoned in 2013. It's phased development over time. We're already entitled for 726 single-family detached homes, 290 townhomes, 435 multifamily units, and the retail is tweaked a little bit, but that would be on the land area next to Irish Drive. This is an entrance to a broader conversation that I hope we can have in the future. I'm just kind of quickly jogging through these things. Please go to the next slide. This is the phase one that's on the ground today. It's about a 50-acre area that we've improved. We didn't clear all the trees, but we had to do a lot of grading because we had to make it work. And so we broke ground in 2017. The model homes opened in 2020. To date, we have sold 25 detached homes with 54 townhomes, all owner-occupied, fee simple. And then we recently, this year, platted an additional 18 detached home lots, another 35 townhome lots, all within this same 50-acre area. Next slide, please. And so this is what you see on the ground today. I mean, actually, this was taken in April, but again, you can see the townhomes that have been built in the foreground here, in the background, the detached homes. To the left are the land areas that are the new lots. It's the site that we've brought forth. Incidentally, this is Johnson Road on the right. This is where we created our berm. We have a 3 to 4 foot undulating berm, and I call it a reforesting plan. It's pretty heavily planted along there, but it creates a very nice setting. There's a sidewalk on Johnson Road. I think it's, again, highly walkable. People who live there are walking. To me, it's the single biggest amenity is that they can walk out their front door, get some exercise, get some fresh air, enjoy the outdoors. That's the single biggest amenity for Eastmore, and people are doing it. It's a delight to see people out for a walk. They use it. Next slide, please. And so this is another view. Again, we're actually facing northeast. I-20 is just beyond the tree line there, and then Old Town is actually out in the distance. But the foreground, you've got these homes in the front. Next slide, please. This one, I'm going to show this as an example because there's a block in here. It's kind of in the center to the left a little bit is the first block that is a contiguous block of alley-loaded homes. Okay, next slide, please. And this is a zoom in. I don't know this exists anywhere else in Conyers. It's a kind of proof of concept here. This is one block of 11 homes on just under 2 acres. It's all alley-loaded product. And I have at least 3 lots in there that are 4,000 square feet. I'm kind of curious as to why the city doesn't want us to do more of this. It blows my mind. And so, I feel good about this product. Does it take extra effort? Yes. Is every production builder going to do this? No. But for us as a developer and a landowner, we should be able to choose this product. I don't know why you want to raise our minimum lot size from 4,000 square feet to 8,000 square feet. It's like changing the game midstream. I don't know what we've done wrong. I think this is good stuff. And so, next slide, please. This is the streetscape we've got today. It's a walkable setting. We've got streets, streetscape with sidewalks on both sides. We've got parallel parking on both sides. We've got street lights that are designed to a 0.2 candle power that lighting engineers can figure out. But the idea of putting street lights every 50 feet is also not sensible in my mind. But you can come up with a well-lit plan that actually serves for people who live there and want to be outdoors and have a good time there. Next slide, please. That home in the middle is on a 40-foot lot. Do we have a problem with this home? I don't understand. It's alley loaded. See, that's the distinction. We need a category that just defines alley loaded versus front loaded. If you're a front loaded home, you need at least 6,500 square feet. If you're an alley loaded home, you can do it on 4,000 square feet. The next home is on the corner. It's probably 5,500 square feet, but we need flexibility to do what we need to do. Please and thank you. Next slide. This is an example again. It happens to be a brick home, but it's this lot on the lower right. That's a 5,000 square foot lot. It's alley loaded. That's how it works. Next slide, please. This is again a siding home. It's got a raised crawl space. We're not doing any more crawl spaces, but the point is you can do a home design that's not the 40% brick or stone, and it works. It's a beautiful home. I mean, I've already cited it earlier tonight. In the next slide, please. And then again, here's siding. We got a little brick water table. It has to be painted brick, but it sets up for a really nice home. That's on a 4,000 square foot lot. I've got other points to represent. Thank you. I mentioned the candle powers. Again, I'd say this for the whole city and the county. You don't need streetlights every 50 feet. It's overkill. Make them every 100 feet at least, but if you want to get into the brain damage of the foot candles on a photometric plan, 0.2 is a great starting point. 0.2 foot candles. Let's see. We've had this conversation before on enabling the raised. If you'll stop there, that'd be fine. That just shows some of the common areas. We saved some trees there. In fact, I call it this tree save park. That's a 1 3/4 acre park. We're saving those trees. I think it was an old homestead that might have been Farmer Johnson's home. And my arborist land planner said, there's a nice stand of trees there. Let's work to save those. And so it becomes an amenity of the space. We got a natural area with a park, and people enjoy it. It's a great place to be outdoors and enjoy some fresh air and some peace and respite. What else can I get into? There's some nuts and bolts here in terms of modifying the calculation for having a townhome lot that's less than 2,000 square feet. I think Scott and I could pick that up in another setting, but I just want to be on record that I think the offset is not the right calculation. Again, I want to make the case for the raised slab foundation with a minimum 18-inch reveal in the front elevation, which is covered in a brick or stone material to create a true water table or the visual effect of a crawl space. This is related to single-family attached dwellings. More nuts and bolts here. Paragraph 19H1, there's a requirement that it says it wants to apply to townhomes that you have 9 different elevations. I think it's excessive. I recommend at least 4 different elevations. Scott, you mentioned earlier something to do with elevations under one roof, but I think some repetition with townhomes can go a long way. And then again, I think that this the 40-20, or in this case, I think it's a 50-10 on the brick on the front elevation. I think it's counterproductive to the variety of design. So I don't agree with for a door, the height needs to be greater than the width, but not necessarily the windows. That's where we are. That's paragraph 19H6. Paragraph 19H7A. This should include wooden stairs or per our model lot 2. It was on the slide. I think it looked pretty good. I think we should be able to build more of those. Paragraph 19H7F, as in Frank. It says something about sliders. We're not trying to use sliders. I just think that's an odd prohibition. In any case, I think I'm moving through my points here, but
about to run out of time.
So again, the prohibition against mass grading is just categorically does work for us. I mean, it's just not feasible. I know that we've got what amounts to a special area plan. We've already got a lot of entitlement. I just think going forward, we're going to need to be able to work together. And I'd like to think we can share a vision and actually be working together to deliver a community that I think we can all feel really good about. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, David.
Mr. Chairman, I have questions. I have a couple of questions for you.
Please, Jeff.
You mentioned the walkable community.
Yeah.
The purpose of the walkable community is for you to be able to walk out of your neighborhood into commercial and retail spaces that support your community. Do you have a walk score for your community?
Presently, no. They're in the master plan. That was one of the slides. And there is a retail district to the north that's along Iris Drive. And yes, it will be walkable. Everything will be walkable.
Where would they be walking to?
Well, it's going to be a retail district. Right now, I don't have the crystal ball to say which retailers will be there.
It's part of the master plan.
Yeah, it's in the master plan.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah. Any more questions?
No.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Mr. Mallory, you got less than a minute, I believe.
I just want to add one thing. If, as a developer, if I'm developing an 80 lot subdivision, it's going to cost me roughly $4 million, $50,000 a lot, okay? So if you do the math, going from a 4,000 square foot lot to an 8,000 square foot lot, now I'm amortizing that cost over half the lots. That's not the case in Eastmore. We're not doing all 4,000 square foot lots. Full transparency. In our phase one and future phases that we've land planned, not designed and built, but land planned, we have lots ranging from 4,000 square feet to 6,500 square feet. But make no mistake in me saying that, the cost of the lot will increase to Mr. and Mrs. Smith and Jones to build their beautiful home on by at least 40%. So if I develop for $50,000, and let's say conservatively I have $10,000 in each lot for land costs and carry costs, and I want to make $10,000 per lot, you can do the math. That $50,000 is now turned into $100,000 for Mr. and Mrs. Smith very quickly and very easily, because 50 plus 10 plus 10 is 70 times 0.4 adds another 28,000 bucks. So you're right at $100,000, and that's a conservative number. So I just wanted to share that. It's a dangerous, slippery slope going from 4 to 8,000 square foot. Thank you.
Thank you.
One other comment about that, and I think the issue is, and this is a personal opinion, I mean, we hear about the numbers and how much the cost. I think we're all aware the cost, but we're not here for cost. We're here for quality, and I think that Mr. and Ms. Smith may want that house that's more. And I think I'm all for affordable housing. I'm all for making sure that we have commercial, retail. But I think that the concern is that everything that you're saying is build more houses because it's cheaper, so that Mr. and Ms. Smith can afford it. And I think that Mr. and Ms. Smith may be able to afford something else too.
Yeah, I'm not into building cheap houses.
Yeah.
Not even cost-effective houses. I'm into building quality. That's what I'm talking about. Okay? But the problem is that if, as a landowner and a developer, my development costs are to my development costs, and if they're amortized over half the number of lots that I could have amortized over today, if I build tomorrow, if this all passes, my lot costs nearly double, and that cost is passed on to the end user. It has to.
So is it just doubling in Rockdale County? What about Gwinnett?
It'll double anywhere in the world if that happens.
Okay.
And I say that unequivocally, I mean, without reservation.
Okay.
It's purely a mathematical equation.
Okay.
I mean, and math doesn't lie.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks.
I do think, Mr. Gaither, that changing the rules in the middle of the game is a little unfair.
So the lots that are platted will still be platted at the size they're at. Any
They
lots,
can't change
any lots,
future lots.
any lots moving forward as platted lots of record would have to meet the adopted standard. So in respect to Eastmore, yeah, they have a plan. They've had a plan for 20 plus years. they've got lots that have been platted, they'll be able to move forward with lots that are platted at that lot size, but any new lots would have to comply with the current standard.
I was on the previous planning commission when a lot of their development ideas and future was
20 years
approved.
ago. Yeah.
Right, was approved. And I almost feel like we need to consider what the master plan was in the beginning, whether, so those are not platted or not. Either they need an exception or we're working against the fact that we changed the rules in the middle of the game.
So there's the master plan for Eastmore, talking specifically, there was nothing in writing and agreed upon outside of the conditions of zoning. The conditions of zoning do not limit or restrict or state lot size. It talks about the density, it talks about the number of units and how the unit breakdown is.
But the city embraced the conceptual idea of what Eastmore was going to be.
And we still embrace that idea of what Eastmore, the master plan that they provided in 2013, even though we're 10 years later, 11 years later, and some of those concepts and desires and abilities have changed dramatically from that time. It's not a change in the rules in the middle of the game. Had they had 100 lots platted and only 50 built upon, the rest of those lots platted at that size would be legal non-conforming. So moving forward, any new lots would have to conform to that standard, just like the architectural requirements. I understand the hardship they're in. That's one development.
I don't think we need to consider the hardship of it. I just think we need to consider what we embraced them to do in this community when they first came in town.
Yeah, and I can tell you that they're talking about changing that. That is changing. So
Well,
that
that's a different
the
story.
master plan is changing, and they have plans to come back for future requests that we've talked about that are not important to this discussion, but just let you know that it's not a change in midstream, because what was discussed, the concept discussed and sold, has changed as far as the lot size requirements. There's nothing that talked about lot size on that master plan when it was adopted and zoning conditions were given in 2013.
I understand, but can't we assume that it was kind of anticipated that that's what it would be?
I'm not going to assume anything.
Okay. All right. Any further questions to Mr. Gaither?
But again, like I've said in previous cases, if the planning commission wants to make that recommendation that the lot sizes stay at 4,000 square feet, that is this body's obligation to do so, an option to do so. You can look at half the proposals and say we agree with, the other ones we don't agree with. You have that ability. You can look at it and say 8,000 is too much, we'll go 6,000. You have that recommendation, or you could say 10,000. That is the opportunity that you guys have, setting the stage moving forward. Well, for all of MXD, not just the Eastmore product.
I'm mainly concerned about Eastmore at this point, just based upon the time frame that this whole thing is developed out.
Yeah.
Now I don't think we can come in and say we're going to change MXD from 4 to 8 across the board and not, we've got to. I don't know how we do it, but okay.
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
Go ahead.
So, Mr. Gaither, you're saying that when Eastmore first came to the city to develop, they were at 4,000 square feet minimum, correct?
I believe that is what the minimum would get them down in order to get the number of lots that was approved at 729 single-family residential lots. They had to squeeze, based on the size of the property, to get those number of lots. The lot size was shrunk down to get that, ended at 4,000. And I think that's what the basis was. I don't recall exact. I wasn't here in 2013, But going back and looking at the minutes, looking at the notes of the cases, and looking at the zoning conditions, that is how I believe they got to that 4,000 size.
Okay, now I'm all in agreeing with quality building homes, and I am against production building homes. But then at the same time, if the city had agreed at 4,000 minimum square feet, and then I do agree with the cost passing on, well, if we agreed to do 8,000 square feet, and the developer is letting us know that cost is going to go over to the homeowner. Okay, now I agree with affordable housing, and I agree with quality building homes. But then at the same time, if we decide to do an 8,000 square feet minimum, I'm sure that cost will be going over to the buyer. So with that being said, I would be in agreeing that the city maintain their agreement at the 4,000 square feet minimum.
So there's no agreement.
Okay.
There was no agreement that said these lots can be 4,000. The number of units was approved through condition of zoning, and there's it's a type of units as well. Majority single-family detached, then townhomes and multifamily. In order to get the number of units that was approved, that's how they backed into the lot size of 4,000 square feet.
And the number of homes that was approved was what, 700?
I think it was 729, and then there's a number of townhomes. I don't remember that off the top of my head.
So if we approve the 8,000, and that's going to take that in half.
Probably to take a third, roughly, given their land size.
Okay, because if I do, yeah. No other questions, Mr. Chair.
Maybe we could hit a medium and go with 6.
I'm sorry.
Go with 6,000.
Well, again,
and I think that would be the recommendation I would make.
Well, again, the planning commission can certainly say we want to see the 4,000, want to see them continue to do that. That is your obligation to do so. You have that authority, and that's perfectly fine, and that's what will be presented to the mayor and council. Absolutely.
Consensus.
I say we ask the question.
I'm sorry.
I say we ask the question. I mean, it's on the floor, so if I move that we ask the question, are we going to approve it as written, or are we going to make a change to it?
Well, we can wait for that motion part until we have a consensus conversation. And that's kind of what I'd like to hear. I'd like to hear some opinions as to how you feel about the 4,000 versus the 8,000 and whether or not we'd be messing up the boat as we move forward with MXD.
So maybe
I actually made my comment in regards to that because I do understand quality building and I do understand affordable housing as well. So for me, if we up the square footage, it's not going to be affordable housing anymore, but it would probably still be quality home building. And from the builder, Mr. Eastmore stated that he's not interested in building quantity, he's interested in building quality.
So something to consider also, where staff is coming from, we look at all the MXD, and that is if I've got a half-acre lot that has road frontage, I can subdivide that down and make 3 4,000 square foot lots and build 3 homes on it, 3 driveways, things like that. So we look at not just the impacts to one development. When we look at these things, we look at how it impacts the entire city. And realistically, again, the 4,000 square foot lot, the reason that we're proposing an increase was because of the number of variances that were given either as condition of zoning or as blanket variances, and then individual as lots come in, needing to squeeze the house this way, needing to squeeze the house that way, those setback variances. So to reduce the number of variances having to be requested, you increase the lot so the house can fit on it. That was the the purpose of that. You know, and like I said before, I don't take any ego or anything with how they're written. These are just some ideas to help eliminate some of that. If the Planning Commission certainly wants to keep it at 4,000, then that's a recommendation y'all make. And maybe it goes down the line. Can you support 4,000? Can you? You know, that is ultimately, y'all's option. And if approved and the council follows suit, then the standards are there. They have to build that standard of a house on a 4,000 square foot lot versus 8,000.
Okay. Any other questions, Mr. Gary?
I mean, I can agree of course, I like the 8,000 square foot, but I can agree to 6,000. Just kind of go right in between to give it a little bit more flexibility for developments like the Eastmore development.
I can agree with that too. So, recommend it.
Mark, what do you suggest?
I would just be curious to know from the builder what the cost would change if you increased it to 6,000 square foot. How would that increase the cost? Not the city, but the builder.
Well, it's kind of like retrading the master plan. I mean, a program for X number of uses, and so, obviously land value, on a yield basis changes. And so, there's a value equation in this. I mean, it's all math at some point, but it's just, I think, not to vary here, there's a concept plan that was approved in 2015. So in a way, we're already entitled. I mean, we're not going to solve this tonight. I'm in the spirit of partnership that there's a concept plan that's approved, and we're trying to change the rules on it. It's just kind of blows my mind a little bit. That's all.
Yeah.
But isn't it true? I mean, especially for developments that take longer periods and they have different phases.
Multi-year, multi-phase.
Zoning
thing.
Changes, plans change over, especially
Well,
over
granted,
a period of
yeah. They're living documents, and it's a living plan ultimately. At the same time, one of my background is in finance, and I'm working with an investor, and we're programmed for these uses, and we spent years, and indeed, go with millions of dollars to be able to position Eastmore to move into the marketplace and to succeed in the marketplace. We're selling homes. We're not doing entry-level homes. We're above market. We're not doing custom homes either. And so we think that we have a building program and a design program, and indeed an implementation program that speaks to quality, that delivers quality, and we are able to do it on a consistent basis.
We need to move along.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm looking for a motion whether to go with the 8 or with a change. I'll take either one at this point.
You think the 6,000? Okay.
Well, I'm in agreement with that.
Okay. I'd like to move to approve case 17, 2024, ordinance 1387, a request for a text amendment to section 8739 MXD mixed use development district with the change of modifying to 6,000 square feet.
I've got a motion on the floor for case 17, 2024, with one change, to change from 8,000 square feet to 6,000 square feet on, do I hear a second?
I'll second that motion.
I've got a first and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Well, got 2 nays.
Thank you.
All righty. All righty. Conclusion of the city business for tonight. Those were earlier.
Okay. So it was something before the 6 to 10?
We didn't change it, though. We didn't recommend the changes.
No, I'm just talking about.
Mr. Chair.
In general. Was it never was for?
Okay, the first item we're here tonight is
Mr. Chair.
item R1, just like it was on the
Yes.
agenda originally. We've got a request for a 5-minute break.
Well, we've only been here almost
potty break is okay.
Go. We'll vote without you.
It's been almost 4 hours.
Did we? Come on.
Your people not there?
One more. We got a quorum.
One more and then we go.
The men's restroom is open. You could use that. These are 3 biggies here. 5 biggies.
Okay, here we go. Okay, the first item from the county we have this evening is item R1, PP 23-0149, and who is presenting?
Good evening, Commissioners. Tonight, our first item, as you said, is PP 23-0149. This is a preliminary plat that we have received approvals from all departments for, and we're just here to get an official approval from the board. This is for preliminary plat for Honey Creek Townhomes, and the applicant is Smith Build Homes, and Mark Walton from Patrick and Associates is here, but all we're looking for today is an approval from the board.
Okay, as with preliminary plats, is like the word says, it's preliminary.
Yes,
and,
sir.
there'll be nobody set up to speak.
And so public hearing process for the preliminary plat.
Okay, and all we're required to do tonight is approve it forward for the next review.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I'll take a motion to approve the preliminary plat.
I guess it's a formality.
It's a formality.
Yeah.
All right, Mr. Chair, I make a motion that we approve the preliminary plat for Honey Creek Townhomes, item R1, PP 23-0149.
All right, I've got a motion to approve the preliminary plat for PP 23-0149. Do I hear a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay. Next item is item 6, which is...
Yes, sir. So item 6 is RZ case 2024-16 and RZ case 2024-2 form. The applicant is Mr. Steve A. Goodsell. Staff received a request this evening for the applicant to postpone his application or receive a no recommendation, as the applicant would like to seek to work with staff to address our outstanding concerns, as well as work with the citizens to see if they can to address some of their concerns as well. So therefore, staff would not be doing a presentation. The applicant is here to make a request for the no recommendation. Since we've already advertised, we must have a public hearing tonight. So those who want to speak in for or against the applicant, they had that option to do that this evening.
Do we have anybody signed up to do such?
Not in favor, or no. So we do have people sign up in opposition, not in favor.
All right, so we still get to speak tonight if they
Yes,
want.
so those in opposition still get a chance to speak tonight. Yes, sir.
Okay. And that is for?
That is RZ 2024-16 and RZ 2024-24.
Okay.
That is item number 6 that moved to item number 2 this evening. And the applicant is here to make his official request.
The former R3.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll remind you that there's a grand total of 10 minutes speaking. Pardon? Oh, that's right, there's two items, so that will be 20 minutes. If you have somebody that wants to speak from the point of view of a homeowner association or something, to get more of it out there, but I think Steve's got something to say first, correct?
Right, as Chris has told you, I apparently have a lot more work to do, and we need time to do that. So we're asking for a postponement until October's meeting.
Okay. And so you'll be here to listen to the opposition comments?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Alrighty, first one up is Mr. James Corbett.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in opposition to this rezoning and proposed development of C Farms. I recognize that it might change, but I've sat through this, and so I want to go ahead and get my comments out there. And I say this proposed development not because we're not against Mr. C selling his property and Mr. Goodsell developing it. We want to see something like he did with Manchester and Stratford, for example. Both of these gentlemen have said that they want to add value to our neighborhoods and our neighboring subdivisions. What we do oppose is the rezoning of C Farms from agricultural residential into a collaborative residential subdivision with approximately 240 homes placed on less than 130 acres in a 10-acre commercial development. If you look at the neighborhoods around where C Farms is located, specifically Manchester and Stratford, you'll see neighborhoods are rezoned R1, which, according to the zoning, is about a 2/3 of an acre minimum lot. Now, if you look at Zillow, you'll see that some lots are about a half an acre, but that's the type of density that we're accustomed to in that area. And if you look at Deer Forest or Deer Run, it's about a 1 acre minimum, is what I've been told. This allows homes to be spaced further apart, have yards for kids to play in, where the parents can keep an eye on them, beyond septic systems, and not require connection to sewage. This proposed development, according to the meeting Mr. Goodsell had with the community, has houses with lot size 85 by 50 feet, which is under 3/10 of an acre, and does not allow for septic systems at homes. And in fact, when you look at the plat that he presented, it basically looks like they took the row homes that Archie Munker lived in Queens and dropped them in the middle of Green Acres. So if you speak of sewage, the nearest sewage plant is a package plant is about 1.5 miles down the road. And the county's promising, according to what we heard at the community meeting, to pay for sewer line to that package station at the expense of Rockdale Water Resources customers. Also, these homes are being built by Green Rivers Builders, who have a D+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, and they range in size from about 2,800 square feet to 3,400 square feet. Again, this is what we were told in the meeting, with a price in the range of $400,000 to $500,000 each. If you look at the Atlanta Regional Commission statistics, the average median household income in Rockdale County is about $75,000. So if you do some math, a $500,000 home with a 20% down payment gives you a $400,000 mortgage. At current interest rates of about 7%, and all the fees, homeowners association, taxes, or insurance, you're looking at a payment of about $3,800 a month. If you extrapolate that out over a year, you're looking at about $46,000 a year. If you follow the Dave Ramsey rule that your housing costs should be no more than a quarter of your income, that means that to afford these homes, you have to have an income of about $183,000. And at those prices, I think consumers are going to expect more than just being able to reach in your neighbor's window from your kitchen and borrow a cup of sugar. And I think these houses are either going to sit unsold at those prices or be bought out by developers and become rental homes or rental units. How does that add value to Manchester and Stratford and the other neighborhoods around? Now, I will say that some might call me a hypocrite, that I live in a Steve Goodsell developed community, and that I'm speaking out against the community that he's trying to build. And I admit that I am doing that. But part of that is that, again, you look at the density of housing that he's proposing to build. You look at the fact that when Manchester was started, Rockdale County's population was 57,000 residents, spread out over, my number may differ from the other one, about 84,000 acres. Now in 2024, we have 95,000 residents. We still have 84,000 acres. But we're trying to build based on everything that I've seen tonight and everything I've seen over the last, I don't know how many years of subdivisions going up after subdivision going up, land being cleared. We're still building like we only have 57,000 residents. The key thing is, if Mr. Goodsell and Mr. C want to develop C Farm, they already can. It's just they have to have a minimum 1 acre lot per house. It's already zoned agricultural residential. And so what we're really, and I think I and my friends back here that I speak for, I think what we are against is the commercial development, because it has no place there. You're going to hear a little bit about how bad it is to fill a shopping mall in this area, and also the fact that we just don't want that cluster of homes in an area that's already agricultural residential. So, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the next card is for Mr. James Hume.
Thank you, Commissioners. Good evening.
13 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay, so C Farms, and keep it simple. Oglesby Bridge Road on the west side dead ends at Union Church. On the east side, dead ends at 20. 212 is in between there. That's a 2-lane highway. It's quiet, and most of us that live there have quite a bit of frontage. So when you drop 240 single-family homes at the intersection of 212 and Oglesby Bridge Road, and that 2-lane county road is there, something's got to give. And it's probably going to be in the future that county road. Don't know what studies have been done, or don't know about those, but something's got to give, which means if that county road is allowed to expand, that takes away our frontage, okay? Takes away our trees, our beauty, takes away everything. I moved there, my wife and I, 3 years ago. We developed a large part of 10 acres. A lot of it is frontage. The beautiful horses I have there. I don't want to see that go away. If I wanted to see that go away, didn't want it, I'd be in the city of Atlanta somewhere, okay? So putting those 240 homes there is, I'm against the rezoning, not to mention a shopping center on the corner of 212 or a strip mall, small shopping center, whatever, on the corner of 212, that's not adding value in Oglesby Bridge Road. It's not doing nothing but just, we move out here for peace. We move out here for quiet. We move out here for space. And a lot of the landowners have been here forever. And we want to preserve that. I am agricultural residential. It's perfect. We got the horses and we've got our home. We're within regulation of Rockdale County. We want to keep it, and we want to keep that peace and tranquility. So please vote against it.
Thank you. I'll remind everybody we will not be voting tonight on this. This is just a chance for to hear forward. All right, Charlene Scott. Evening.
Good evening. I'm Charlene Scott. I live at 5730 Thrasher Lane in the Deer Forest subdivision, where I live with my husband, who's a Navy veteran, and my 5-year-old daughter, who just started kindergarten at Lorraine Elementary, and my 4th grade son, who is also a student at Lorraine Elementary. I know you're not voting tonight, but we sat here, so just like the rest of them, we want to be heard. So I am going to talk about the commercial development, but for a second, I do want to take a minute to talk about the school system. I love where my kids go to school. However, my daughter started school this year, and we weren't sure if we were going to have a classroom for her. So the school district says that they're not at capacity at Lorraine Elementary School, and while there's building space, there are not teachers for that. They added a fourth kindergarten class this year. We're about 9 weeks into the semester, almost 2 months in, and they still have a permanent sub. So we are growing in that area. There are more kids going into school, so adding more homes is going to make our class sizes bigger, and we're going to lose some of that one-on-one attention that we want for our children, and we desperately need for our children. So now I'll go back to script. So good evening, Planning Commission. Thank you for allowing the community a voice during this process. I stand before you in opposition of the CE Farms commercial development rezoning. Over the next few minutes, I'll briefly highlight the impact of commercial development in a mostly residential area. While progress and growth are essential, we must carefully consider where and how this development takes place. Earlier, we heard from a developer that stated 35% of the people want walkable neighborhoods. However, that means 65% of the population does not want or care about having commercial properties within a walkable distance. And since math does not lie, 65% is greater than 35%. We already have mixed developments in Rockdale County with walkable commercial properties, and we heard about one of them tonight that was started in 2017 and is still not fully done. With that in mind, I would like to highlight the number of commercial properties in the area that are currently up for lease relatively close to the CE property. I recognize that this list is subject to change as things are constantly changing and moving. However, this is not likely since many of these locations have been vacant for quite some time. At the intersection of Highway 212 and Oglesby Bridge, there's one vacant storefront in the Shell gas station, and across from that, there's one vacant standalone building. In the Smyrna Crossing Shopping Center, which is where Publix is located, at the intersection of Highway 212, Highway 212 and Highway 138, there are 6 vacant storefronts, with one being a double unit. In Honey Creek, the old Rite Aid that was turned into a Chevron gas station, there are 5 vacant storefronts. In the Rockdale Village Shopping Center at the corner of Oglesby Bridge and Georgia 20 South, there's not currently any vacant storefronts, only because the shopping center sat vacant so long that a cube storage facility finally moved in. Lastly, I recognize that this next shopping center is technically located in Newton County. However, many Rockdale residents shop there as it's at the intersection of Highway 212 and Georgia 20 South, and that's the Newton Crossroads Kroger Shopping Center, and it has one empty storefront. This is a total of 13 vacant commercial buildings within 10 minutes of the CE Farms property. Therefore, I do not see a need in adding more commercial locations when we can't get the current vacant ones rented out. Next, I would like to share that this commercial development would impact the character of our community. Residential areas are designed to be havens of comfort and security. Introducing commercial establishments can alter the aesthetics and cultural landscape, replacing the natural view with impersonal storefronts. This shift can erode the sense of identity and belonging that residents cherish. Lastly, the economic benefits of commercial development are not always shared equally. While developers and business owners may profit, long-term residents might face rising property values and living costs, potentially displacing those who have called this area their home for generations. In conclusion, while commercial development has its place, it is crucial to preserve the integrity of our residential areas. I'm here advocating for thoughtful planning that prioritizes the need and well-being of our current community. Let us work together to ensure that progress does not become at the expense of the places we hold dear. My hope is to continue the Mr. Rogers motto and to keep it a beautiful day in the neighborhood. Thank you.
Next speaker will be Bobby Giddens. Has Mr. Giddens left us? Does anybody know? Alrighty. Next would be Lorenzo McWilliams. Mr. McWilliams,
Thank
y'all
you.
have got collectively 7 minutes left.
That's okay. I'll save since we're not voting tonight. I did want to speak though. Lorenzo McWilliams. I've been in Rockdale County now for 17 years. I'm in the Deerwood subdivision, which will be across the street from this proposed development. I did want to come and just make our wishes known to oppose the development. Not that we oppose the development in total, but just what's being proposed for development. 240 houses with front entrance garages, in that community is going to depreciate our value. It's not adding value. And as the young lady just stated, we don't need any more commercial space. We have 13 commercial spaces currently empty. So that's not going to add value. I've got a Publix within 5 minutes. I've got a Kroger, even if it's in Newton County. I have an Aldi. There's no commercial. We had a Food Lion within a mile and a half. It didn't work out. It's a storage place now. So really concerned about what it's going to do to the infrastructure. I know that Mr. Goodsell said that they've done a traffic study. I think it was only on 212. It's going to crush Oglesby Bridge, which is what where we're located. And they're proposing 2 entrances into this development off of Oglesby Bridge, which is already it's just saturated. And I think about my fellow neighbors, many of whom are older than I am in that community. So the amount of traffic that it's going to bring and what it's going to do to our property values is just unconscionable to approve this. I'm glad that we're not voting on it you guys are not voting on it tonight or making a recommendation. I would ask that you defer any recommendation until the new year. I mean, simply because we have a new group of commissioners that are going to be coming on. So why don't we send this to people that are going to be leaving office to make a vote on, people that don't live in Rockdale County, some of them, as Mr. Goodsell does not, and nor does Mr. C any longer. So I don't understand the vested interest they have in adding value or how this development's going to add value. It's going to put additional strain on the infrastructure, and it's just going to depreciate our quality of life here.
Thank you, sir.
Just a quick clarification point. So you will vote on their recommendation of their request of a no recommendation. So, so just want to be clear. Right.
That moves it forward to the next month by us saying no recommendation. Mr. Andre Peters. Mr. Peters still here? Mr. Peters? All righty.
Good night, ladies and gentlemen. Approximately 19 years ago, I moved from New York to Georgia because I got fed up of the big city life. I could have established residence in Atlanta, closer to Atlanta, but I chose Rockdale County, and I chose it because of its uniqueness in terms of quietness, in terms of lots of trees, friendly people, right? When we bought into a property back then, property value was somewhere around between 330 and 380, right? Now those property values have appreciated to between 500 and 600,000. Some of the homes are probably more than that, according to their size. The reason why I'm saying this is that allowing properties to be developed right across the street from us for much smaller square footage have a dual negative impact. One, they would most likely drive our current property values down. Two, traffic congestion on that one lane highway, it's 2 sides, one each side, with lots of curves. Where you're going to find the extra space to widen the road. It means that you're going to probably take away land from both sides, which is not ideal for us, right? When I first moved into the neighborhood, it would take approximately 50 minutes to go downtown Atlanta in the morning. Now it takes approximately 2 hours, depending on when you leave, right? To get to downtown Atlanta, right? Adding more homes and more cars and more traffic out here is just gonna make the whole situation worse, right? So I'm really asking you to consider this, especially driving down our property values. Currently, it's an agricultural neighborhood, like the speakers before me have said, and that's how we would like to keep it, right? We have probably no problem having more homes being built, but as long as they're uniquely aligned with ours, right? And to build that many homes there on that small patch of land, essentially you're going to put homes which do not rise up to the level of ours, and that's not fair.
Okay, thank you. Michael Miller. You got about a minute 40.
Minute 40. I'll talk fast. My name is Michael Miller. I live in the community of Deer Forest, Deer Run, across the street from Safe Farms Development. Lived there for 18 years. The property that's in question here is it's a beautiful property. It's located on the corner of Highway 212 and Oglesby Bridge Road. And the community had a chance to first hear this proposal from Mr. Goodsell a few weeks ago at Johnson Park. And every person that was in attendance at that meeting was very opposed to everything that was presented during that meeting. From the conversations that I've had with the community, these are some of our statements and some of our concerns. The traffic studies presented are very narrowly focused on just this one development. The study cites only a 2% growth in normal traffic over the next few years. It seems to fail to consider the cumulative impact of multiple developments that are on the docket for this county, such as the one on Honey Creek Road, which will feed traffic into Highway 212 and also into the intersection of Oglesby Bridge. This will be a very unsafe location for us to have kids driving and being in this area with a lot of extra traffic, so this is a very big concern to us. Also, some of the improvements that was proposed to the roads by Mr. Goodsell's study were pretty significant in size, so widening 212, widening Oglesby Bridge, perhaps putting in a circle at Airline Road and Oglesby Bridge. All of that would be at the burden of the taxpayers, not at the burden of the developer, which is unfair for the community to have to bear that cost. So do I need to stop there? Okay.
Finish up.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Miller.
Thank you.
All right, commissioners, at this time we need to take
Yes,
a vote for
take a vote on the request of the postponement. So that would be a vote for a no recommendation.
Okay. Do I hear a motion to present a vote of no recommendation for tonight's meeting?
Mr. Chair, let's see if I can pull this together. I move that we, on REZ 2024-16 and REZ 2024-24, that we make no recommendation tonight.
Thank you very much. Do I hear a second on that?
A second.
We got a motion and a second. Any conversation? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? This will be heard again at probably the next meeting.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, the next one we have is leave quietly. Use your inside footprint. Item R4, REZ 2024-15.
Last one.
That's the last one?
25, I thought it was 21.
I said 1-5.
R4.
Yep.
I thought we were at 3.
They're divided.
Oh, Lord. Okay. Thank you.
Next item on the agenda is RZ case 2024-21. Applicant is Battle Law. Applicant has a petition before you this evening to rezone 113.98 acres. The addresses are 1680, 1720, 1700 Walker Road, and associated Walker Road, other parcels along Walker Road. To rezone the subject properties from AR to CRS, Collaborative Residential Subdivision, for 175-foot lot subdivision. Again, the applicant is Battle Law, and they're looking to rezone the subject properties. This is an aerial map of the subject property. As you can see, it's a combination of several different parcels. This is a current zoning map. Again, the current zoning of the subject properties are agricultural residential. This is the future land use map. The future land use map is medium density. Medium density allows for 2 to 4 units per acre. This is the proposed site plan that the applicant has submitted for consideration. Again, the applicant is looking to develop 175 lots. Minimum lot sizes are looking to be at 10,000 square feet. Lot width would be 70 feet. The proposed density right now is 1.69 units per acre. But if you adjust it, if you take out the conservation area, primary and secondary conservation area, and the green space, it goes down to 1.5 units per acre. There will be a 50-foot transitional buffer along the outer edge of the subject property, is because there is a required transitional buffer from CRS to R1 or agricultural residential development. The applicant has also indicated that there will be a recreational element added to the project. There will be a recreational space, including a cabana and a pool. These are the external review comments from other departments. As Fire, Board of Education, Transportation, and Stormwater have provided their comments. No outstanding comments from any other departments. This is the water and sewer comment. There is a existing 12 feet water lane on the existing property. However, there isn't any public waste located on Walker Road. 12 inch, I apologize. Thank you, 12 inch. Did I say 12 feet? I apologize. My bad. I'm sorry. Like I said again, 12 feet. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, sorry again. 12. I forgot the apostrophe. Anyway,
we've been here a long time, gentlemen.
To 12 inches, again, for a record of a 12-inch water line. We'll get that correct. Whew, excuse me. Again, there is no public wastewater located on Walker Road. They will have to connect to the Honey Creek Basin for the sewer. With all our applications, staff has provided these technical analysis. Staff does recommend approval with conditions of this application. And the applicant is here to present as well.
Okay. Evening, Michelle.
It's an endurance test around here. Oh, my goodness. Good evening. Michelle Battle with Battle Law, 3562 Habersham at North Lake, Tucker, Georgia, 30084. I'm going to start out by reading a letter from the Potts family. I am here representing the Potts family in connection with this rezoning request. And then I'll go into my presentation, but I want to make sure that I say what they want to say. Unfortunately, Ms. Lisa Potts Huckabee was not able to be here. She's out of town, actually out of the country right now, and so I'm presenting for her. I am Lisa Potts Huckabee, the daughter of Elizabeth Potts, who is the major landowner of the Potts Farm that will be discussed at this upcoming zoning agenda. My family inherited this land and has maintained and cared for this land and the many acres of this farm for more than 150 years. I've lived on this land for more than 60 years and was proud to raise my children on the same land that I was raised on. Like me, they grew up with cattle to care for and fields and ponds and creeks to play in. But time moves on and the world changes. Rockdale County has changed and is no longer the rural agricultural community we once knew and loved. This is the way of the world. The life of my great-grandparents is past. It is not possible to make a living today as a small farmer on 100 acres of land, even if there were family members who desired to do so. My father, Benny Potts, was an outstanding member of this community for more than 80 years, his entire life. He's a teacher and a coach in Rockdale County schools for 30 years and taught many of the people here today. My parents and our extended Potts family have been active members of Rockdale Baptist Church, the very institution for which Rockdale County was named, for generations. My father, Benny, worked tirelessly as a paying teacher-coach job and came home every day to work in the fields and care for the cows to keep our family farm going. It is very hard work that most people don't appreciate. It was a continuous cycle of raising and selling cows to pay for fertilizer and other aspects of the hay operation, cutting and hauling the hay to be able to feed the cows through the winter and then starting all over again each spring. It was a labor of love and not a profitable endeavor. He was selfless and hardworking to keep the farm alive, to benefit my brother and me and our families. My brother Eddie died of a massive heart attack 10 years ago while getting up hay on the land the family had tended for more than a century. After that, my father, who suffered from progressive effects of Parkinson's disease, slowly lost the physical ability to care for the cows in the fields. So my elderly mother fixed fences and fed cows in the winter until finally we had to give up and sell our herd. Without livestock to eat the pastures, farmland grows up, goes to seed, and is ruined if you lack the money and farm hands to do this work. Taxes have to be paid, and we have lost our source of income to pay the taxes. Meanwhile, my family grew up and all my children moved to another community to raise their families and work. My husband and I joined them to be near our grandchildren. It was the hardest day of my life to leave that farm and the home my father helped me build. My father lost his Parkinson's battle 2 years ago, and now my 86-year-old mother lives and continues to try to keep the farm and land safe. However, we realize that time is marching on over the once beautiful farmland and ruining its assets. After discussion with the entire family members of the farm who are in the same situation as us, we decided to offer this land for sale. We had a discussion with Chairman Nesbitt and the planning department to seek advice on what would serve our county best and leave a place for others to enjoy. We were told the Rockdale County growth plans were set for this area to have medium density housing. After talking with our realtor, it was decided we would choose to offer a collaborative residential subdivision development. We were excited by the plan that kept 45% of the land in its natural state, including the lakes and creeks and woods I played in. Maintaining so much green space will create a subdivision with less than 2 houses per acre, but this is what most new families want. Many young working families these days don't want to cut grass and maintain large yards. Instead, they want sidewalks and walking paths and swimming pools for their children to play in. We work with the engineers to compromise with the immediate neighbors who are getting the large buffer natural areas throughout. We have followed to a T the guidelines provided by the county under the auspices of the published guidelines for growth and development. We understand that there is a general and universal enmity toward growth and change from people who are already in place, but we don't believe you can just close the door and say Rockdale is closed. People want and need housing, and our planned development will provide quality housing for these families. Our engineers have worked hard with the Planning Commission to offer enhancements to the infrastructure of the community. We are providing single-family homes that will be sold to families, not renters. While we understand that the homes may not be what some current residents like, they are exactly what new residents are looking for, and again, we have met and exceeded every published requirement for future land use as put forth by the county. At the proposed price points on these homes, we will provide housing for hardworking, industrious individuals who will become productive citizens, who will make positive contributions to the county and enhance the tax base and the school system. After several years of working on this project and making every adaptation the county has asked of us, we are ready to move forward and respectfully ask the commissioners to take appropriate action to approve our plan that will bring quality homes to Rockdale County, that will increase the standard of living and the tax base for our county, and provide much needed housing for hardworking people. With that said, Chris has already gone through the zoning, and I'm going to try and move quickly. The traditional neighborhood residential is the character area designation for this property. And for the area, what we know is that that traditional neighborhood residential is where the bulk of density will come within the city and within the county. It's seen as the largest influx of traditional neighborhoods. The availability of utilities and relative limited environmental constraints have allowed residential development at higher densities in these areas, because we know at the both at the north and south ends of the county, we have areas where you have either lots of water or lots of rock. So this is the area in which we can grow Rockdale County. Staff has already indicated this property has a current land use designation of medium density residential, and currently the property is zoned AR. But I would like to point out a couple of things. One, we're going to look at 4 subdivisions that are currently located, that being Stanton Ridge, Biltmore Place, Heritage Estates, and St. Charles Square. When we look at Stanton Ridge, this project was developed in 1973. So I want you to imagine that my client, who had been there for over 150 years, started to see development come in. And I venture to guess, just like a lot of the people who sit out here, they were thinking, why do we want these small lots? We're on 100 and something acres, but here they come, 10,000 square foot minimum lots in 1973. This isn't something new. These properties currently are zoned R100. The lot width is 80 feet, and I can show you there where it says 125 feet, and if you multiply those two things, you get 10,000. Those are 10,000 square foot lots in Stanton Ridge. Heritage Estates, which is directly across from the high school, it came in 1984. Those lots, 10,000 square foot minimum at a density of 2.44 units per acre. That's what was happening back in the early 80s. In Rockdale County in this area. We then go to Biltmore Place subdivision. 10,000 square foot lots right there off of Cindy Drive. That's actually a part of that Stanton Ridge community as it continued to develop and evolve. 10,000 square foot lots at a density of 2.65 units per acre. St. Charles Square subdivision. Interesting. It was built by one of my clients, Mr. Austin Houseworth. Lot minimum 20,500. But what's the difference? The other lots are on public sewer. This happens to be on septic. But what is the density? 1.67 units per acre. When we look at the dimensional standards that are currently in the zoning ordinance, I find it very intriguing, because it must have been a change to the zoning ordinance, because R1, and most of these I think were zoned R1A at that time, R1 now requires 30 square feet. However, back in 1973, in 1984, in 1987, even in 1998 when St. Charles was built, none of them meet that 30,000 square foot. So all of these lots that are over in this area, particularly if we go back to the map, and we can see here, all of that area that says that's R1 is the darker green of the two. Most of them, in fact, just about all of them don't meet that 30,000 square foot, and they're mostly 10,000 or between 10 and 20,000 square feet, because the 20,000 square foot was the minimum at that time for a septic tank lot. Anything that was on public sewer around in that area is 10,000 minimum square feet. So with that being said, and notice I'm moving, collaborative residential subdivision is a subdivision that allows for the preservation of green space. Unlike all these other subdivisions that I just showed you that don't have additional green space being saved or natural resources being saved, this one does. And so what we are proposing are 175 lots at 1.54 gross square footage. That is in comparison to the others that I just showed you that were at gross square footage, significantly more than what we have. We are preserving over 48 acres at 42% of the site as green space. Usable green space, some just regular green space. If you just give me one more slide, where is my next slide? My goodness. The last thing I just wanted to say was that when we look at the requirements in the ordinance, our lots are less than the 4 subdivisions that I showed you in terms of our gross density. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Get in the cards. All right, at this time, we will hear from public comment. The first one I've got is from Christopher Curran.
Are they opposed? Are these opposed?
Yeah.
Quite an evening here, isn't it?
Yes.
Oh, man. I'm getting too old to stay up this late. Well, here we go again. This is the fourth time the Potts family project has been in front of this board this past year, and a thinly veiled Hail Mary attempt by the Potts family after D.R. Horton walked away from the project in July. They know the community doesn't support this, nor does the incoming board. Earlier, Dr. Hatcher quite wisely asked if the developer should present their plan for review before starting a process. There is no developer here. It's just the family. They've hired a lawyer to come in here and try to get this squeezed through before the end of the year. They want you to approve a rezoning based on a plan D.R. Horton walked away from. How are you supposed to ask a developer anything when there is no developer and no accountability? They say they've made changes to satisfy the county. There's been no changes to this plan in this past year. Nothing significant. It's the same thing. Everything they're trying to present is what everything you're trying to prevent is what they're trying to propose here. They want to build a mill or chapel here. We don't want that. A densely packed development on 10,000 square foot lots, 20 feet apart. This is not 2 homes per acre. Our area is not conductive to that kind of density. I'm not even going to get into the traffic study and stuff. As the gentleman pointed out earlier, these traffic studies are done in very myopic fashion. They don't consider that a half a mile away, 138 in Ebenezer, a previously approved project for 93 homes, has already been done on the books. Potts Farm is an environmentally sensitive area and sits atop the watershed for the entire Honey Creek area. Residential runoff is considered a serious issue by the EPA with strict regulations for saying it destroys waterways. Allowing a development of this size to be built there would be an environmental disaster. George Kelichek has documentation proving that this project sits entirely in the watershed for Honey Creek. As George pointed out earlier, we have 27% forest left in Rockdale County. The Potts Farm sits among old-growth pine. My property, directly adjacent to Potts Farm, was granted conservation status from the county due to the old growth on my property. In June 2022, a presidential executive order was issued ordering the inventory and protection of old-growth forests nationwide. My property and adjoining Potts Farm have hundreds of old-growth pines that should be protected. Old Growth Forest Network, based right here in Atlanta, is in the process of evaluating my property and the Potts Farm. Related, there are federally endangered species on the property, red-cockaded woodpecker. Old growth pine is a natural habitat of the red-cockaded woodpecker and is one of the rarest birds in Georgia. Continuing, there is no housing shortage. What we have is an economy problem. Experts believe that there is a bubble forming and about to pop. There are currently 300,000 homes sitting built and unoccupied in the Southeast. That's higher than the number of unoccupied built homes in 2008 before that bubble popped. And I'm going to quote, "Home builders and investors rampantly speculated in the housing market the last 3 or 4 years, and prices went far above what locals can afford and has created a bubble. Moreover, we have approximately 6,500 approved home sites here in Rockdale County that haven't even started development. Why are we continuing to approve developments with this backlog? We can't know the impact of these unfinished projects on our already struggling infrastructure, so continuing down this path seems reckless and irresponsible. There is no need to be building anything right now. Developers claiming that there's a housing shortage is a red herring. They missed the building boom of the past few years and they're late to the party. We're overdeveloped now. Moreover, considering the already approved 93 home project a half a mile away from here, allowing 2 large-scale developments to start construction at the same time would be a disaster for our community. There are significant ecological and infrastructure issues that need to be addressed before any development of this sensitive land can be considered. This property are the headwaters for the entire watershed of all down the Honey Creek and Cowan area. Anything considered here must be done with the utmost care. Lastly, we are not against development. No one expects things to stay the same forever. We welcome responsible development from a responsible developer. There is no developer here, though, so we don't know if it's a responsible developer or not. Our group has a stellar record of working with those who work with us. However, the Potts family is leaving the county and now trying to sell to the highest bidder without concern for the environment or the community. While they boast of their 5-bathroom homes in other counties, we must live with the results. The results being that they get millions while we get stuck with Potterville and the most environmentally sensitive property in the area. It's a terrible legacy for their family name, and quite frankly, they should be ashamed of themselves. Deny this action for better options to come forth. George Kelichek has some wonderful plans available with a proven track record of success. Please deny this.
Thank you, Chris. Susan Smith.
Good evening, panel. I know you're exhausted. Thank you for hanging in with us. I want to say I'm Susan Smith. I live on 1800 Walker Road. My property would sit, 2 of the 4 sides of my property would be completely connected to the Potts farm and this potential whatever disaster. We've been on this road several times now in the last 12 months, as Chris mentioned, and now the Potts family is trying to get the zoning changed themselves. As of the last meeting, I guess less than 8 weeks ago, the panel was made aware of the representative of Potts family that they no longer live in Rockdale. Why does this matter? They are only out for the money and do not care about the Rockdale community in the wake of chaos this would leave. Shame on them and their greed. They claim the application, they did not want to care for the property any longer and wish to rezone it for collaborative residential subdivision. We've heard this several times now. The panel specifically has asked for a reconsideration of what this could be. I remember Mr. Tom was saying, why don't we keep the zoning the same and we look at 3 to 7 acre plots and sell it in that manner versus a full-blown subdivision. They stated they could not make money that way. Homes would be required to be over $600,000 per home in order to do that. So this is clearly about money, plain and simple. And we're talking about the same situation over and over again. The petition by the family, as Chris stated, is a red herring. It's a Hail Mary. And what would stop the family from then turning around and selling to the former petitioner or another developer, clearly for the same reason, as they did not even bother to change the attributes of what they came here today to rezone with. So there's no recourse for us if this were to be approved as the community around here. This is blatant disregard for Rockdale from the family that is no longer invested its future in this community, and it's merely to make a buck, and it's absolutely disgusting. As someone who has lived here for the past 7 years, but I've been invested in the community for over 15 as I've kept my horses here, and I love Rockdale. That's the reason I moved here. I don't want this rezoning to happen. It will impact my home life, the peace that I moved here for, and I am asking that the panel deny the rezoning request because it is basically a deceitful attempt to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Is this Clifton, is it Woodall or Woods?
Woodall.
Woodall.
Before I begin, why did the last group get 20 minutes but we only get 10? Like, just respectfully.
No, you.
Yes, so I apologize for not explaining that. The last applicant had 2 requests before the planning commission, so both requests gets a 10 minutes each. So that's for the last applicant got 20 minutes, and this is only 1 request, so that's why they only get 10 minutes.
That's the rule.
All right, my name is Clifton Woodall. My home is on the southern corner of Walker and Ebenezer. Most of the people in opposition to this rezoning aren't against development, but they trusted that when they bought in this area that the AR zoning would maintain the character of the area that they moved in. I personally did 20 years ago. I'm like, oh, look, it's zoned agricultural residential. That kind of protects me from this kind of development. I think it's interesting that the representative for the Potts family picked 4 subdivisions in the area where I would not let my children buy a house. They're run down, they're seedy, especially one in particular, my goodness. And that's what they want to put behind us. What she did not point out is wonderful subdivisions like Avignon, New Haven, Lochinver, Cedar Grove, and even Graceland. Now, these are large lots with spacious houses, solid, four-side brick, and the kind of houses that everyone here in this room would be pleased to live in and pleased to have near them. Directly across the street from me, there was a 5-acre piece of land that was owned. The lady moved into a retirement community. She sold it. The county approved cutting into 4 1.25-acre lots. 2 have just built out with the exact kind of houses that everybody here would like to see on the Potts farm. 1.25-acre lots. I also understood they sold for around for $650,000 to $700,000. There are people who are in the market to buy a house like that. We got a lot of starter houses around this community, and we don't need to load up with that much more. And I'm done.
Thank you, sir. Joe? Does anybody have any further questions of the applicant? That's all we had designated for the time. Any questions for Ms. Battle?
One question.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How many houses could be built in the current zoning?
I'm not sure how many could be built in the current zoning. I think, though, it should be noted that the current zoning is not consistent with the current land use designation. Agricultural land is under the low-density agricultural land use designation. Mm-hmm. So this property is no longer, and all the property in this area, quite honestly, technically is no longer consistent with what the county's vision is for this area. In terms of how many units could be built now with actually under AG, and if I can go back to the, I think that those are 1-acre lots that would be allowed under AG, and we've got, 113 acres. However, all of those are not buildable. So you still have to put in the infrastructure, so there would be significantly less lots, but that seems, in my opinion, from a legal perspective, and I think that has to be taken into consideration. We don't do these things in a vacuum. There is Georgia law with regards to even what you all are looking at in terms of what you can assess with regards to rezonings. We do have that information, just to remind everybody that there is a criteria that the county uses, that the staff reviews, and you all are to use the same criteria as well as the Board of Commissioners. That is in your zoning ordinance. So at this point, I can't tell you exactly how many lots, but obviously it would be less than the 175 that we are proposing today.
So you would agree that the property does have a reasonable economic use as zoned?
Actually, I don't agree that it has a reasonable
you just want
economic
a greater
use.
Economic use,
No,
right?
what I said is that the current zoning on the property does allow for 1-acre lots. 1-acre lots from a marketability standard and from a marketing standard is not the typical lot size that is being sold today. A 10,000 square foot lot, and I can show throughout the metro Atlanta area, is actually a fairly large size lots. Most of my clients are out looking for 6,500 square foot lots, which are actually allowed under the conservation subdivision designation that the county has if you're looking to preserve even more green space. But we did not go for what would be a 6,000 square foot lot that's allowed under the conservation subdivision. We only went for the 10,000 minimum, which is actually a fairly substantial lot.
So you're saying again, that it does not, so you cannot build on the lot? As it's
It does
currently
not
zoned?
have a reasonable use as currently zoned based on the amount of infrastructure that we would still have to put in, which is a standard that the state does go by. So I wanted to be clear, my client has a right to seek this zoning. Even under the current zoning ordinance, it indicates that anyone who is a landowner has a right to proceed. So we don't have to have a builder or a developer that is associated with this application in order to move forward with it. And I get that this board and that the community, is not supportive from what we have seen in the past with regards to this. But my client intends to continue to pursue this. So.
Yeah, I understand that, and I
Yeah.
appreciate all of the homework that you've done in terms of the communities, but in the same way that, in the same way that the Potts family does have the right to pursue their interests, I'd also think that the neighbors, their adjacent neighbors, also have a right to
Well, then
pursue
I would
their.
ask, what's the point of the land use plan? Because the land use
well,
plan
the land
says
use
2 to
plan
4
says-
units per acre. That's what the land use plan says.
Right, I'm saying currently as it's zoned, that's also what it says, so I'm just saying they don't.
Actually, that's not consistent, though. That's what my point is. The AG is no longer consistent with what the county has said its vision is for this area. So the county has said that the vision for this area and the surrounding properties is medium density residential, which is 2 to 4 units per acre. That's what the county has adopted as its land use plan. And this currently as zoned is not consistent with the vision. If the county doesn't like that vision, then the county should not have put that as the vision. They should have left it agricultural, low density. But apparently, for whatever the reasons are, I didn't make the change. The Board of Commissioners made the change for this entire area to be medium density residential, and that AG designation for agricultural is no longer appropriate for this area, that this is the direction that the county is going in. And so we are asking for something that's consistent with what the board has indicated is appropriate.
And
so staying AG1, I get that everybody would love for it to stay agricultural and do 1 acre lots. But again, that's not consistent with what the vision is that the county has adopted. So if that doesn't mean anything, then the county should, that you're saying that the county doesn't have to abide by its vision.
The vision is being reviewed and updated at this point and due out by the end of the year with changes to the land use program. And
But this is what
I find
it
it
is
interesting
today.
that you use the word conservation when the entire property lies within an environmental area that feeds into the watershed for the Honey Creek, that you have no indication that you've acknowledged that in the presentation.
So our engineer has worked on this site. We believe that we have preserved all of the environmentally sensitive areas that are on the site. My client has owned this property again for 150 years in their family. They have a right to seek to sell this property. If the county would like to buy the property
I'm not
in order
disputing
to
their right to
preserve
sell
all
the
of the
property.
green space, then the county should buy the property.
I'm
Let
not
the county buy the property.
I am not disputing the right for the family to want to sell this property. I'm disputing the direction that the family is taking in trying to sell this property involved around environmental issues.
Well, what are the environmental issues that you feel that we haven't addressed?
The fact that it's all in the watershed for Honey Creek.
So
which is
if the
potentially-
entirety of the property is in the watershed for Honey Creek, then maybe the county should buy it.
I'm not going to argue this with you.
Okay, that's okay. I'm trying to understand.
Okay. Any further questions for Ms. Battle?
Yeah, if you could just go back to the slide that you had initially.
ma'am.
You were trying to show comparisons to those particular.
That one?
There you go.
Yes, ma'am.
How many lots are in each one of those?
I showed the lots there on that one. I just did a very quick snippet. So those were 32, 27, and 15 on those. But I didn't have like the one for Stanton Road, which was a much bigger subdivision. I was pulling plats off of the the clerk's cooperative,
Mhm.
but I can certainly pull more because there were much larger subdivisions. Some of them, because they're so old, didn't actually have the total square footage. So I couldn't, like on Stanton Ridge, there's many more lots there, but the plat itself did not say what the total acreage was, so I couldn't calculate what the density was.
Okay. Are you
And the
familiar
total
with
cost.
those residences?
I've been over in the area. I'm not saying our look is from a lot perspective. From a house perspective, in terms of the house to be placed on there, just like you just spent the last 3 hours talking about house designs and what it would look like and value, you can have a very substantial house, a nice house on a 10,000 square foot lot. We see it all the time. That's not a small lot. That lot can place a substantial house on that lot with the same types of facades and other things that were looked at when the city of Conyers was up here. So it's not that you can't do a nice home on that property. If that's what the issue is, then let's talk about what the house is going to look like. But a 10,000 square foot lot is not a small lot.
Okay. And do you also recognize that Potts Family Farm is significantly larger than the ones that you used as the example?
What I looked at in terms of the comparison was to look at what were the closest 10,000 square foot lots. Now, if I increase that map, there are other 10,000 square foot lot communities that are surrounding in this area. Most of the lots that are that were subdivided out, and understand that the Potts family has sold many of these lots over the years. They started out with more land. They've been kind of sending off properties. People, some, they even here, that they sold off portions of their land to over the years as people were coming in and wanting lots. No different than many of the other residential communities that have been developed around. Those weren't there when they came in. These are lots that came about, like I said, over the last, 30, 40 years, where smaller lot development was coming in. I think the challenge is that apparently at the time that those came in, there weren't a lot of criteria for what those homes were going to look like. So to the extent that those homes are not favorable to you all in terms of design and look, those are things that can be addressed.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. I will ask at this point of the commission if we can have do you need anything else that you need to say first off?
No, sir, unless you have questions for me, but no, I have nothing else.
Questions of the county? All right, I'll open the floor for a motion for item R6 REZ 2024-21. Do I hear a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like
Yes.
to make a motion. Based on the fact that the 10,000 square foot lot sizes are smaller than that of the surrounding properties, based on the fact that the property does have a reasonable economic use as currently zoned, I'd like a motion to deny the request to rezone 2024-21, 113.988 acres at 1680, 1700, and 1720 Walker Road.
I've got a motion for denial. Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
We got a second. All those in favor of denial say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Okay. R4.
What's that?
15.
So is that saying Rockdale is no more welcoming the neighbors around this property? Agricultural? Since we're not welcoming? Is that what I understood?
I'm not sure what your question is. Just move your question to Chris at this point so we can move on. It's 11 o'clock.
Okay.
We still got property to consider. REZ 2024-15.
RZ 2024-15. This property is located at 2420 Sigmund Road, Southeast. The applicants are Mr. John Nix and Mr. Chandler Cotter, and they're here requesting to rezone a 53.25 acres property, or 53.25 off a 69-acre property from C2, general commercial, to MRU, mixed residential uses, for townhouses and single-family residences. On the location map, the star indicates where the proposed site is located. The zoning map shows the property is currently C2 general commercial and is surrounded by single-family and multifamily residents. To the west, there are single-family homes. To the north is undeveloped land. Southeast of the property is RM, which is residential multifamily, and are now being developed Iris Rose townhomes. To the south of the property are R3 multifamily as well, and the St. James apartments are located to the south. Our future land use map also indicates that the character area is mixed use, employment center, and the request to rezone to MRU, mixed residential uses, is in conformance with the comprehensive plan, which allows 8 to 12 residential units per acre. So to summarize, the map shown is a concept of the proposed development that the applicant wishes to rezone 53.2 acres from general commercial to mixed residential uses for townhomes and single-family residences. This development will have 304 residential units, with the breakdown of 257 proposed townhomes, 47 proposed single-family homes. The proposed density is 5.7 units per acre. MRU code allows up to 8 units per acre. The applicant is proposing a 5-foot wide concrete sidewalk on one side of the internal streets. Code, however, requires that sidewalks are installed on both sides of proposed internal streets. The applicant is proposing amenity areas including community green spaces, a splash pad, dog park, 6-foot wide enhanced walking path, and a 10-foot wide paved multi-use path along Iris Drive. All external reviews were received. The fire department had no comments. The Board of Education provided data showing that the projected enrollment will be lower than current capacity. Transportation, however, recommended that the developer coordinate with GDOT on Iris Drive and to also provide a traffic study. Stormwater noted that there are state waters, wetlands, FEMA floodplains, and Rockdale County floodplains on the property. Water and Sewer stated that there is an existing water main along Sigmund Road and that wastewater will be serviced from a private easement. Staff, after analyzing all the data, has recommended approval with 15 conditions. The applicant is here and can answer any questions that you may have. Mr. Nix, if you want to come and present.
Good evening, John Nix and Mark Walton, 945 Bank Street, and I think he's still at 928 Black Lawn Road. This project is currently zoned, the land in question is currently zoned C2. Can you pop up the main? Yeah, this is good, thank you. If you look to the top of the property where the pink area is, that butts up to Sigmund Road, that's actually part of this parcel, but it's not asked to be rezoned. It's going to stay C2, which it is today. The rest of the property that we're requesting rezoning for is currently C2. Interestingly, as far as location and what surrounds this property, you can see that Interstate I-20 is to the right in this diagram. Sigmund Road is above it with the C2. To the left is existing R1 residential, and at the bottom of the page is an existing apartment complex. The undeveloped land in that area is also owned by the same developer, and quite candidly has been sitting that way for a while. To the right in white is a townhome development that's currently under construction. The entire property of approximately 70 acres has been zoned C2 for over 35 years. It has been aggressively marketed in the last 10 years, and we're here today to attempt to get it changed to a zoning that will allow it to be marketed and sold to a designated developer who's one of the applicants. Now I'd just like to turn it over to Mark to point out some of the things on the development that we feel are unique compared to some of the projects that come before you that have this mixed use.
Good evening, y'all. Almost good morning.
Mark.
Sorry about that, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. On this particular layout, we've worked with a developer, and we've added a lot of features that the main part is that we've got sort of a civic center in the middle, which is where we're planning to have the splash pad. The roads will all be leading into that. We've tried to, the residential property that's located to the left, we'll say, Cedar Lane, we've voluntarily put in a 50-foot transitional buffer according to code, because we have single-family residential up against single-family residential. There's not a required buffer. Our lots will be smaller. So the developer has agreed to do a transitional buffer there. The lots, the single-family residential lots, can be as small as 40 feet wide. The developer wants to go with 60 feet to allow for a little bit larger of a residential product there. The two different colors of the townhomes that you see, we've tried to sort of intersperse in there between front load units and rear load units. Additionally, with the MRU zoning, we could go up to 8 units to the acre. With the land that we have set aside, we're basically at 5.7 units to the acre, which is approximately 29% less density than we could have. And I think that we have the dark green that sort of goes diagonal through there is a Georgia Power easement. So we've tried to pull things away from it and add additional green space where we could. And that's about the majority of the plan. I would like to show some representative examples, hopefully.
Well, that's what I was getting ready to ask.
Okay. And I'm not sure how, Carolyn, if I shrink it down. Perfect. This is a representative example of a single-family residential house there. The next page is another representative example. And that was a third one up there. It does not have the amount of brick or stone that we will be required to have as one of the conditions, but basically the roof lines and the house itself. Can you blow up that one? Perfect. Thank you, ma'am. That's a rear entry townhome. We'll have them face to face. So from our perspective, we're looking at our front door of a unit, looking across basically to a sidewalk that will lead to the front doors of other units. So they'll be front to front on a green. And then the next little picture is basically a front entry townhome. and we will be required to have more brick than this shows, but that's basically it. And then, and then the final is just back to our original concept plan.
How much time do we have left? Okay, we'll reserve the rest of our time, please. We've got some other points we'd bring up, but I'd rather hear what the opposition has and respond to that as well if I can, but if we can reserve the balance of our time.
Stuff underneath.
Got any cards? Those are the ones from the previous. Is there Mr. Holt?
It's a Miss Holt.
Oh, Ms. Holt? What's that first name?
Kelly.
Kelly Holt.
Yes. I'm here tonight to talk for my subdivision, which is Cedar Lane. Most of our residents have lived in that neighborhood since the houses were built, and they still live in those houses. And they moved that because it was wooded, quiet, no traffic. And a year and a half ago, I bought a house on Cedar Lane for that main reason. I work in Midtown every day of my life and deal with traffic every day of my life. And I bought out there because it was close enough to the city, but far enough away so I'd have the peace and quiet. We don't need the traffic for one thing. It's a 2-lane road. So is Irish Drive, it's a 2-lane road. There's already so much traffic on Irish Road now. The traffic light there at the interstate, you sit there sometimes for 10 minutes waiting to turn. And you're wanting to add that many more residents to our neighborhood, that's gonna be probably 2 cars per household in that neighborhood, which is gonna add that much. What are they gonna do about the roads? The roads are already jacked up at the red light. There are holes everywhere and stuff like that. What are they gonna do for all that? Irish Road, there's potholes all down Irish Road. And you're wanting to add 2 to 3 more cars per resident in that neighborhood, and the traffic, and that's going to bring in more crime. We're right there at the interstate. The more housing you have around interstates is going to bring more crime because the interstate is right there. We do not want all the riffraff and stuff in our neighborhood or near our neighborhood. I'm going to retire in a couple of years. I'm almost 6 years old. I chose that house in Rockdale County because I knew it was going to be quiet, but it was still close enough to the city where I could still do things and go to work every day. And then we have these people coming here wanting to tear everything down, all of the trees, and make it a football field and putting houses in it. There's not anything with green space. I mean, what, one little corner, the little barrier wall, or what they're going to leave behind our house 50 feet? Would you want that 50 feet behind your house? Looking out your door every day and sitting on your screened-in porch looking at that every night? Nobody in our neighborhood wants this. And I'm going to do whatever I can do to make my neighborhood happy and keep my neighborhood quiet and safe. We all go to bed at 8 o'clock at night. You don't even hear a car on our street. Most of the neighbors, they're in their 80s. They built their houses. And we go to bed early. We don't need all of the noise. We don't want all of the construction. We don't want all of taking down all the barrier. Then we're going to hear everything from the expressway. We do not want this, and we will do everything we can do to keep from this happening. And I'm going to put out flyers in all the mailboxes, and we're going to do something about this. We do not want it. We're going to get together as a neighborhood and the surrounding neighborhoods to keep this from happening. We want the woods behind our house for a reason. We love our wildlife. We have deer. We all feed the deer. We feed the family of turkeys. There's 3 baby does in our neighborhood now that were born. We all feed these things. We sit on our porches and look at these things. We don't want, and these people are talking to earlier 2 crazy men that were here wanting to tear everything down and just put houses up everywhere in fields. This is a field. This is not a neighborhood. That's a field with houses. We live in our subdivision for a reason, for the nature. Every house in our neighborhood is a complete wooded lot. And then you're going to tear this down and put this behind our houses? I'm going to look at my back door. My back door butts up to what they're fixing to do. And I don't want to look at that every day, and neither do my neighbors. Do y'all want to say anything? Do you have anything else that you want to say? They're the old people. And I can't believe they're out past dark.
Pardon?
Do you have to have a card, or if there's still time, can somebody else speak?
We need a card.
Okay, we didn't do that earlier, so we just need to stay consistent.
Okay. Thank you, Mr.
So all I ask is, please, don't vote this in.
All right. Mr. Nix?
First of all, I want to point out that the future land use map calls this as mixed-use employment center, and the density allowed for that designation is 8 to 12 units per acre. I want to say further that this property is currently zoned C2, so C2 uses can be applied to this property as it sits without coming before you all or the Board of Commissioners. I suggest to you that this use is a lot less intense than a full 70 acres of C2 backing up to the single-family residential. If you look at the light-colored townhouses in the middle of the development that kind of lead to that circle, every one of those is rear-loaded. And the reason they're all rear-loaded is because the front of them, when you go out the front door, you're not going to see a street. What you're going to see is a 6-foot path that is intended for pedestrian and bicycle traffic. So it's going to be basically a park in front of those townhouses with a trail, a path on it, a 6-foot path instead of a road. That was intentionally done following a concept that is pretty popular, I understand, in Virginia, and I happen to see it in Greenville, South Carolina, and not having that road in front of all the townhouses, but rather that path. That same 6-foot path connects to other paths that are difficult to see in this drawing, but they actually meander and connect back across some of the easements and eventually connect to a 10-foot wide multi-purpose path that's going to run by Iris Drive. It's going to be 10 to 15 feet setback from Iris Drive and will be landscaped and come up to the entrance. It's right there where it says Iris in the diagram. We've talked to Carter USA that is going to have the C2 track when this closes, and they are open. We just haven't worked out the details of how that multi-purpose path will connect to their commercial. The impact of that is the whole purpose of having MRU, and as defined by the code, is to provide needs for diverse population, well-designed, human-scale, single-family detached, single-family zero-lot line, and townhouses. To provide a transition between single-family residential and commercial, civic, or office uses. That's exactly what this is doing. It's providing a transition. In fact, it's taking the commercial that it can be away from the back of the property that she's concerned about, and I understand her concern, but we're providing a 50-foot buffer, which is a significant buffer when you're backing up to residential. Plus, we are not out in South Rockdale in the middle of undeveloped ag land. We are adjacent to I-20, surrounded by apartments, surrounded by a smaller townhouse development. We do have the residential on one side, and we've got the commercial going to Sigmund Road. This is a site that is ready-made as far as its configuration and location to have the MRU designation. And we would consider it or argue that it is less intrusive than 70 acres of C2. We ask your consideration of this. This plan to have these townhouses open up onto green space rather than road is nothing that you've seen before in Rockdale County. It's the first time staff's seen it in Rockdale County. It's a conscientious effort to make this something different and positive and match up with the intent of the code. And I would suggest to you that it does better than anything that's been presented here in a while. And given its location and proximity to the interstate and the C2 property, it just makes sense. Not only from a zoning analysis, not only from a position of how the state requires us to look at zonings, it just makes common sense for this land, the way it's configured and situated, to work. So thank you for your consideration.
Can I say,
couple of quick questions, John. Where was the imagination in designing this subdivision? I mean, it looks like cars lined up in a drive-in theater. I mean, it's pretty boring. I mean, you go in and you just up and down 2 lanes of road, and you got Clondo here, Clondo there. I mean, it's.
Well, I take.
Sounds pretty. I mean, it looks to me like a pretty boring subdivision.
Well,
It was done to try to be on a grid pattern. That was the intent with that, so there would be no cul-de-sacs, there would be good interconnectivity, and it would be more walkable.
Well, walkable is no other place to walk but in there.
Well, we hope walking out to the 10-foot trail along Iris Drive will ultimately get tied to the commercial and ultimately get tied to the other side of Signum. You know, you got to start somewhere. They make us put sidewalks in the middle of nowhere, so as development comes, it expands.
Well,
I would respectfully disagree that this doesn't have any imagination, and I would challenge you to present a plan of a similar MRU or even a townhouse development that a majority of the townhouses are not opening up onto a street, but rather are opening up to a walking trail that is all park-like. You're not looking across the street. You're not looking through a tight space between townhouse looking across to townhouse. You're not looking to a townhouse with a garage door. You're looking to street front homes that have a front door and windows that when you walk out your front door, you can go to a path that your children can be on, and you can traverse this entire internal area that might look like in this diagram is a parking lot or a movie theater site for a drive-in theater, but it's much more than that. And not only does it have the interconnectivity as between these residences, it also has that same interconnectivity to, of course, we're out here on Iris Drive, but it's a 10-foot multi-purpose path with commercial to the going toward Atlanta. And across Sigmund Road, you've got 40 acres of C2. It just sets itself up for not being a contained community in the middle of nowhere, connected to nothing. At least the effort is being made. Also, the effort is being made to put all the single-family residential. Where is it? It's adjacent to the single-family residential that's been there for 30 or 40 years.
And the one that's under construction, which brings me to the point of you've got 5,000 rooftops under construction or approved already. What's the price point?
The price point for the townhomes is $345 to $380, and the price point for single family is $395 to $430.
For a county that's got an average of 75,000 as a salary.
How will they exit onto Iris Drive? Is it just one exit?
The one at the top where it says Iris Drive is the main, and then the other exit goes through the white townhouse development below.
Oh, it's through.
You had your time.
Is this the same community?
No, it's not going to, you mean
It's
the
like
same
a phase
owner?
2 of the existing?
No, it's not phase 2.
Is it a public road through the townhome community adjacent?
The adjacent one is not a public road. It's owned by the townhome facility, whatever, the homeowners association.
They've agreed for you to connect?
I believe that will be worked out, yes.
Well, let's put it this way, y'all. The fire department has reviewed this with those 2 entrances. The property that's currently under development is being constructed by the developer that would do this property, but it's being constructed for another party, and they have worked out internally to have an entrance through that
So same developer's doing both?
No, one developer is constructing what is in white for another.
Contractor is doing both.
That is it. The person that's the applicant here is also a construction company as well as a developer. So they are constructing the site that's in white, but they will not be the ultimate owner. This site that we're asking for, the change, would be owned by the applicant.
Okay.
So it hasn't been worked out yet whether or not that can be.
Well, I can promise you that if it doesn't get worked out, the fire department's not going to approve having one entrance to this subdivision, to this development.
Any further questions of Mr. Nix or Mark?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. You finished. You finished.
The width of this room is 50 feet. That's what I'm gonna have to look at.
Ma'am. Ma'am. We have a procedure. Thank you.
Now, if we,
County?
I thought they had to have it on both sides instead of one side.
Any questions
sorry.
of the county at this point?
Actually, yes. Are they required to do both sides? So this is going to be redeveloped? What, okay. Well, this plat, the current plan you said has sidewalks on one side of the street. Will they be required to show two on both sides of the street?
Yes, that's the requirement.
Okay. So this is going to be reworked then?
Yes, they would have to comply with what code requires.
So what's the difference in the code and what's shown?
They don't only have sidewalks on one side of the street.
Okay. Like going to reduce the number of units they can put in by adding that sidewalk?
I'm not sure how they'll redo the whole thing, but they would just have to figure that out, and before everything goes through to with getting approval from transportation and.
Okay. Just working on another. How many units?
340. This saying 257.
Off of the street.
57 townhomes and 47
That's
single family.
Have you stopped right there? That traffic is crazy right there.
257.
304 total.
That's what I
For
got.
300 units.
304 total.
340 or 304?
304.
Oh, 304. Okay.
Yeah.
You said 347.
304.
304.
304.
Oh, I think it's 257 and 47.
Okay. Does anybody have any additional?
Although it doesn't have anything to do with whether or not we change the zoning, it just seems like it's a lot, going to this one light, and then you're hitting right on 20, and
It's backing up right now.
it backs up right now. Especially during 5 o'clock when the traffic is bad on 20. Iris Drive is bagged up all the way to Stonecrest sometimes, and now we're talking about 304 more units right there at that intersection. Just seems like it's a lot. And then, the part that doesn't matter is it does seem very cookie cutter, which is the very thing that Rockdale County is trying to get out of. It just seems like there's, I don't know. It's the same thing, different day.
I guess that it would not pass muster on any new land use plan that we've got when it comes out.
Yeah. I must say, though, that the comprehensive plan does allow for 8 to 12 units, and they're proposing 5.7. So it's not out of the norm what they're asking. And if you also think about it, it is zoned general commercial. So it's either you have a bunch of commercial going into that area, or you mix it up. And transportation also recommend that they work with GDOT and do a traffic study as well, if you're concerned about the traffic. So that's something that they'll have to get done as well.
Traffic studies can say she's right, is what it's gonna say.
Yeah, because they've hit the threshold of over 200 lots, so they're required to do that.
Why can't we have the traffic study while we're making this decision?
And generally, we should have. But again, because the use of the property right now, the general commercial, it is a given. It is something that they are entitled to for the general commercial, and as he said, they can build commercial in that location right now as it is.
We still would need the traffic study then, though, right?
Depends on what they're building. For, yeah.
Crazy warehouse.
So I think that the question is whether or not we change it from C2 to MRU.
And remember too that it's only part of it they're trying to change from C2 to MRU. It's what, 53 acres of the 69 acres? So the rest of it will remain C2.
Does that remaining portion, is any of that part of the Georgia Power?
No.
Leftover, that's not, that's separate. Okay. Well, 304 units on top of the 5,000 we got now. Don't like the idea of that.
So there's roughly 11 more somewhere. I mean, can you point it out up there?
11
There's 11, and are there 11 more acres? That's about,
Yeah.
there's a total of 69, right?
Yes.
Okay, they're gonna use 53. They're talking about rezoning for 53.
Mm-hmm.
So where's the other 11?
It's the white part? Yeah.
Oh, that's the white part.
Oh, that's the part.
And
Uh-huh.
Okay.
And the white,
Well, just a question on, from a zoning perspective. As you're going down, the interstates, isn't commercial the best use of the immediate access on the freeway? I mean, maybe being that's the reason why it was zoned commercial in the first place.
I mean, years ago, yes, that was the conventional thinking, but as time has gone on, they have decided, zoning along the major access road, mixed use is one of those things that they like to see because again, you have the quick access onto the interstate to move a good segment of people instead of putting off further away, further away from the interstate access point. So at that point in time, yeah, years ago, commercial would be down the interstate because of advertising and so forth. But as planning has kind of evolved, mixed use has kind of taken over where you would like to have residential mixed in with commercial to create that center where you have residents right there within that walkable area, but then they can easily access any major thoroughfare to move and so forth instead of going all the way up 212 and so forth to get to a major access point.
I see. And you think that by having this one access there, as people are coming down Iris Drive, trying to get on 20, you have one access, maybe two, with the entire neighborhood coming this way, that wouldn't be a problem.
I'm sorry, say that one more time again.
If you're as currently if you're driving west on Iris Drive and you're trying to make that right to get onto 20. So if you have 304 homes or residents trying to get on Iris Drive with no light, with people going west, you don't think that's going to create a traffic problem?
Possibly, ma'am.
And this is why they're asked to coordinate with GDOT and to do the traffic study. So then they will be required to do maybe other lanes or something to that effect. But
we need, I would like, prefer to have traffic study. Yeah, I mean, it's just too many units in this cramped up area with accessibility to Harris Drive to,
And actually, it's not 304, it's 304 plus the
yeah.
neighborhood under development.
Yeah, plus you got
There's something else
those.
going
At one
in.
spot, they're gonna need a traffic signal almost.
No doubt. No doubt.
I like to get traffic study first.
When you come out to development, you're always at Signal.
Yeah.
So,
They're right there at it. And a lot of these units are going, despite the acreage that's being left over, a lot of these units are going to have a direct view of I-20. That buffer's doesn't cover everybody. Okay.
Any further questions?
No, I don't. Y'all covered?
I don't have any.
You covered?
I'm good.
All right. I'll look for a motion at this point. We've, the county is, staff recommends approval with conditions. Personally, I would vote for denial if I could. Does anybody have a, with either that or put a number 16 before anything that we would get to see it again after the traffic study?
Well,
I don't know
Mr. Chair,
I don't know how we can do that. We couldn't have put a number 16 and then say, approval with conditions, and then if one condition means we see the proposal after the traffic study. Now we can't do that, can we?
I don't think you can, but I would say still put it in there anyhow. Just for the simple fact that, again, maybe staff can talk to legal and see if that's a enforceable condition, if you choose to. Because again, think about it, you guys are just a recommending body, so you can recommend that, and then again, staff could take a look at it and ask the county attorney's legal opinion on that and see if that's an enforceable condition and so forth.
But what would be the enforceable condition? Once they provide the traffic study, are we saying that if the traffic study is not favorable?
If anything, it will still have to come back before you. We wouldn't allow them to proceed with any kind of concept plan, any type of plan, or any drawings and so forth.
So we'd see it again anyway.
Yeah, that would be the idea of it, but I'm not sure about the language. Not at this late an hour. I'm not gonna lie to you. So I would just say if you want to do
right now.
No, So I would.
How does everybody feel about making the 16th edition and saying requirement of a traffic study?
well, Mr. Chair, even if we did that, the subject matter is still the same. There would be 304 units coming along with the other acreage that's in process of being developed, which for me, I would make a motion. Can I do that right now?
Yeah.
I'll make a motion to deny REZ. I'm sorry, let me back up. I will make a motion to deny item R4, REZ 2024-15, to rezone 53.25 acres of a 69.86 acreage property at 2420 Sigmund Road Southwest from C2 to MREU for townhomes and single-family residents.
Okay, we have a motion to deny REZ 2024-15. Do I hear a second?
Second.
We've got a second. Any discussion? All those in favor of denial say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Covered. That. You got one more?
Yeah.
Sorry, what did you say, Chairman, Mr. Harris?
Yes.
I didn't hear what you said.
I said we got one more, don't we?
No, we have two more.
Two more. 5.
And that last vote, that was 6-0, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I had to count, see how many of us were here. Okay. Item R5, Special use permit 2024-05 to authorize a special use permit for a private school, pre-K through 5.
Yes, sir. The SUP 2024-05, the property is 2412 Southeast Ebenezer Road. Applicant is Dr. Nadra Powell of High Achievers Education Center. The applicant is requesting a special use permit for private school PK to 5 in a place of worship at the Ebenezer United Methodist Church. The subject site is surrounded by residentially zoned properties. The adjacent zoning and land use to the east, west, north are all single-family residences, and to the south is a public middle school. The request for special use permit to operate a private school is in conformity with the current AR zoning district and medium density future land use designation. All external reviews were received, and the applicant expressed that the facility has adequate parking space and their drop-off and pickup require parents to sign students in and out. Therefore, they will park their cars in the parking lot and not create a car line to pick up students. So, in summary, the applicant is requesting this special use for the private school located at the place of worship. There are 4 entrances to this property. There is one on Staten Road, one on Paradise Circle, and 2 on Ebenezer Road. The applicant has also stated that the capacity will not exceed 94 students. Drop-off time will be 7:15 to 8 a.m. Pickup will be 2:30 to 3, similarly to the adjacent Edwards Middle School. Existing parking will be utilized for drop-off and pickup. With this in mind, staff has recommended approval with 2 conditions for this request. The applicant is here and can answer any questions that you may have concerning this proposed project.
And the applicant is here? Okay.
She's right here.
Good night.
Oh, you got 15 more minutes. Good morning.
Good night to everyone in their respective places. My name is Dr. Nadra Powell. I am owner of 939 Bank Street in Old Town, Conyers. I am also an educator of 22 years and the current owner and headmaster of High Achievers Education Center, which is a private elementary school in Conyers. We opened in 2017. Our school was originally located in 939 Bank Street, and December of 2022, we suffered the ice storm that flooded us out of the building, which caused us to abruptly relocate to Conyers First United Methodist. And we were so grateful that the city of Conyers and Mayor Evans allowed us a permissive transfer to be able to be in the Conyers First Methodist Church, which is where we're currently located. Since transitioning to our current location, we have seen our population grow significantly, and we have outgrown our Bank Street space, and so we are now looking for a new facility for us to move our student population in. We are one of the only private schools in the area that is accepting level 1 and 2 autism students, and so because of the increase in autistic population and them needing alternate spaces, we're in high demand. Additionally, we believe it's so important to provide parents with options for education. We all have witnessed what has happened recently in the news, and it is just time for us to provide our student population with opportunities to have options, to have smaller class sizes, to be able to specialize in and specify whatever needs it is that they need. I'm sorry, this is very long, and I'm going to try to condense it for time's sake, because I know everybody's tired, or maybe it's just me. But we are requesting assistance for a special use permit, AR, which primarily anywhere a private school could be located in Rockdale County requires a conditional use for private school. So if you say no now, you will see me again next time, because we do have to find our permanent home, and we want to stay here in Rockdale County. I live in Rockdale County. I've been in Rockdale County now for 13 years. My children are students in Rockdale County Public Schools, and so Rockdale is my home, and we plan to stay here. Do you all have any questions for me?
Is your facility going to be on the campus of the church?
It is going to be on the campus. It'll be located in their educational building. They're currently using their educational building as a preschool. The preschool is moving, so the educational building will be vacant.
Okay. On the tax assessor information, there's a number of buildings with dates. It does show that the educational building was built in the 1980s. I just want to confirm that the building you're not moving in isn't the one that was built in 1960. Do you?
No,
No.
It's not the one that was built in 1960. That's their youth. That's their youth building now. Currently used as their youth Sunday school building.
Thank you.
Yes, that was my question also. So I'm familiar with the United Methodist Church there on the Ebenezer. So you're saying that the church has a separate building that you will be occupying? Because I noticed.
Yes, it's a separate. It's not attached to the sanctuary. It's a separate educational building. It's their current preschool building.
So that building sits on 7.57 acres?
The property in its entirety sits on 7.5.
So that would include the church?
That includes the church and all the subsequent properties around.
Okay, so the building that you will be occupying, what is that square footage? Do you know?
No.
Because the application is kind of like saying that the subject site is 7.5, development of worship, including the sanctuary, educational building, gym, cemetery, chapel, and student warehouse.
In totality, the acreage is 7.5.
Right, but the building that you will be occupying is?
The building is not, no.
Okay, so where is that piece of property?
The building is not.
That's the old church. That's the old chapel from back in the day. This is the new one, so which one is she's occupying?
I guess we can send that.
Which one is she's occupying?
Which one is that one on this
Yeah, which
picture?
one is this on here?
In this picture, it looks like these two buildings are attached, but they.
There's a breezeway. And it's just a breezeway between the two? Yeah.
It just looks like
Yeah.
it's attached.
So this is the sanctuary?
Yes.
And then this is the educational building? Okay. So you have a separate lease for this building?
If we are approved, we will.
Okay.
Have a lease currently.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions of the doctor? What was your name again?
Nadra Powell.
All righty. Any further questions of Dr. Powell? Okay. And the only conditions I see are two of them. Shall abide by all the applicable standards, et cetera, and abide by the supplemental use standards. So it's pretty straightforward. Do I hear a motion?
Mr. Chair, I make a motion that we approve to authorize item R5, SUP 2024-05, to authorize a special use permit for a private school pre-K 5 with the with the special permit conditions.
Okay, and stated says you motion for approval with conditions.
Yes,
Okay.
with the approval conditions, yes.
Do I hear a second?
I second.
Got a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Here we go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Last one.
Now we're up to R2.
Congratulations. Congratulations to your new members. You survived your first, second planning commission meeting. Apologize, I had to be the one that was extremely long. But anyway, the last item on the agenda is RZ case 2024-17. The applicant is Inline Communities. The applicant is looking to rezone 320, 460, and 470 Honey Creek Road from AR Agricultural Residential to CRS Collaborative Residential Subdivision for the development of 205 acre development. I'm sorry, 285 acres for a 377 unit single family development. Again, this is the aerial map of the subject property. The property has frontage along Honey Creek, which is located to the south, and frontage along Good Road, which is located to the north. This is a zoning map. Again, the current zoning is agricultural residential. This is the future land use map. Future land use map is medium density. This is the proposed site plan the applicant has submitted for consideration. A few items of note on the project summary. The applicant again is looking to do 377 lots. The lot widths that they are proposing would be at 70 feet, 80 feet, and even up to 100 feet wide. The minimum lot sizes the applicant has indicated for the development will be 10,150 square feet, 11,360 square feet, and the largest lot size they will have is 22,000 square feet. The applicant has been proposing a density of 1.5 units per acre. The open space that the applicant has indicated will be 114 acres, approximately 40, I believe that's 48%, or is that 40%? 40% of the project would be of open space. We have provided Department of Review comments. A few things of note as far as the Department of Review comments. RDOT did note that there should be an additional entrance along Honey Creek Road. Right now, I believe there's only two, and so the RDOT is believing there should be an additional entrance along Honey Creek Road. There is public water there, but however, there is no public wastewater, so the applicant would have to connect to another sewer basin, which I'm trying to find the name of it, and I apologize, I cannot find it. It is not Honey Creek, I believe it is.
Isn't Honey Creek designated?
It's not the Honey Creek Basin, it is the Snapping Shoal Sewer Basin, I apologize. With all our applicants, staff is again to provide a technical review as well as provide additional comments. Staff does have concerns regarding the amount of homes located that the applicant is proposing to develop. Staff is concerned with the overall number of homes within the immediate area, especially with the existing large subdivisions located along Honey Creek. So staff is recommending denial of this application. However, if the Planning Commission chooses to recommend approval, we do recommend that you approve it with the conditions that the applicant, that staff has presented for you this evening or this morning. The applicant is here if you have any questions.
So what was the number of units?
377 units.
Oh, that's what I was going to ask. On the Inline Communities form regarding zoning rationale, it says 379.
It might have been just might be an initial one where they may have lost a lot, but I'm sure they can explain the minus of 2.
Need somebody from it?
Yeah, they're coming.
That must be in line back there, okay. It's officially tomorrow.
It's almost right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, I had to go through that one.
Still haven't, does it? Christopher, this is from the previous one. You got cards for this one?
Is there a way to do it full screen? So like half the page?
Okay.
Like that? If you can bring it up, I just want to see when it scrolls. Make it just slightly smaller for it'll go down to the perfect, just down to that, the first map on it. Yeah, that one. Okay, perfect. Thank you. When you guys are ready to start the time. Kenneth Wood, 350 Research Court. So this is the project. I've heard comments. I've presented a lot of cases, and this one has the creativity, the open space, and the design that I want to share with you guys about how we've got there, how we chose CRS, the issues that we actually saw with some of the staff recommendations. This is at Highway 20 coming down north-south. We also have 212 over to the west of us. So Honey Creek, you had seen it before. It had a lot more, almost a couple hundred more lots when it was presented previously. There's a way to scroll up just so it sets in it. This is the tract of land. We almost have a 20-acre lake on it. We've actually been in touch with basically safe dams. We have to make changes to the dam. We've walked with the owners just to the west of this about different things that are happening with the dam. It's in pretty good condition. Yeah, absolutely. It has the dam's in pretty good shape. It's being maintained, but it's something that has to be upgraded to Category 1 standards. And so this project would be able to do that where it is with the lot count and being able to do it with the creativity, because we want to turn it into a recreational area, but we also need to make it safe and make sure it's meeting all the standards. And so the property kind of breaks up into two things. You have Good Road at the top, you have Honey Creek at the bottom. You see old Pleasant Hill Baptist Church. It's one of the oldest churches, I believe, in all of Rockdale County, and you'll hear from them as well. Trinity Baptist Church, you have the subdivisions basically all to our south and going off to the east, and they were zoned at different times. There are one, but they're actually more 8, 9, and 10,000 square feet. And you got some of the lots that are more half acre to an acre that are kind of north east of us. If you can scroll it up, this was the previous plan you guys saw in some of the images. This was the one that was just under 600 lots. And so we took that and looked at the medium density residential. That is basically, we're medium, but we're actually going to be the lowest one that you guys have probably seen this year. We're 1.32. Our net, if you take out all the lake, is 1.55. And so 1.32 is it, which is actually below the density of R1, and I'll walk you guys through how that looks. This is actually a slow slide, so you can actually see everything around us. Every existing subdivision anywhere near us is actually at a almost the same or at a much higher density than us. The golf course just below us is the only one that's just slightly within 0.1 of us, but those are smaller lots, and that has the golf course. Then also you look to the east of us and you can actually see even smaller lots, but you have the density that's even higher. And I want to walk you through our open space and why we're superior. On this plan, what we did is I just took basically an R1 and an R2. Like, what is a standard? AG doesn't really have an economic value the way it sits. It's not run as a farm, and it doesn't have the value to do that with the lake and the repairs needed for the lake. So I just took R1 and R2 where it's against those other R2 size lots, and you can basically get the same density, but there's no open space left. And so we want to take a special piece of property and turn it into something really beautiful. These are all the community meetings we've had. We had several of them. We had meeting at the churches. I also had inline that have been calling constantly. And so that is all the outreach that we have been doing and been talking about with this one. You can scroll up just a little bit. This is our project. And so the thing we really love about this is that you come in, we have, if you look at our amenity area on the southeastern side of the lake, just to kind of give you a scale for it, we have the large amenity area on the lake overlooking the lake with a dock and a pavilion that I'll show you guys. And then that loop trails, that loop park area that's basically like a large cul-de-sac is the size of a football field, just to give a scale to some of these open space areas. You can see in the middle of the projects, even out over to the west, we have large shade tree areas in the middle of the lots. So we're trying to really intersperse that shade tree areas. You see the Baptist church basically there on the southwest, and you can see 200-foot buffers. And then every neighbor around us, the minimum buffer is 100 feet, but most of the places we're up to 130 to 150, if not even more than that. And that is every single dimension of that. On the southeast, where we're against lots that are smaller than us, those lots are a minimum of 10 150. They're 70 feet wide, but mostly over 125. The ones going to the west, those are 80 minimum. And then the ones on the north that access Good Road, those are all 100-foot wide lots and a minimum half acre and going up from there. And they have an amenity over there. We have walking trails around the lake. We tried to stay over 100 feet away from the lake so that everybody has access to the lake. It's not just concentrated on the lake. We want everybody to experience that in our walking trails. We're going to have a dock on the lake. So this image, as well as these, if you can scroll up, this really kind of shows, passively, we want to preserve. This is a lot of preservation, build some pavilions on the lake, have really large amenities on the lake. You can actually see the walking trails, the fire pits, what we're trying to do here for this. Resort style amenities for the pool, for the clubhouse, pickleball. We tried to put the pickleball in the middle of the development so the noise would not bother any neighbors from that. Large creative playgrounds throughout. So really the highest amenities, bark parks that you can find. Very creative houses. You guys know Inline. You guys know they're a quality developer and know what they provide. Everything is rental restricted. Insides are all very nice, and they're going to be all for sale. These are some different images that we have of it. We looked at the schools in our immediate area, and the response back that we have that they're very far under. And then looking at transportation, these are all basically, we did a full traffic study, and they came back and said the way we have it set up is good. The only recommendation they had was they also said what staff said, to have one more access point to the west along Honey Creek. We kept the lots a little bit minimum on Good Road so that we wouldn't have as big of an impact on a smaller road there. We also have turn lanes and decel lanes on every road, so we're expanding all of the roadways where we're doing, so we're paying our fair share into transportation. And you can actually see these are all the study networks that came down through there. How much time do we have? Okay, thanks. So these are all the analysis for the driveways, and you can see the lanes entering, the lanes exiting, the left turn lanes being required, the decel lanes that will be required for the development on there. Like I said, really trying to hit a creative design on this. We have proffered conditions that we want to propose on this. It basically means we did the traffic study, we'll comply with it. We won't exceed the 1.32. We won't have a mandatory HOA. We have a 2-car garage, the style of the development to be what we show, the common areas throughout it, all building facades, street lights, and everything to be 1,800 for ranch homes, and then to go up over 3,000 from there. Just showing you the zoning districts. R1, which is your lowest zoning district until you get to ag, is 1.45, and those are 100 feet wide. We have lots that are 100. We're actually 1.32, but we have creative lots. So you have a mixed price point throughout our entire development. And then just bringing this back up about how, when you look at the area, I mean, we are compliant, and I realize we're looking at a creative zoning because we feel like conservation and the way we're dealing with the land is much, much better than any other proposal that we've seen, and trying to tear up all the land and doing larger lots than this, but really creating something and preserving all the natural environment. And we've stayed away from all the edges, the waterways, so that we can preserve that. And let me bring up I believe the churches here, and so I can reserve any time that I would have.
Yes. I do have a comment card there. My name is Willie Perry. I'm a deacon at Old Pleasant Hill Baptist Church, and I'm here representing the deacons and the trustees of Old Pleasant Hill Baptist Church. On behalf of Old Pleasant Hill Baptist Church, I'm here in full support of Inline's proposal for residential development along Honey Creek Road. In 1873, the Cowan family donated land so that our church may be established. And our church is still located in the same place it was originally. As a long-standing member of Honey Creek community, our church is committed to fostering togetherness and well-being for church members and community residents. We strongly believe that the thoughtfully designed development will be a positive addition and strengthen our local community. We are encouraged and apprehensive, we are encouraged and appreciative of the developer's commitment to designing the project thoughtfully into existing landscape and addressing environmental and community concerns. This aligns with our own values and mission, and we are confident the project will reflect the spirit of cooperation and care that our community has always strived for. Old Pleasant Hill Baptist Church fully supports Inline's plans and rezoning request. We look forward to the positive transformation this development will bring and remain dedicated to working together to enhance our community for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you, Deacon. Alrighty, we have James Jacob Jr.
Well, I guess 377 sounds better than 500 and something, huh? But still, if you put if that gets approved over here at Oglesby Bridge, that's no more than 5 miles from us. Put them houses on top of our 377. Then you're gonna have the other one on the other side of us up there on Walker Road. There's only 2 fire stations. They did away with 1. 2 fire stations. They're gonna put more houses and more houses up. Then on the end of the road down, stormwater says where like the little toe of the boot area is on the bottom side of Good Road, and you go down and around the corner, there's these people on the end, all that washes from that side of the road over into their yards and all the way down across the road sometimes. They put a bigger pipe in when the pipes on the roads had to be replaced, and our road was shut down for nearly a year, but we were one of the high priority roads to be fixed. And you put all that traffic on top and on the schools right there. If you approve later the Oglesby Bridge Road, right where we live, you're at the Heritage Zone. You're not even 2 miles from Heritage High School, Salem Road. So then you're gonna have all this overcrowdedness unless they go down Georgia 20 and start putting all them people over in Salem. And then for 30 years, they've been talking about there's 2 lanes when you go from the food depot right down towards 212. That's supposed to have been 4 lanes years ago. All them people from Oglesby Bridge, Troop Smith, all that, they're going to be coming through trying to make shortcuts and put more congestion on top of the 377 on top of us and all that. And you're not going to widen the road like Honey Creek Road, or so you get down there, it's always a bottleneck when you get down there. And sometimes when the light turns up here where the Shell station and Valero is, that light don't even move because all them cars are bottlenecked and all backed up where it goes into 2 lanes down at that light. So I guess 377 in reality, if that's what I gotta face, That's better than 500 and something. And I talked to the one little dude on the phone about the berm in front, about how high, and like a metal fence way thing, and trees or shrubbery on top. What kind of berm? Because my house faces and will face them people's backyards. So I don't want to look out and I want to hear people having a good time and music blaring. But he didn't mention nothing about the berms on here. And I guess that's about it. Because you got that Walker Road stuff and all those around. That's all this congestion and no improvement.
Thank you very much. Cheryl Moulton.
Happy 12/10. Good evening, all. Thank you for hanging with us. I'm Cheryl Moulton. I have resided at 3305 Squire Lane in Conyers for 37 years. I back up to Cowan Lake and Farms. Tonight, I respectfully stand before you in opposition of this rezoning request. The Planning and Development Department recommended denial on their staff report. Per stormwater, sewer is not available on the site, and it would have to be pumped up to Ralph Road, a mile to a mile and a half from the site in order to be rerouted to the Snap and Shoal sewer basin. We request that you follow the denial of this project. With all these other developments up here, Potts Farm is on the head waters. Guess where that comes to? Us at Honey Creek. It's, as the crow flies, it's about a mile and a half from Potts Road and Ebenezer and Walker Road. So with that being in, what was it called? The basin? The basin. That drains down to Ebenezer, Honey Creek. This property is in a FEMA floodplain with state waters that flow just beyond the toe of the dam. As you heard them say, that dam needs improvement. Here's my question. It's actually a 25-acre lake, and that equates just to about 7 million gallons of water, which equals 1 acre of water that covers a football field at a foot deep. With the tributary that comes from them, unnamed, at Walker, down to us, in a 100-year floodplain, that would flood out because it goes down to Honey Creek, it crosses Troop Smith, and it goes all the way down Troop Smith in the FEMA floodplain to 212 at the monastery. With the hazard of it breaking, and I do understand it will go into an HOA for them to open water in a high water rain event, who's going to be certified with the state, and who are they going to call as a 24-hour emergency contact to open that dam to release water at a slow rate 30 years from now when the HOA dissolves? Nothing in the surrounding area mimics or supports the comprehensive plan, nor the future plan use to support this rezoning of collaborative residential. I believe the future land use is medium density. Yes, they may qualify as medium density, but that is a gross overall. That lake is 25 acres. They're counting gross density of 284, not minusing out the lake, the state buffers, the setbacks, the zones that they have to be off of there. We ask that you rely on the professionalism of the staff and the departments that put in their recommendations, and fire never came back and even gave a report. Where's the new dam report from 2.5 years ago that the Cowans did that said it was in need of repair? Where's the new dam report? Was it submitted with the package? No. Traffic is a C and D at Georgia 20. And with everything else that's on the agenda tonight that's going to follow along the same building path, this subdivision alone would be at 2 cars, 1,131 cars. And if they only leave twice a day, it would be 2,262 trips leaving out of that subdivision per day, which would cross the school, which backs up bottlenecks already. I just don't think this CRS zoning is going to be a good fit for this community when we have 100-foot frontage and acre to 2.5 acre to 3 acre lots. There's nothing that they can build that would match our full brick 2, 3 and acre lots. Make it medium density, make them do 1 acre lots, and make it match what we already have and exists. I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Last name Gaden? Nobody?
Sorry, guys. I took up the time.
My eyes are getting blurry here. Julia McLaughlin? All righty. How many seconds we got left? 6 seconds. I'll just put you over here as having opposed. We're out of time. And I'll do the same with Mr. Kelichek, who's not here yet still. Okay. All righty. Anybody for a motion?
Well, I am.
Denial.
Yeah.
Not to shortcut it, I know it's been long enough. Just to be clear, there is no additional questions for staff or the applicant, correct?
No. I mean, we can talk amongst us.
Okay, I mean, you can talk among yourself as long as there's no additional questions for us. Okay, cool.
Well, my research just shows that, with this traffic study shows that the level of service is an F rating.
We can't hear.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, speaking to the microphone.
Yeah. Well, looking at the traffic study, I'm looking at page 7, and it's showing that at the signalized intersections, the level of service, volume to capacity, is F rating. I was looking up at the Cowan Lake Dam report, and let's see, it shows that there are 54 dams in Rockdale County, and Cowan Lake Dam is only one of 2 dams with a poor condition rating and a high hazardous rating. So my concern is about the impact that the neighborhood is going to have.
tremendously.
Yeah.
Back. Anybody down here got anything? All right. I will entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair,
Who spoke?
me.
Okay.
I move that we deny RZ 202417 to rezone 285.682 acres at 320, 460, and 470 Honey Creek Road Southeast, based on information provided by the staff, such as the lots in the adjacent subdivisions. What they're proposing to build are generally smaller. Also, the development would pose a burden to the existing streets with the addition of 377 new residents, etc.
Okay. I've got a motion for denial. Do I hear a second?
I, Phyllis Hatcher, second.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. All those in favor of denial say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay.
That's that.
There's no,
Do we have any,
there's no reports for the county or for the city.
the next meeting is scheduled for Thursday, August 10th.
Can you repeat that again for us?
Pardon?
Can you repeat what you just
The
stated?
next meeting is set for October 10th. Oh, okay.
Oh, no. Carolyn, we haven't adjourned the meeting yet. Yes, so.
The meeting is adjourned.
Chris.